to tread, you know, as delicate as we can while also letting the world know where we stand. And so I think that's one of the hurdles that we face as a collective in this country as melanated and in the melanated community, is we are our fear of being leaders, right? Because we already know what happened after that stretch, right? You become a leader, we know you get the terrorism joint, right? They start throwing labels on you. And so I don't think that, and I could be honest, I don't think the average leader of today in our community have what it takes to even go through that, right? Um just think about that. Life threats every day, right? They bombing your house, messing with your kids, your family every day out in public. You can't go nowhere to get no breakfast. You can't stay in your house. You can't even stay in a hotel. Like, I don't really think the the person who we would consider a leader today in a community would have enough tolerance to stand all of that abuse today.
So I want to ask you a question.
Mhm.
Humble. Um, is your stance that we aren't the true Native Americans, or what, for lack of a better term, or just by going by the title?
Oh, I think some of us, the ones of us who claim it, um, I think a lot of us in this land are mixed with Native American, as we like to call it, Native American and African.
So you saying that like Native American is like we weren't here. We just mixed in with a group of people that were here.
No, what I'm saying is the native people that were here, right? I think that we are a offspring of them mixed with the Africans who were also enslaved here.
Mm.
So I don't think it's one or the other. I don't think that we comprise a group of African or a group of indigenous people of this land. I think that we are a mixture, or at least if I can't speak for everybody as a collective, I
You
can
got an
speak for
echo, Banu.
myself
Sound like
that
you're
I'm
underwater.
a mixture of both people from this land and people from Africa.
You know there's a
Peace to the Titan
possibility.
family.
What up,
You know,
OTK?
what's up? You know that there's probably there's a possibility that the original people of this land do actually come from Africa, right?
And did
Actually, it's not a possibility. That's an actual fact.
Let's say this. There's enough
No, that's
ambiguity
not no
for
actual fact,
hold on,
humble.
OTK. It's
Don't
enough.
follow that nigga down that river, humble.
Hold on,
There's no
hold
niggas
on,
here,
hold on.
bro.
Let Jose land his plane. I'm gonna chime in right after. Go ahead, Jose.
Number one, there's nothing on my birth certificate or on what you see there that says nigger. So that we're not doing that.
Don't
And the
focus
fact
on the BS. Just stay focused
no,
on
but,
the
the
info.
reason why I'm saying that is because there's a lack of physical evidence because the Olmec culture is really mostly what they call like a physical culture. You know, artifacts. They have a lot of archaeology. But they don't have any direct genetics, really and truly. They don't.
Okay.
Is this
Now,
Ivan Van Server
hold
my
on 1 second,
history?
OTK. Let him land his plane, Brody.
So what they're doing is they're testing a way more modern people against a way more ancient people and saying that we are mixed with people from Asia. And
No,
but that doesn't represent the original genetics because they have a lot of mystery cultures in Mesoamerica that are pretty much mythological, like the Toltecs. They're pretty much mythological. Nobody know where they came from. Nobody know where they went. So they look to their ancestors who have a lot of stories, but no real quote unquote understanding of where these people came from. There's
nah.
more than one mystery
So,
culture. And if you look, there's a fact. The cultures that just disappeared, and nobody knows where they came from. And the Olmecs are
So
not the
here's
only one.
so now here's what I'm speaking about when I say that I'm a mixture, right? And here's what I'm saying. Matter of fact, here's what I'm saying when I say all people are African, right? We know that the first Homo species that ever sprung up
Pause.
was on the motherland of Africa. We know that the first Homo species migration happened around 700 to 800,000 years ago. So we like when we say that, oh well, these people could have been African, that ain't no stretch to me. They could have, you see, because we know they migrated everywhere, but we can't discount the stops that happened after the migrations. That's the thing that people take out of context. So when we say talk about the Olmecs and the Olmecs were African, no, the Olmecs were not African. The Olmecs were Asiatic, right? Was they melanated? Absolutely. But were they a direct descendant from Africa? No, they were Asiatic. But that Asiatic strain, right, stems back from the landmass of Africa. So
What?
that's how we can say that they're all African. But when we go into cultural DNA and who they were as identifiers, we would identify them as Asiatics.
What do you
Um,
mean by Asiatic?
humble. That's not true because
That's most definitely true.
they have no
Asian?
physical remains of the Olmecs to even make that genetic link. They are testing way
What?
more modern people. They are testing more modern people. If you look it up, there's no direct Olmec remains. They're testing way more modern people to come to that conclusion. They have no Olmec remains at all.
What ancient people are they testing, bro? You said
They're not
earlier that they was
testing. They're
testing them
not
against
testing.
ancient people. Hold up. You
There
said
is
earlier that
no
they was testing
DNA.
them against ancient people. Who are the ancient people that they testing them against,
Did you
bro?
hear what I said? They're testing more modern people. They have no Olmec
That's
remains.
modern. All right then. So how can you test somebody from America modern DNA and say, oh, them boys come from somewhere else?
Are you
Oh, this
listening to
and
me
that right
or
here,
are you
but you're
talking?
not comparing it. Hold up, but you're not comparing it to what you would call ancient DNA. Like, come on, man. Like, none of y'all can compare to Albert Perry.
Did you hear what I just said?
Hold up,
I
none of
said
y'all can compare to
hold
Albert
on, hold on.
Perry.
There is no Olmec DNA to test it against. They're testing it against
All
modern
right,
people.
there.
There's no
So if
Olmec
y'all say
DNA.
they came from Africa, then y'all making assumptions. All of that shit is probabilities, is guesswork. Y'all have no proof. Facts
Did
or
you
no facts? Yes or no?
did you hear what I just said, or are you talking? I said they have no Olmec DNA to test it against. So what are you talking about?
But you said they was made up. You said they was mythological. Bro, I heard
That's
all the
you're
stuff
not
you said,
listening
the
to me.
Olmecs, the Toltecs, they was
Listen to what I said.
mythological. So
Listen, hold on,
now,
hold on, hold on. That's not what I
if
said.
they don't
That's not
have
what I
no
said.
D,
That's not what I said. I said the
okay.
Toltecs is a mystery culture. That a lot of things that scholars get it from, they're getting it from the mythology of their descendants. I didn't say they were mythological. You should
All right
listen before
then.
you
So
start yelling.
so hey,
Yelling
A1,
don't make
man,
you
is
right.
this shit crazy or what, man? This shit
You're not
crazy.
listening. You should listen. I said they did exist, but they are considered
This
a
nigga would
mystery culture.
derail your conversation, A1, for real.
Because you're
He would
talking too
derail
much and
your
you're not listening.
conversation. You don't even have
Anyone
no
understood
right
what I
talking
said?
about
But
American
bro,
culture, bro.
cutting him off is derailing. Let him listen. Let him land his plane, and you land your
A1,
plane.
All right,
We
my
should
bad,
quite
my
sure.
bad,
we
I'm
should
quite
A1.
not be
sure.
doing this yelling over each other. Because what do we ever figure out like that?
All right.
It'd be the worst discourse. And when you watch the footage back, it's never quality.
All right. I'll say. Let me let my plane here. A1 understands what I just said. Everyone else understood what I just said. I said they don't have enough DNA evidence. They have zero DNA evidence from the Olmecs. The Toltecs is a mystery culture. The word Olmec, in fact, is a corrupted term, Aztec term that means people of the rubber land. So they can't test DNA that they don't have. So they're testing. They're testing people that are ancient to us against more modern people without having any DNA evidence from the culture in question. There is none. So you can't make that assumption. And Albert Perry's DNA has nothing to do with this conversation. They found out that the man had a strain of DNA that allowed them to put certain things in the context that wasn't there before. That has nothing to do with what you're talking about at all. They found a specific strain of African DNA that they never found before, and they traced something close to it back to Africa, and that DNA is not even the same thing. It's close. His DNA is damn near ghost DNA because they have not found an exact match for Albert Perry at all. They got A0 and A00. They're close, but they're not the same thing. And that has nothing to do with your Aboriginal story whatsoever. It doesn't take away from history in the sense that you're trying to say it. So let me land my plane there.
Hey, my bad, A1000 pardon, bro. You absolutely correct. Hey, my bad, bro. Too, man. I ain't mean to talk over you like that. I thought we was in engaging with a conversation, bro. 1000 pardon, Jose.
Yeah, I want y'all to have a discourse so the people who watch it can get something from it. I don't want it
Yeah. You're right. My bad. My bad. 1000 pardon, Jose.
No problem. I apologize too.
So you just agree with me that Albert Perry is a ghost DNA, correct?
It's pretty well, not necessarily. They found something close, but not exactly. So it's kind of, I guess it's kind of that way, but not exactly. They found something close.
So is something close to the same?
No.
All right then. So Albert Perry was found where at, bro?
I think they say he was an indigenous, an indigenous American. I believe so.
Oh, okay, all right. So he was found over here, right?
I think.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I think he was indigenous, and he has some background of enslaved relatives as well. I think he was of both heritages.
Hold on now. This man DNA goes back over 50,000 years. What enslaved people 50,000 years ago, bro? Please explain. Go ahead, Jose.
I believe his heritage is indigenous as well as he has some formerly enslaved people in his background, if I'm not mistaken. I think so.
Hold on, you're talking about later on, right? You're talking about later on after him, correct? So if you do his family tree, you might see some people probably mix in with some people. I'm talking about his original DNA though, bro. It's called ghost DNA, right? Correct? AOO, correct?
They would probably call it ghost DNA because they have no direct match for it. That's what goes.
All right then. So that right there kills your whole DNA testing.
Well,
correct? Yes or no?
No. They're just going
okay,
with the
go ahead,
go ahead. To make some
okay, my bad.
So they know that there's some
okay, brother. Okay, brother Humble was talking real quick. Go ahead, brother Humble. My bad. Call him pardon, bro.
Hold on. All right. So I want to read this really fast. Can y'all see this? So it says, studying the DNA of the Olmec civilization involves a combination of ancient DNA, DNA extraction, molecular analysis, and comparative population genetics. Given the antiquity of the Olmecs flourishing in 1200 to 400 BCE and the tropical environment of their settlement areas, southern Veracruz and Tabasco, and the DNA typically highly degraded, effectively studies require specialized approaches. Sample acquisition, okay? Archaeological specimens, human remains from the Olmec sites. Let me read that again for the people that missed it. Human remains from the Olmec sites, such as San Lorenzo, Tentaclin, and Lama del Zapi provide bone or tooth material for genetic analysts. Now, these are people, these are Olmec people. These aren't people from our generations. These aren't modern people. These are Olmec people, right? What do they provide? They provide bone and tooth mineral for genetic analysts, rib bones, teeth, patrious portions of the temporal bone are preferred due to higher DNA preservation. Right? Ethical protocols, excavations, and sampling must allow legal and ethical guidelines with collaboration from indigenous communities. Right? So we do see here that they do have Olmec DNA. That's just what I wanted to show. So hold on.
You need to
Hey,
you need
Yo,
to ask it
hey,
is
bro.
that Olmec DNA or is that more modern Olmec DNA? And I guarantee you take
Yeah, hey, yo, another thing too, humble. They got Olmec DNA. Come on, bro. DNA wasn't even out. Blood testing or none of that wasn't even out when the Olmec existed. The Olmecs, the Toltecs, none of them, bro.
so you just
Word.
saying, hold on, O2K. O2K, did you just see what I just read?
Yeah, I saw what you just
So,
read, but I'm
so with
telling
the
you,
people,
bro.
hold on one second. Hold on one second. So the
My bad.
modern people, right, excavated and found
Those are
Olmec
not those
people.
are not the same people, bro.
So
Those
you
are not the
saying the
same
people?
people, bro.
You saying they not Olmec people? He just said they was
They,
Olmec.
hold up, calm down, bro. They might have some of that bloodline, but they are not the same as the original Olmecs, bro.
How?
You got to study the history about Mexico and Central America, bro. It was a bunch of shit going on down there. A
What does
bunch of
that have to
shit,
do with
bro.
these people? Hold on.
Yeah,
They
What
was
that
yeah, I
have
warring
got
to
a
do
against
with
question.
each
these
other.
people?
I
They
got a
wasn't
question
all
real quick.
together now. Just so you know, they wasn't all together, dog. Even before the
Okay, hold
Spanish
on one
or
second.
the. My bad, man. God damn.
Okay,
Go ahead, humble.
so these people were excavating Olmec sites and found bodies, right? It's just like somebody studying Tel Aviv, right? And found a body buried, right? We can't then say, oh, that person wasn't from Tel Aviv if they actually get excavations and things and DNA testings and prove that that body was where it was. We can't then not tell the professionals, oh, well, they lying. That's not them people.
Well, I got a question real quick.
Yeah, I feel you though. So what do you say about Luzia and Luzio?
Hold on real quick.
What do you say about that then?
Can I ask this question real quick?
Because those are archaeological finds
I'm
that
on
was
mute. What's going
found
on? Y'all
in
can hear
they.
me?
Oh, my bad, but thousand pardon, bro.
You got
Somebody
Lord
else.
Benu. Go ahead, Lord Benu.
Yeah,
My
but
bad, Lord Banu. My bad.
you got it. But I just want to know, like, you know what I'm saying, when we make these claims based off of like what our family and our ancestors and people that we can that we had a chance to speak with that experienced these things and oral traditions that was passed down, why is it that it's always our community that's challenging us and backlashing us and it's always these fights to prove something that we are saying, but we don't challenge these same quote unquote professionals or experts or even these people that are claiming to be the people that we're saying that they're not. We don't challenge them with the same scrutiny and aggressiveness that we challenge each other with. So if I tell you my great great grandmother was telling stories to all of her children and their children's children that we've been here and we never, you know what I'm saying, was involved in any type of slave activity, that our family actually went to war against people that was enslaving our neighbors and people from our tribes and things like that. That is people in the black community that would challenge us and fight with us against what we're saying, but will accept the fact that with these Mongols come in and say that they're Native Americans and they've been here forever, but they won't say nothing about that or challenge their story at all, and they'll just go with it because it's mainstream. Or like when y'all was just saying they found Olmec bones, and y'all just like, all right, yeah, they found them, and because they said that these was the Olmec people, these is the Olmec people, but nobody's challenging it like we challenge each other. I just want to know, like, where do y'all think that mentality comes from?
I think that mentality, because I face a lot of that mentality as well. When I tell my thing is, we have to put these things in proper context, right? So my grandmother, for an example, I know that she's one person, and I know her mother and father, were of the same tribe, and their mother and father. But I know that she, right, my mother's father is a black man. So there's no way my mother could be 100% Native American, right, or indigenous, right? My grandmother, yeah, because of how her family structure was set up, her grandmother and her great grandmothers, and right up into her. But she, my grandfather, Sonny, was a black man.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Like he was
I'm
a black
about to
man?
explain what I mean, right? So he was his family came over through slavery. He talked about how his people came, how he used to tell my mother them stories about how his people came over from the islands. And so even if I was to just say, okay, just stop there with my grandmother, okay, her people came here. His people came over here slaves. So even within that, again, we gotta understand that we're the progenitor of this admixture that's happening. Right now, to get to your point, Lord Benil, I'm gonna wrap it up quick because I know I've been speaking for a while. That mindset comes because there are people in scholarship, and I spoke about this before, who do disingenuous work, and there's others who do genuine work, right? Whether they white, black, Mexican, don't matter what ethnic group it is, they just do genuine work. And so when that genuine work is peer reviewed and accepted, then we can't say that's false. Now, when we're given the limited information of our ancestors, right? Our grandmothers, our aunts, our uncles, our grandparents, then we can only go off of the stories and what they have been introduced to, right? So they can only tell us the stories that they've gathered from their peoples and the experiences that they live. They can't tell us anything else. And the reason they can't tell us anything else is because they're not anthropologists. So they didn't go and do the archaeology work to go see who was where, what time. And so they can only tell us the stories that they know. You see what I'm saying? And
So,
those stories can be challenged because they are only limited in information. Of
so,
course, our grandparents want to tell us they was always here, right? Because that's the story that they was always getting.
so let me ask you this, right?
Mhm.
Wasn't it peer reviewed and accepted in the scientific community that it was healthy for pregnant women to smoke cigarettes?
I'm not sure.
Yes, it
Yes, it
was.
was.
I
You
don't
feel me?
know.
It was. It was 100% peer review, and the 9 out of 10 scientists agreed that it was a okay for pregnant women to smoke cigarettes, and not even just okay, it was healthy for them to smoke cigarettes, and that's because they were pushing an agenda. And for us to accept what these people, the only people that's calling them professionals are their
Mhm.
peers, and that's who's giving them these titles and these accolades to be able to perpetuate this information. So just because they have these titles from people that are saying the same information that they're saying, why do we have to accept it and not challenge it at all? When we got people that are like our ancestral history on how we gave information was oral. Like this is how we passed down information for centuries. For this how we are as a people. We had oral traditions before this European came in and started documenting us like we was field animals, and coming up with analysis for us, and categorizing us into groups. So to say like, oh, my great grandmother told me this, and I can't trust her because she wasn't an archaeologist, is like I said before, is a slap in the face to everything that our ancestors been doing for centuries on this planet. You know what I'm saying? And just for this European to come along with some paperwork and to say that their information is superior to what my great grandmother lived through and experienced from her great grandmother, and from back and on, to say that she's lying because some white man came in with some credentials and said that he's the expert now, is insane to me.
Right.
And I think
Nah. See, I
that's
think you
a
taking
form
that
of
out of
mental
I think
illness.
you taking that out of context. You know that's not what I'm saying, right? Um, but what I'm saying is our ancestors that we're able to speak to can only give us the amount of information that they've gathered, right? Now, unless you or somebody you've known that can actually come back and say, look, y'all, I've actually found evidence that such and such and such and such happened and not how they said it happened, then we have to take in the account of the people who's actually doing the work. We can't just, oh, well, just because they white, we got to throw all that work out the window. No, you see what I'm saying? We do have to do that at least. Now, do we have to sift through the work that they're doing? Yeah, because we know a lot of it is disingenuous. But we can't discredit the genuine work that they're doing. You see what I'm saying? So, and yes, any time of the day, right? If I'm trying to win $100 million and somebody asks me a physics question, I'm gonna take Neil deGrasse Tyson over my mother every day of the week because she's not a physicist.
And
Now,
and that's a
we
slap
want to
in the
talk
face to
about birthing children, and you know what I'm saying, you know how to get around a system and how to raise a family and how to raise a household. I take my mother, right? But when we talking about, right, planetary things, or when we're talking about botany, or when we're talking about chemistry, I'm not going to go to my mother because
so let me
she
so
don't study any of those things.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the Dogon?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Dogon.
Yeah, so they didn't have any peer-reviewed studies or any research papers that they put out, but they was telling mainstream science for years that about the Sirius star that they couldn't see with their telescopes, and they was saying that they was lying. But when they got the technology to see it for themselves, it was just like, oh yeah, here it is. But these people been telling them this because
Yeah,
they knew. But all right, so that's what I'm saying. Like by you saying, oh, I can't take my mother's word for this because she's not a physicist, is that's what I'm saying.
now
I
once
think that's
again, you gave a bad analogy because you know that's one of the things that the Dogons were famous for, was studying the stars.
not
So
before
yes, hold on
not
one
before they
second. One
was proved
second.
to be
I got
right.
you. I got you. So, and this is something that we got to get up together too with the Zachariah Sitchin shit. See, we can't talk about throwing the white people information out the window, but then we come with white people information. Zachariah Sitchin told the story that the Dogon people told these things in real. The Dogon people told the analysts a mythological story of their reality and their cosmology, right? And because they told the analyst people that they were star watchers, right? And so they gave the analogy of how they knew where Sirius was and the star people that came, but they told them this was an analogy. They
Did
told them,
those people believe them?
they never told them this was real. And
But
then
did these people believe them?
Zachariah Sitchin, right, who goes in and then he tries to classify the Amu that came down here. Oh, he was a whale-like creature. And when we look at dolphins today, it's easy to see that they were whale-like creatures because dolphins is one of the most intelligent animals in the sea, and they were mammals, so they would most likely have the ability to communicate. All of that is Zachariah Sitchin's work. So we can't, in one instance, say, "Well, how can we trust these people talking about the Olmecs?" And then, on the other hand, champion somebody from like
You
that.
you 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 misrepresenting what I said. You misrepresenting what I said. I'm not talking about the man. I'm not talking about the man who came in and categorized their work and popularized it. I'm talking about when they were saying this, the people they were saying it to, right?
Uh-huh.
Did they believe them, or did they scrutinize them and say that they was bullshitting?
They did not believe, but they
All
did
right,
not
that's so wait,
take
let's
their
stop right there. Hold on,
stories
let's stop
first.
right there. Let's stop right there. That's my point. The same way
But
you
you
saying
have
your
to
mother, hold
understand
on, listen,
that.
hold
Go ahead.
on. The same way you saying your great grandmother telling you something,
Mhm.
and then you saying you're not believing it because she's not an anthropologist or she's not this, but she's saying no. This is what we've been passing down for centuries, for generations. These are the same stories that we preserve in our history this way, right? And then when it gets to us, we shit on it and say, nah, we don't believe that because you don't have the credentials to explain what you're explaining. But we know from experience that when we pass down these things orally, traditionally, that we've been right. And these same people that have these degrees and these accolades, they've been trying to debunk it and saying that we wrong and that we lying. But then when they get the technology to figure it out, they say they discovered it. And
All
they're like,
right.
oh
Let me
yeah,
ask you
look
a
what
question,
we discovered.
Robert. Let me ask you a question. Do you know why your comparison of the Dogon, right, with their story of the stars and my grandmother's story of history is incompatible?
Why?
Because the Dogons study the stars.
Your,
So
your
if they
grandmother doesn't study
say
her family?
really fast, I got you. So if they say they study this, so if they say, hey, we notice a star system up there, that is only visible during a certain time of the year, and they give it in a story-like format,
Hmm.
right? Now
Because that's
let's
how we
look
that's
at
how
this.
we pass
So it's
down
easy to
information.
falsify, right? But we know there's possibility because one thing we know about these people is they map the stars. They
We,
do. So
we
we know
didn't know that.
there's a possibility they could be right, and we know there's a possibility they could be
We
wrong.
didn't know that. We
Now,
didn't
to
accept
my
it.
grandmother, hold on, I got you over there. So now to my grandmother, right? My grandmother, I know her very well. She's never taught a class in history. She never taught indigenous history. He the most she know about history, and I'm talking academic purposes, is literally what she probably learned growing up in school.
That's my
Right?
point,
What she
man.
used to always tell me, hold on, once I got you. What she used to always tell me, they used to teach her, black people had no history. So these two examples are incomparable because if my grandmother tell me that her grandmother gave her a story of how she's always been here, that's because they have no record outside of their immediate family of coming from anywhere else. And
So
that's
what?
they didn't do. Hold on 1 second. And that's because they didn't do the anthropologetic research on that, the
Okay.
migration pattern. Now,
So
with
hold on, real quick. Before you go on, hold on, hold on.
with the Dogon people, they're able to make the claim that they was able to make because they actually watched the stars. That's what they did for a living. That's
No,
why that
no, that's not what they did for a living. They didn't get paid to watch the stars. They didn't teach no classes on watching the stars. They didn't have no scholastic information to back up their information about them watching the stars. They just said that this is the information that they passed down through generations from living. This is how they existed. This is what they did as a people. They didn't have no scholastic anything to back them up. So the same way you're saying that they experienced this and they're giving their information to these Europeans, and like you said, they didn't believe them. The same way your grandmother is an expert in her family. She's been there. She's studied her family. She knows the lineage. It's been passed down through her uh ancestry. So why deny that just because they don't have the scholastic accolades that you're looking for? And neither did the Dogon. They didn't have any what
It's again,
scholastic
Lord Banu, you
achievement.
know that's
What,
not what I'm
hold
saying.
on, I got
Mhm.
you. What scholastic achievements did the Dogon have for you to say, oh, this is incompatible because the Dogon studied the stars? Okay, cool. Your great grandmother study her family. She know every niece, nephew you got. She know every aunt, uncle. She know her sisters, brothers, all of that. She know her great grandmother. She know her father, her mother. How you gonna say she don't have the experience to tell you about your family? But then you could go to these people who just say, "Oh, I could only believe them because they," and then know that they push narratives that support their agendas. They came out with scholastic information and peer review information that said you was 3/5 of a human being. They changed they shit up at will to what they want, to what narrative they want to push and what they want to get across to the people. But we continuously go back to them and say, oh, they have to be right and we have to be wrong because we didn't go through the training that they did. And
And I,
I'm gonna land the
I
plane
want to
right here.
share
I'm gonna
this
land the plane
video
right here.
really
I'm gonna
fast.
land the plane right here. I'm gonna land the plane right here. I think that that's a form of a mental illness that us as quote unquote black people face here in America and throughout the world. You feel me? It's just seeing the world through this European lens and not trusting our own people and our own experiences and giving up those God-given abilities to another group of people who constantly abuse and exploit us. I think that's a form of mental illness that we all go through.
All right, I wanna share this really fast, right? Just because, again, brother Lord Benu, I know you know that's not what I'm saying, right? And I'm gonna state again what I'm saying. That definitely when we're dealing with this part, right? My grandmother could, yes, certainly give me the past history of her family, right? She can most definitely tell me about her grandmother, her uncles, her aunts, but she can't tell me about the whole Blackfoot Confederacy. She could just tell me about her immediate family that happened in 1950s. Well, she was born 1957, 1937. I apologize. So what I'm telling you is she didn't have access to this. She didn't know about the whole Blackfoot Confederacy. She knew she was Blackfoot because her father and mother was Blackfoot. And she knew they was Blackfoot because she lived with her grandmother from her father's side and they taught her this. But they didn't teach her all of this. They just taught her immediate things. Whereas though, once again, when we talking about the Dogon, right? The Dogon have a whole cosmology about the stars, which lets us know that they study the stars.
Pull it up.
Now, the reason I wanted to pull this up, right, is just to show you how limited my grandmother's information was, even on the information she gave me about the Blackfoot Confederacy.
Where'd you get this from? Where's this from?
Hold on 1 second. Let's get into it real fast.
Well, just tell me where it's from before
To
you
the
say it.
explainer. Today we're gonna.
Oh, this is so I told you my grandmother is Blackfoot Native American. If I could
No,
shrink this down,
this
right?
information that you're playing right now, where's this from?
This information is a collection of sources, resources, things that I've researched.
No, I'm saying like where what you about to play right now,
Yes,
where's it from?
it's
Did you make this?
yes,
From where? I mean, where's this
a
video from?
collection of. If you can see over here in my
Bro, it's
right,
Notebook LM. You can
yes,
tell right
notebook
there by
Okay.
LM.
looking at it.
I can't see it. That's small as hell. I'm on my phone.
Oh
No, that's
yeah,
Notebook
so this
LM.
is notebook LM. So this comes from an amalgamation, a collection of other sources that I put together on the Blackfoot Confederacy.
That's
And
what I'm
why did I
asking you.
do this?
What course
Now,
did
why
you
did I
use?
do this? I did this because I wanted to study deeper in where my grandmother's family and tradition, where their roots stem from. So I just want to give a little bit of this and expound on what my grandmother knew because she was close knit, but what she failed to know or what she failed to tell me, maybe because she didn't know. Let's get into it.
Dive into the incredible story of the Blackfoot Confederacy. Now, this was a seriously powerful nation that, for a long time, were the undisputed rulers of the vast northern plains. So that really is the core question we're looking at today. We're going to explore this incredible story of the Blackfoot people. It's a story that has it all. Huge prosperity, an absolutely unimaginable catastrophe, and then, against all odds, this amazing, profound resilience.
So, let's set the scene. Before any contact with Europeans, the Blackfoot Confederacy commanded this just enormous territory. I mean, we're talking about a massive stretch of the northern Great Plains, all the way from modern-day Edmonton in Canada, way down to the Yellowstone River in Montana. Just huge. And you know, they didn't actually call themselves the Blackfoot. Their name for themselves is Niitsitapi, which means the...
Now, she told me about them controlling the Great Plains, right? She never told me they called themselves Niitsitapi, right? Now, why is this important? Because this dives into the culture and the language and the mindset. What does Niitsitapi mean? The original people, right? The name the Blackfoot speaking people used for themselves. Which means that even if she was speaking to her grandmother about the culture of the Blackfoot Native Americans, of the Blackfoot, right? Obviously, they were used to speaking English, so they used the word Blackfoot. They didn't use the word Niitsitapi during that period. Because
can I
she
say
never
something?
told us about Niitsitapi.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where did your sources come from?
I just told you. I just showed you. Just amalgamation of sources. This doesn't come from one source.
That's what so that's my point. What I'm asking you, bro. That's what I was trying to ask you. Where?
Yeah.
All right, I'm asking you. You're getting sources
He's
from
saying
other
it's
places.
personal research, Banu. He's just saying it's research. Like
I
it's
get
not
that.
one
Don't
specific
worry
source.
about it. I could pull up one for you really fast, right? This right here. This is it's the Horse and Blackfoot Indian Culture, right? Induction. Candace, what does it say? Candace who? Let me go here for you. Candace Green. Who is Candace Green? I don't even want to read it yet. I want to know who Candace Green is first. Just so won't nobody be saying nothing about the source. Right? So who is Candace Green?
I wonder why she didn't use Nasatapi and she used Blackfoot, but you accept her source and not your great grandmother's.
Hold on. So who
Probably
is
because
this?
she
Is based on
did
a page
research.
again when it brought a scholastic.
Research and oral history, two different things, though.
Right.
What you mean? But if she
And
did
that's the
research,
point,
why she
right?
not using the original term
Oh,
and you
wait, time
discredited
out.
your
Time out.
grandmother
Hold
because
on.
she
Let me
didn't
tell
know
you
the
who she
original
is real
term?
fast.
Oh,
Yeah, then I
I
think
didn't know that was
the point
argument. My
two
bad, Banu. I didn't know that was
Banu, the
argument.
point two
My fault.
Banu the point two is that oral history only comes from a certain point, and when you research, you can search and find things past the initial point of your oral history. That's what Humble was trying to let you know.
I get
Okay.
that. But that's why I'm asking
Now,
him where was he going to get this information from. I get he could say it's
hold on really quick.
amalgamating
I
of
want to
sources.
show y'all something.
All right, I get it. I get what he's saying, but I'm just asking, like, for clarification. Like, he's saying his grandmother is one source, right? And she's getting this from however many sources she got it from. But then he's saying he's discrediting his grandmother's experience for some other
Not
sources
at
that he's
all.
going
Not
into.
at
And I'm
all.
asking him, where are those sources coming
No,
from?
he literally said he came across something in his own research that she never told him.
Thank
He didn't
you.
discredit anything that came from her.
See, I see you, Lord Benu. You like to twist words, bro. You like to twist words.
You
So let's
literally
see.
just sat up here and said, I would 100% bet again on Neil deGrasse Tyson because he's an
And
astrophysicist over
what
what
else
my
did I
mother was
say with
saying.
that?
And talk
What else
and
did
but
I say
listen,
with that?
Hold on, let me finish saying what I'm saying. You repeatedly said that you wouldn't accept the oral history because there's new technology and so much other research being done that the oral history wouldn't be able to hold weight up against the technology that exists. And I'm asking you right now, okay, cool. If you're gonna do that, where are you getting these sources from? Are they coming from other people who've lived these experiences, or are they coming from other people who just studied this stuff and is giving an outside interpretation of what they're witnessing or what they've read? There are these people who've experienced this?
Okay, so hold on one second. Pause. So let's deal with the first part. So the first part, you just did it again. You know that's not what I'm saying, bro. When you
That
dealt with Neil deGrasse Tyson, hold on one second. I just let you rock out. Let me rock out. When you dealt with Neil deGrasse Tyson, I clearly said, right? If I'm given a physics question, I would most definitely take Neil deGrasse Tyson over my grandmother. Why? My grandmother is not a physicist, right? At least Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist.
okay, I
So
agree.
in that regard, I would take Neil deGrasse Tyson. Right now, when we're talking oral history, like I think that was I can't remember who was just speaking, but we're speaking of oral history, right? We know it comes from a certain context. It don't give you the broader range. So I'm not discrediting my grandmother's oral history, right? But I'm expanding my grandmother's oral history. I'm
So
adding to my grandmother's oral history. What did I
so if
just say?
the research contradicts
Hold on one
what
second,
your
little baby.
grandmother
I'm
says, are you not discrediting your
hold
grandmother's
on. No,
experience because of the
because what
research?
did I say in the beginning of the video that I just played that I had to stop because you said, where did the source come from? I said, my grandmother taught me about the plains from Montana up to Canada. She taught me we ran all of that, right?
Okay,
But she didn't
this is
tell me that we called ourselves Nisi Tapi. That's what
this
I
is what
said.
I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you. You're not listening to what I'm saying, right? If the research contradicts what your grandmother said, right, then you're gonna take the research over what your great grandmother said, right?
It depends on what it is.
Come on now.
What are you
Did you just
talking
say
about?
that? And then when I said
What are
that, you
you
talk about I
talking
know
about
that's
in
not
the
what you're talking about,
research?
but
It
that's
depends
exactly
on
what
what
you
it is.
said. All right.
Now, let me
He
jump in here.
trying to play games, and he don't.
I'm not
Hey,
trying to
listen,
play games, bro. You
you
trying to
better
play
go back
games.
and
You
watch
saying
Boy
one
Chess.
thing,
I
you're
play
saying one
chess.
thing,
I
and then
play
when I
chess
call
for a
you on it,
living.
when I call you on it, you're trying to clean it up.
Listen, I
You
most
said if
definitely
your
play chess
grandmother's
for a living.
experience, if research whoever did the research and wherever you got this accumulation of sources from, if that information contradicts what your grandmother says, then you're going to take what the research says because they have the degrees and they have the experience and they went to school for it. That's what you said, bro.
Yeah, if they know more,
Okay,
why
stop saying that's
wouldn't
not
you?
what you said
Hold
then.
on one second. Hold on. That's exactly what I said. Hey, bro, see, look, you like to twist the words. Hold on. What I just said, even before you went in and did all of that, the first thing I just said is I'm not discrediting my grandmother's oral history. I'm actually adding to it.
Right, but humble. He's misusing the term oral history
Right.
because when you look at oral history is not just a physical history of a people. It has a lot of what you call mythology and cosmology
Thank
that
you.
definitely is meant not to just say he came from him and he came from him. So
Thank you.
it's not that. And Lord, I know you have to understand that. It's not a genealogy in the sense that you're talking about. It's
Mm-hmm.
it,
Mm-hmm.
it, 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 it's deifying and mystifying the leader of the culture to say he came from somewhere that's beyond just his physical existence because they know where he came from. They know his father and all his grandparents because they
Mm-hmm.
ruled the country. But he has to be placed in the cosmology as a significant spiritual person because that's how African culture works. You don't just say the dude
Exactly.
came from you can't say that. They can talk about sliding down a chain and coming from Ra. And when you look at that, those are aspects of nature.
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
worship and venerate nature because nature took care of people for centuries. The Happy River, which we call the Nile, was venerated because it gave life.
Right.
It wasn't just venerated because it was magical. No, they had some understanding of agriculture, maybe not as much as we understood, but they say this give us life, so we must venerate it and respect it. The trees give you life. They knew that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, you know, the cat represented certain things. The birds represented certain things. So it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
just we made up some crazy shit and we just running with it. No. So oral history is not just a physical history.
I'm not
It's a
saying that.
memory and a cultural identity
I'm not
of the.
saying that at all.
It's not the same as your grandmother necessarily telling you this is who you come from. It's not the same thing. And grandma, mama could be wrong.
If
And a
my
lot
great grandmother,
of
if my
people
great grandmother told me that our family didn't come over here on no slave ships, right? And that we were the people that these people are calling Native Americans were us, right? And I say that, and I say, and people say, how do you know that? And I say, my great grandmother told me because her great grandmother told her, and we've been this been passed down. And then somebody will come up to me and say, no, that's not true because Africans came over here on during the slave trade and they were slaves, and you come from you're a foundational Black American who comes from the slave trade. That is discrediting what my great grandmother told me and her
No, it's
information.
not. No, it's not. Lord
Can I
Beneath,
ask a
time out.
question?
Hold
Let
on
me
one
jump in.
second. Hold on
I
one
want to have some
second.
fun for a little bit. Wait,
Uh,
what
go
what
ahead.
what religion was your great grandmother?
My great grandmother didn't have a religion.
Okay, I'm just asking some softball questions just so that way I can get an understanding real quick first. Because you're telling what you're explaining is an oral history. But I know you being anti-religious that you don't accept that as proof of anything. But in this instance, you make an exception.
I
If
don't accept that as proof of anything.
oral history being passed down as fact,
That's look, if you read a book called the Yoruba,
did you
right?
just stutter?
The,
Did you
the
just stutter?
author in that book talks about how in the Yoruba culture that's how they pass down their information. There was no uh research and this documentation that you're looking for right now as far as them passing down their history. And
Okay.
it was told in story form to get the point across because in psychology today you can look at it, the mind retains stories better than it does just basic information like that. It'll retain it more if it's told in story form.
Okay.
and
Well,
we and we knew this. You feel me? So now when the Europeans come out and do these studies and research and they find that out and they tell you this, you feel me? Then it's accepted. But if I would have told you that before these scientists or these people with the accreditations told you this, it'd be like, oh no, what prove it? You got to back this up. But I am backing it up because my grandmother told me. But we don't
okay.
accept that.
Now let me go ahead and finish. It's okay that you accept it for this, but you don't accept that anywhere else. And when if anybody else told you that my grandmother said that I'm a Christian, or my grandmother said that we're from the Levant and I'm a Hebrew Israelite, you would have pushback on that. And so using the same logic that you apply to everything else that you put scrutiny through, why I'm just trying to figure out why you're making an exception when it comes to lineage. I do have respect for what my grandparents told me, but they also could have been wrong. My parents also thought castor oil helped your common cold, and you need antibiotics sometimes. Like, so they were wrong on a lot of things. Just because they passed it down doesn't necessarily make it correct. Um, I was just trying to figure out why you usually push back against people who were doing what you were doing. Then when you said, well, in the IFA thing, they write down that we pass it down. That's no different than when a Christian goes, but the Bible says. So you quote IFA scripture to me doesn't prove that the oral history is right. Um, and it's great that in the IFA history they wrote down that they passed it down, but that's literally going to the book to prove the book, the same thing that Christians do with their texts. So everything that the logic you're using today is the logic you fight against like 7 days a week, and I witness it. That's the only reason I spoke up, because I was like, whoa. he definitely is adamantly against people using things like this as evidence, because I've seen it with my own two eyes. I've seen him stand 10 toes down against it, um, and did an amazing job at it. So, like, when you flip the script and then chose to actually use that logic, I was like, okay, well, maybe he either doesn't recognize it, or I don't know if there's something else, just enlighten me. I'm not trying to debate you though.
Yeah.
I wanted some clarity because I see you for pushing back against this literal logic that you're using right now every day.
I don't think you're speaking to the logic that I'm using right now and what I'm saying.
Can I
I'm not saying,
re-clarify?
yeah, because I did press the wrong button and left the what's the names and came back. So I want to hear you say it again.
Let me make sure let me make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, and then, well, obviously, correct me if I'm wrong. Um, I was saying that every day when people try to use oral history, which you're using right now, to try to verify what you believe in, as far as ancestor. Wait, what are we trying to verify? Are we the real Indians? Correct. Oral history is good enough for you right there, and that's good enough. That's evidence. But when it comes to evidence of Christianity, evidence of religion, evidence of people having a Hebrew lineage, evidence anywhere else outside of what you're using it for today, you fight against people using oral history that way. But today it suffices for you, and I'm just curious as to why.
Okay. So I've never said anybody wasn't a Hebrew Israelite or anybody wasn't a Christian. I've never combated any oral traditions that anybody had passed down to them to say that they was anything. I've challenged the validity of a text that we have evidence that has been manipulated and used against certain groups of people. But I've never said that somebody's family's experience or that something that somebody in their family said could be not true because we have this scholastic information that combats it. I don't know. I don't ever remember that. And if you got any examples of that, you could enlighten me.
I do have examples of you telling people that oral history is not evidence. That
No,
it doesn't prove a claim because you don't believe in Jesus, correct?
I'm not sure if he was a real person or not, but I
Okay,
do
and
believe in.
oral
Yeah.
history isn't evidence for you in the historicity of Jesus. Am I correct?
Well, that's not enough.
Exactly, but it's enough for your claim today.
Yeah, because this is not
Okay,
BC.
that was my point. You combat oral history and say it's not enough for all these other people's claims, but
That's
today
not
it's enough.
that's not oral
Today it's
history.
enough
That's
for
a whole
yours,
book.
though,
That's a whole book and a
bro.
whole
Oral history that was
theology.
transferred to a book. Yes, it did start out as oral history. Then
But
was
all
Well,
right,
turned
Banu,
into a book.
where
Banu,
did it turn to?
all history was all history up until a certain point. Written
Right,
history is something recent in African culture, and it
and
goes
that's my
back
point.
before being written down. It's just when they developed writing, they wrote it down, but they know these things go back long before writing.
You got it though. I'm done debating.
So
My
there's
bad. I have fun. Appreciate you,
so
man.
there's a difference between oral history and secular written history. They're not the same thing. Our African ancestors, such as the Kemetic people, were able to write down the actual written history. So we know who was what, where, and who, and we could piece that together. That's not the same thing as oral history per se. Oral history encompasses more things than just who was who and genealogy, and you have to know that. So you're gonna get things that don't relate to physical things. That's what oral history is. So you can't make the comparison and say that you could take oral history and build a proper history of people. You
Can
can't
you give
necessarily.
an example of what you're talking about,
But
Jose?
he knows that though, because like I
Oral
was saying,
history
he fights
is
against
when
that.
you're
No,
dealing with
I'm
the
asking,
origin.
can you give an example of the oral history that doesn't deal with the things that you said?
Oral history, like now go ahead. Somebody calling me. Go ahead. I'm coming back just now. They called.
Uh, If I
That's
if I
pretty
tell
common, bro.
that,
That's too common, bro.
I was just pushing back though, but new because I felt like you like I know me and you done banged on the religion, and we don't oral history ain't evidence of nothing.
but
You can't be
that's not a living person telling you something that they've experienced.
at,
That's not from
it's
thousands
it,
of years ago.
bro.
That's
It
been
it is though. Okay, but put yourself in the context of somebody who is a Christian and their grandmother passed them Christianity. Then it is. Then it's oral
okay.
history passed down, and it came from a book, and you even went back to your book, which would be the Ifa. So I'm giving you the comparisons to show you how it's the same.
I didn't go
Then
back
you
to an Ifa book. I went back to
well,
the Ifa people having an oral tradition, and I said it's a book called Yorugu that talks about how us as quote unquote African people see the world through a European lens because they've conquered the world, and the way they experience reality is the way we now experience reality because they told us how to.
okay.
So the book Yorugu didn't have nothing to do with our history except for the fact that it brought up that the Yoruba people had an oral tradition of passing down their history about what they were, what they represented, how they handled, how their culture operated, and they passed that down. And then when Europeans came and conquered them, they told their story from an outside looking in and made it primitive and look how they wanted it to look or how it looked to them. And now when we study these people, that's how we see them because we don't care to hear their story because they're not quote unquote educated or have the credentials to be able to tell these stories.
Okay. And one more question. This is the last one. Then I'll let pass it around. What are you willing to? What sciences or scientific evidence are you willing to ignore in light of your grandmother's or your mother's or your family oral history? Like, are
I'm
you
not
willing to ignore DNA?
I'm not saying that I'm willing to ignore
Yeah.
any sciences. I'm saying my point was why aren't we challenging these mainstream uh institutions or these mainstream ideas the same way we challenge each other? They could
We
come in
do.
and tell us, they could come in and tell us that these $5 Indians are Native Americans. And when you look at the chief of the Cherokee tribe right now, it's some white man that they've said because he is fits into their narrative of what they're saying right now, but we don't challenge them. The same way when the Hebrew Israelites say they the real Jews, we get up in arms and we challenge them and fight them to the tooth and nail. But then you got these Hasidic Jews running around here and nobody say nothing to them because they're afraid of being anti-Semitic and let
Uh,
them rock out and be whoever they want to be. But we don't
I don't.
challenge them the same way we challenge each other.
I think they do because it's really the other Black Hebrew Israelites challenging the Hasidics, so they do get pushback. It's just
Yeah,
not from
that's it. I'm talking about us.
what?
Like
Yeah,
when
well,
a Hebrew
but
Israelite
I
come
was
here and
gonna
say,
let you
go ahead.
finish because I was gonna say they don't really get pushback from the conscious community of people who don't believe in it at all
That's not true
because it's
anyway.
not well in mass because it's really not our job to save them. We're more trying to save people who look like
Right.
us, walk around and represent us.
So
Right.
So that's why we come
what is
at each other
saving us?
first because
What
we
what
because we are supposed to work on our own house first. So that
Well,
would be
Right.
the other thing.
wouldn't saving us also be coming at people that's stealing our identity? If the Hebrew Israelites are correct and they saying that they're the original Jews and it's another group of people out here that stole their identity, but we attack them instead of
Well,
attacking the
once
people that are
You
saying
know
that
why,
they.
Lord Manu?
and
You know
that
why, Lord
all is
Manu?
balancing on an if. That's a
You
crazy seesaw that you
Is
let me
don't
it?
tell you
want that
why.
if.
You
Hold on, you don't want that
know,
if in the middle of that seesaw. And until they are proven, once they are proven, then we'll cross that bridge. But to make a
But why
whole
attack the
stance
Hebrew
about a
Israelites then?
hypothetical about how we should be moving as a
but you,
whole unit, as a black people, about a hypothetical that we can't even prove, I don't do stuff like that.
But
but
why
you,
attack the Hebrew Israelites claim then? Why
I'm
not say, oh well, it's an if, so let them
you
rock
know,
because they might be true.
because it's
We attack
bogus.
them.
Well, I do it
So
because it's bogus, and I think it's also pushing poison books, which I think are damaging the psychology of black people. I believe that's what I personally believe. I believe that these books actually get you to accept the lesser of two evils before you even know about what politics is, because
Mm-hmm.
we've accepted a murderous homicidal deity
Mm-hmm.
and we
Mm-hmm.
call that love. And then
My,
they teach you to learn to look at that in the framework of this is loving. This is a loving jealousy. And then your brain starts to learn to accept that, and then it accepts it in real life. And then I think that this is why we have so many of the problems that we see today. And we can't figure out why this stuff is happening, why people are going off the rails, why people are just doing random crazy stuff. Like, man, look at the stuff you fed them when they were 6 years old. You fed them a
So let
murder
me ask you a
homicidal
question.
deity and said that this was love.
Let
So
me
I
ask you a question real quick, A1.
go ahead.
So you think the Hebrew Israelites are doing more damage to the black community than the quote unquote white Jewish community is?
of course,
That's a debate topic, and it's something we could
yes.
debate if you would like to. I don't want to take a stance. Before I take stances like that, I don't rush to make a quick judgment on anything. I would like to sit down with you and weigh the pros and cons and make a list of the stuff, add up what we have, and then make a decision. But
Yeah,
like
because
Zay just rushed to say yes. Man, there's
by
pros and
your
cons on both sides. We got the
because
And
by
you know
your
what I'm gonna say?
if you want to go with the small hats, they control everything on a bigger scale.
You know what I'm gonna say?
Keeping
Yes.
pushing poison literature and ideologies is also poison to our people.
But
So
let me.
you put us in a situation to pick a lesser of two evil again,
There
which I'm
you
not
go.
game for. I'd rather beef with them both. But go
There
ahead,
you go. Me
Jose.
too.
Now let me.
That's a fact too.
you
Now let me
rather
tell you
beef
why I say
for them
yes.
both?
Yeah, I'd rather beef with them both. That's what I do actually.
Oh,
But
But
go
beef
ahead.
here's
with
the.
them both. Okay.
Here's the.
Yeah,
But here's
I
the
thought you
reality.
said beef for them both.
Those people who you're talking about are doing what they're supposed to do. That is their nature.
mhm.
They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be divisive because they don't care nothing about you. You're not
Who's
going to
that?
change nature.
Small hats.
Okay.
But what we need to do is recognize that we should not allow these people to take our culture and make it into something disgusting. Do you understand? Most people don't even know that when you're dealing with YouTube, most people don't even know who is writing your paycheck.
The
And if you're
small
looking
hat.
at
But I'm gonna get
people
that
don't
money
even
though.
know that Leo Cohen is in charge of music and writing your paychecks when you get paid on YouTube. They don't know that.
You
It's the
mute
same
out.
individual who was pushing poison
A1, don't
music
get
and
sucked
Def Jam.
into it.
People don't know that.
Can you mute out until you talk, Badu? You got a little echo.
So you need to recognize that you are still under the same individual who you thought was a scumbag in Def Jam, and he's still writing checks
Hmm.
for you. And Lord Bono doesn't know that, but he's arguing. He doesn't know that he's still in control of the same music that you play on here.
No, he
It's the
know.
same individual. That's a
He know.
fact.
Cause he make different music. He don't make that poison music that they want us to push. Like he make conscious music. So he
I'm
fully
with
aware.
you,
He fully
but
aware.
I'm with you, but we need to be aware of the reason why you can't say things that you want to say because those are the individuals who are in charge.
And
And
that's
they
my point.
right,
And that's my point. If you know all of
you
this,
need to know that.
why would you say then that the Hebrew Israelites are more dangerous or more detriment to the black community than these people that you talk about right now?
Nobody
Because
said that.
they are
Can I
doing
get
what
in
they're
here real
supposed to
fast?
do. That is their nature. It's not going to change. Dogs
Right.
don't meow. Lions
Just
don't eat
because
grass.
just
Can
because
Not
that's
going
the
to
nature
change. That's why.
doesn't mean that
can,
it's not harmful to our community. But go ahead, humble my bad.
so the reason I would say that is because they are a product of our stock who've taken a tool to enslave us and indoctrinate us. And now they're doing the slave master's work for them
Mm.
with their
And
tool.
and
This is
what
not our tool. This is not the Bible is not an Afrocentric book by Afrocentric people for Afrocentric people to Afrocentric people. That's not what the Bible is.
no.
So hold on, real quick, humble. I got a question. When you
I
say
about to
that,
say, well, you
are
gonna
you
sit back
are
and
you
take it?
are you familiar with Afro Levantine?
What? Afro Levantine. Afro Levantine?
Oh, people from the Levant that look like us.
Afro
Okay.
Levantians. I would call them Afro Levantians.
Afro Levantines. Okay.
That's not how you say it though. It's Afro Levantine.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Oh, Afro Levantines. Okay.
Wait. Are you a Hebrew that
Yeah, I
also
was
believes we're the Native Americans, Emmanuel?
a Hebrew that believes we're Native Americans.
Yeah.
When
Do
you
you?
okay, you got to remember, A1, when you say we, I don't think everybody that has brown skin descends from the same people. That's why I asked him when he said what he said. Is he
It's not a
familiar
trick
that there
question.
are?
Can you just explain to me where you stand on the situation and the topic? I'm not trying to trip you up.
Yeah, but you've heard me talk about Native Americans, period. So that's pretty broad to
Yeah,
say
my
are
bad.
Native
Explain.
American.
Yeah, explain, clarify,
Yeah,
define. Do what you got to do. Break it
yeah,
down for
I appreciate it, bro. So when you say Native Americans, I don't
me.
feel like all Native Americans were the same. It's all in
Mm,
history that none of these
mm.
people were all of the same. You see what I'm
I
saying?
like that.
Everybody
That's
on the continent of Africa wasn't the same. So everybody that was in America when people were considering themselves Native American were not the same. That's my understanding according to geography. So I would say it could have easily been some people from the nation of Israel who were here at the time of people calling themselves Native American. But that doesn't mean that everybody that was Native American was an Israelite. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that uh, everybody that wasn't an Israelite that was a Native American was all the same. You see what I'm saying?
see. I'm thinking
So
about
according,
the
go
contradiction
ahead.
in the Hebrew narrative and then the Indian narrative because the Indians and were the people claiming to be Indians today that are the black Indians, whatever. It's so hard to define them or categorize them. I don't know what they're calling themselves this week
So
because.
I am
But
a little
I was
bit
just gonna
familiar with
say
that
that.
doctrine.
I was really just gonna say like, if y'all are supposed to be the prophecy, the lost tribes scattered across the earth from Africa, they don't believe that they came from Africa. They like, nigga, we ain't come from no goddamn Africa. So I was like, how do we reconcile those two storylines when they don't match up and they
I'll say
actually
something real quick.
contradict each other? Go ahead, man.
Real quick. Nearly Fuller Jr., right? He said that language is a tool that's being used to confuse and uh keep us encased in a certain people's reality. So the more we utilize terms that was created to define us, the more confusing it's going to get for us because we could be all of those things. You feel me? But just because we're going by certain categories that another group of people put us into, all of these arguments is going to come up because that's the words that we're using to define what we're speaking about and lack of a better term. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
I like that. Go ahead, Emmanuel, and then Humble Mystic next.
Yeah, so like I was saying, for the record, I don't believe that all Israelites that ended up in America necessarily came from the west coast of Africa, nor the transatlantic slave trades. But and I'm saying that specifically because everybody from the slave trade that ended up in America didn't come directly from Africa. So if you're familiar with that information as well, then that could easily make sense. I say besides whether you're talking to people that were from slave trade or not, that's basically what I'm saying. You would get Israelites that were from the slave trade that didn't come from Africa, who would say we didn't come from Africa, as well as before the slave trade that didn't come from Africa that would tell you the same thing. I'm, you know, I'm people consider it, I guess, pseudo because it's not mainstream, but I'm not. I'm not one of the people who think people started coming, or not even people, niggas started popping up in America after Christopher Columbus. I don't necessarily agree with that because there's information that he's documented himself that kind of spoke contrary to that belief. So I don't get where that even comes from, honestly. And like I say, if you talking about niggas, just people that are brown that look like us, who we call niggas today, I don't believe all of them were the same. So if they was already here when he was bringing motherfuckers from, from the south, the northern coast of South America as well. I mean, too. I said bring it from. Then it's like shit. Who's to say that them folks from Africa didn't already know who the people was that was here and was considering themselves not the same? because it's documented supposedly that it was Jews traveling with him, like helping him travel, not necessarily being brought from slave trade.
Hey, you
And
know what
like
we
I
about to
say,
do in a little bit? We about to get into some sources on all this stuff we talk about in a little bit, man.
That's
Because
what
I
I was
like what
just
you talk
about
about.
to.
And I'm gonna just start
yeah,
popping stuff
I
up and
got you.
looking like as y'all talking, or you could tell me look this up or look this. Let's figure it out together. Because
Hey,
I
yo,
Yeah,
hear the
look
stories,
up
but like,
diary.
what does the
Look up.
evidence say? We need to do our own research. Let's do the research today for the people right here live.
And
Let's go
For
that's
down
where
that
I
sure.
was
rabbit
just
hole.
about to go
I
with.
can't share my screen right now, A1. So if you can, just real quick, look up Diary of Christopher Columbus that says black people were in America already. Just paraphrase it as simple as that. I promise you'll find it quick.
yo,
It's all you, Hubble. It did Badu.
All right, so I was just about to go there with it, brother A1. And I think when we hear people speak, we start to see the levels, right? Because it's like a person like myself, right? I want to know, right? I want to transmute my beliefs into knowing. So if I'm making a statement and I'm not sure, the first thing I'm gonna do is look it up, right? To see if I can correct my statement or but when we're dealing with belief works very different. A person to believe something, whether it's true or not, and because they believed it, hi mama, and because they believed it, it doesn't even matter if it's true or not. I believe it, right? And so this goes back to what I was saying earlier, and I'm gonna land my plane. The issue that a lot of us scholars have, or researchers have, is when people bring their beliefs into the intellectual arena. Because you can't prove your belief. You can argue your belief all day long, but you can't prove your belief.
Have you heard a belief that I just gave that you possibly disagree with?
Yeah,
Like which one?
that there were Hebrews that were here before the transatlantic slave trade and that came over on the transatlantic slave trade.
So you don't believe that any Hebrews were on the west coast of Africa at the time of slaves being brought to the Americas?
Any
Is that what you're
Hebrews?
saying? Yeah.
Possibly. I wouldn't say Hebrews. I would say Christians.
Do you
I wouldn't
know
say
that there were
Hebrews.
Hebrew? Do you know that there were Hebrews that were Christians?
No, they weren't Hebrews. They didn't look at themselves as Hebrews. They looked at themselves as Christians, not Hebrews.
There's no
Because
such
when we
thing
talking
as a
about the
Hebrew.
transatlantic slave trade, right? And so this is where we have to get to the history, which I know a lot of y'all don't like to do. But when we get to the history, when we go to the transatlantic slave trade, the first thing we know they did do over in Africa was they indoctrinated the people with Christianity. So a lot of people came over here Christian already. When you say Hebrew, right, then I would most definitely have to deny the fact that there were Hebrew people. And we talking about Hebrew of the blood people.
But what you think
Okay,
they was?
that's what I was just gonna ask you. So you are considering Hebrew bloodline.
That's what I'm saying. There were no Hebrew
So with
bloodline
the
people that came
I'm
over
that's
here.
what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. But you said something that kind of alluded to you possibly believing that. That's why I asked. It wasn't a declarative statement. So you don't believe um in Hebrew bloodline.
I know that the Hebrew people did not come over here on a transatlantic slave trade. I know that for a fact.
When you say
Hold up,
Hebrew
hold up.
people,
Put a pin in that. We gonna come back to that because
okay.
I want to get it. I want. What the hell is he talking about? I'm confused, Humble. But we gonna come back to that though, because that's gonna be a whole 2 or 3 hours. I bet. Once we
Are
start
you
getting into
confused on
that.
what I'm talking about?
No, nah, not what you talking about. What Humble is talking about. He said nobody in the transatlantic slave trade was a Hebrew. almost want to say just make it a title. Let's just make it a flyer because
But
he
Yeah,
sounds like he ready to die on that hill. And I
yeah.
know somebody would debate him on that.
A1, there's
That's it.
if Abraham didn't exist, there's no such thing as Hebrews.
Thank you.
No such
Thank
thing as
you. If
there's
Eber
Oh
didn't
only
shit.
exist, there's
Okay,
no
okay,
such
okay,
thing as a
okay, okay.
Hebrew.
Okay, yeah. If that's why I
Well,
say
no, but
if you coming from
no, no,
that,
no, 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 no. I disagree because their word Eber was a word. Eber word
But
was
listen,
a people.
right.
Eber was not a historical person.
No,
We're not
you're talking about Abraham now. We're talking about the Hebrews, Ebers,
I'm talking about
Eber.
Eber.
I'm
Eber
talking
in
about
the
Eber.
Bible was mentioned as a person.
I'm
I'm
not talking
it's
saying
about
not.
Eber
that.
in the Bible was not a historical
You're not
person.
talking about one person either. When you say there are no Hebrews on the
Yeah.
transatlantic slave trade, you're not talking about one person.
No, I know
Yeah.
that.
I
But
know,
I'm
and so do
saying
I.
there were no people on the transatlantic slave trade that carried their bloodline. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay. I see what. So you mean Hebrew by blood?
Yeah.
I'm a
No.
Hebrew by
yeah.
We're
blood
So
by
he's
relation.
saying it's not possible. You're saying it's not possible.
what I'm saying is if
I'm
you're
asking humble. I get what you're saying, Jose.
And then I
okay,
want to get
No,
into
it's
this
not
source.
possible. It's I know it's not possible.
Yeah, if you talk about by blood, I don't believe that either. Now, if you talking about by practice and
By
convert
practice,
Hebrews, yeah, it was
yeah,
some.
yeah,
It probably was a few of them on there. I wouldn't.
yeah.
I
But
think
see,
both
And
of you are
even
see,
them, right, A1, I would say they were Christian because we know on the continent they were indoctrinated with Christianity before they got here. They was given the slave Bible on the continent.
No, but everybody that came over here wasn't a
I'm not
converted
right,
Christian though.
right,
Okay,
right,
yeah,
as
right.
long
no,
as
no,
we
no,
not painting it
yeah,
like it's a
no, bro.
monolith, because it's not like that.
some of them are Muslims, huh?
Yes,
Some of them are Muslims.
exactly. Some of them came over and
But we
kept
don't know nothing
they
about
stuff.
no Israelite or Hebrew heritage.
Shout
I
out
don't
Duddy
think
Bookman.
history
We're gonna
doesn't do
pull
that.
him up too. We're gonna pull up Duddy
History
Bookman.
doesn't do that. History doesn't talk about any people who practice that particular faith. Because what they're doing now is going against their own word by saying, if your father is something, that's what you are. So you're going to say people spent 400 years in bondage, allegedly being
So,
abused in
and
all
here's
types of
how I
ways,
kill,
and they
if
still
I
came
may,
out as being Hebrews? No, they were Africans according to the own Hebrew Israelite ideology.
and if I
Once your
may, really
father is not an
fast,
Israelite, you're not an Israelite.
this is how I absolutely kill all of those arguments, right? The fact that the people that we're talking about, West Central Africa, right? They had spiritual practices before they known anything about a Bible. They had spiritual practices before they knew anything about a Muhammad, a Jesus, a Abraham, a Isaac. They didn't that stuff was brought to the continent. That stuff didn't originate there. And that's another debate topic that some people might want to debate. Oh, no, it was already there. No, that stuff was brought there by mercenaries.
Islam was, yes. We could
They
say,
all was. Y'all know about the Ethiopian Bible. How did the Ethiopian Bible get to Ethiopia?
The motherfucking
no,
Greeks.
what they say was apparently the Greeks were the ones who went and
No,
found.
the people
It
from
ain't no
Guise
apparently. Go ahead though.
ain't
I'm
no
sorry.
right, ain't no apparently. The people from two mercenaries from Guise came down and taught those people Christianity. And then they compiled a book in their language. That's what happened. We know that they didn't already have that practice there. That stuff was brought to them.
That's not what they said. They said that, from my understanding, the Greeks retranslated the scriptures and gave it to them.
We
That is
so
where
off topic right now
that is where
though.
they got it from. That
I'm
is where they
trying to
got
go
it.
over this source about Christopher Columbus. We done went so far from Christopher Columbus and
Well, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
okay.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah,
Uh
go back there. Then I got some to follow that perfectly.
okay, because you see my source. I already knew that this wasn't what we thought it was or what most people think it is. Because when I first came into the conscious community, I heard that he saw like Muslim black people off the coast of maybe like South America, I believe. something like that. But come to find out, let's just get into what we do have and what the diary actually does say. I typed in, did Christopher Columbus' diary mention blacks in America before he landed? Cite sources along the way. Short answer, no. Christopher Columbus's diary does not mention black people in America before he landed. What his journal does contain, after landing, is a report that indigenous people told him about dark-skinned visitors from the South. That passage is the source of the debate. Below are the actual documented passages and sources, and let's check these out and make sure these are, we can verify these. So let me copy and paste this right now. We're gonna pull this up. I'm probably gonna end up just buying this right now. When Columbus first encountered the indigenous people in the Caribbean, he specifically noted that they were not black. Wait, what's that note? They were very well built with very handsome bodies and very good faces. Okay. They are not black like the people of Guinea. What that does, what color? Okay, it says who they don't look like. It doesn't say who they look like. So the absence of evidence isn't evidence, but we'll run with that. Source, here's the source for that. This statement shows Columbus distinguishing the natives from Africans he knew about from West Africa. The passage about black people from the South. After arriving in the Caribbean, Columbus recorded a claim made by indigenous people in the January 13th, 1493 entry of the Voyage Journal. The Indians told him that to the south and southeast, there had come black people whose spear points were made of a metal called guanin.
Correct. And I ain't trying to cut you off or nothing, but that's you already are talking about the specific piece in the journal that I'm referring to,
Mhm.
and that's pretty much what I'm saying is there are sources and facts to support certain theories. That's
And
why I'm not trying to enforce
I think this
Hebrew
that one right
and
there proves your theory, kind
Yeah,
of, because
if
when
I
we
may,
say
brother.
America, we always assume North and North, South. It's all
and
America.
what
But
I'm
now, if I
saying
may,
is
really
if
fast,
we
hold on one
have proof
second,
of
Chuck.
them there, then how are we saying
Exactly,
that it's no possibility that they're
bro.
anywhere else? You
But
see
they
what I'm
had to
saying?
be here because it already said that they be coming.
Right now,
So
so here's the thing about this,
just because
right?
he didn't see him where he was at,
Right, but he's in the
Exactly.
Caribbean though, here, right?
after
He's
arriving in the
talking to the
Caribbean.
indigenous
Oh,
people in the
okay.
Caribbean, right?
Yeah, it does say that. You
So
know what?
he's
I'm
not
thinking he's
talking
talking
to
to
the
North
indigenous
Americans.
people in the Americas. He's talking to the indigenous people in the
Say,
Caribbean.
well, we'll say North America. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
No,
And
I think
so,
one is Caribbean, and I think
We're
it
reading the
could be North
Caribbean
America
right
because he
now.
never landed in North
right,
America.
So when he was in the Caribbean, the people there said that people come from the southeast, which would be
mhm.
South America. So that would be South America.
Right.
Am
But
I? Does
I heard.
anybody?
And
Are we
on
all in
top of that,
agreement on that for
on
moving
top of
forward?
that, it says the Indians, and we all know where the Indians were supposed to be. So whether you saying they
Well,
was
no,
there,
it
I
don't
mean,
say.
who
This
who
doesn't say.
who's
Well, this says he recorded the claim of the indigenous people of the Caribbeans, and it doesn't even specifically say where. I'm sure we can
Oh,
find out.
I'm reading under in the January 13, 1493 entry of the Voyage Journal,
Mhm.
the Indians told him that to the south and southeast there had come black people who were spirit. Well, I can't really see. It's on my
Right.
phone, and then you
But they're
just scroll
saying
away.
that he was in the Caribbean. He never set foot on North America. He never
I'm
spoke to
not.
any
That's not
indigenous
my
people in
point. What
America.
I'm saying is the fact that it says Indians, and
They
these
call all
same
indigenous
people who
people
were being taught
It says
all
indigenous,
indigenous
but
people. Where? What are you talking about?
no.
Wait, hold
It
on.
said
Scroll back up that one.
it did say Indians. It said Indians
it said
under there.
indigenous. It didn't say
No, it
Indians.
says
Look right
After
there where it say
arriving,
in the.
after arriving in the Caribbean, Columbus.
No,
Oh,
no, no. That's not what I'm reading. A1. That's what I'm
he
telling you.
called them
oh, my
Indians.
bad, my bad.
He called them
Yeah,
Indians.
when
They're using the proper.
Shout
He
out
said
GD and
Indians.
Capone, man. We need you to come and make sense of all of this for us, brother.
And I was reading something where they debunked that Guinan theory because they were saying that Guanine is something that you have to measure. You can't just look at something and call it guanine because that's like some type of gold alloy, I think.
Oh, we're about to have to get into that in a little bit too.
I
Um,
remember
Yeah,
seeing that
but like,
you can't just eyeball guanine. You have to measure because it's some kind of alloy with gold in it.
shout out to Jose for the random info. So what I'm getting at is when you see somebody being called Indians, why wouldn't you think that they are the same people that were being called Indians elsewhere? We wouldn't say that about anybody else and try and say that they was different people.
I
So
resent them
whether
being
they were on the
Indians, but go ahead.
yeah, well, I'm one of them people who try not to get caught up in names. Like I'm not one of the people who be like, nah, no, I'm not black. I'm an Israelite. Like, no, I'm not
It's
that
just,
guy. I'm
it's just
sorry.
I know that they're
So,
not. I know India is in Asia, so I know that Indians are from man. It's
yeah,
just I'm
they
just
say that's later though.
it's so
So
depressing. I
just
don't know.
think about that too though. They say that they came later. So
No, they say
if
Columbus
it's
didn't know where he
documented,
was. Columbus
then
didn't know
Right,
where he
because it
was.
wasn't called India at that time either. It was called something else. So you're right.
Right, but Columbus didn't know where he was. The people resembled the people in what they knew as India. So that is why they used the term. They look
But at
like
that
them.
time, it wasn't even called
so that
India.
is why who used that term? What are you saying?
They're saying that when Christopher Columbus and them sailed into the space of America, they thought that they were in India. They didn't know where they were. They didn't know what continent they were on because the Europeans didn't know nothing about navigation.
That doesn't negate the fact that it wasn't a continent called India at the time.
Okay, well, they're using the
I'm
term
lying.
India.
No,
Everybody
no,
can.
no. It was. It was.
It had to have been. It had to have
Well,
been. It had to have been because he's using the word Indian, and this was in 1493. So clearly, it existed.
the Greeks turned it into India around 300 BCE when Alexander the Great reached the region.
So
In 326 BCE, the Greeks adopted the Persian word but changed the pronunciation to Indios. From this
What
came
region
India.
you talking about in Asia?
Yeah, from this came India. Greek writers like Herodotus and Magus
right,
Venus used the term India for the land beyond the Indus River. Um,
but the term existed before them. They just Greekified
Rome,
it.
Romans spread the name India. Hold on, let me share this tab so you can read this too. Y'all can get a bite of this. Romans spread the name India. The Roman Empire adopted the Greek name India, and it became the common name used in Europe for the region. By this time, India meant the lands east of the Indus River. So that's a pretty broad term that they were using.
Right.
But yeah,
So
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 they're telling you he got
in
it from
other
the Greek,
words,
but it would have existed at his time during his time frame.
appreciate that
because I'm
correction
just
too,
out here
A1.
pseudo as
And
hell. I was correcting myself. Shit, I was out here pseudo as hell. I'm glad Unc West ain't out here catch me slipping like that. Go ahead, yo.
but when you talk about basically what I'm saying is all these are references of Christopher Columbus, and the biggest reference is that he's separating a people from the people that were on the west coast of Africa. So if he's separating these people by look, and he's saying they've come from the south, you see what I'm saying? Where else are they coming from? Specifically, if he's saying southeast.
Now, Emmanuel, are you saying these people are Hebrew Israelites?
No. What I'm saying is we're talking about all these people being labeled by looks, and we are always talking about each other just off of looks as if we're the same people. So we can't act like that's not far fetched. My whole point is just like I'm saying, all of us amongst each other look alike now, may not possibly be descended from the same ancient people. Why wouldn't it have been the same way then?
Emmanuel, we have genetic
I'm
testing.
not I'm
We
not the nigga
only had
that
brothers.
preaches on the corner and that's stopping everybody saying, "Hey, bro, if you African
Right.
American, you know you from the tribe of Judah." Like, no, that's not the theory that I'm coming from.
But
What I'm
Emmanuel,
saying is, when you pay attention to the practices on these continents in migrations, it's patterns that line up with the story of the Bible. And I'm not one of the people that's gonna take the English version is literal for you to get into certain topics with me and say why you discredit the Bible or why you don't choose the Bible as a foundation. But as
but
far as the history and geography of it, there's a lot of it that lines up to be
no,
uh,
no,
at least 90% close to fact if you want to still say, oh, it's pseudo because uh, it
no,
hasn't, none of it's been proven for fact.
no,
But it's
Emmanuel.
plenty of stuff that lines up as evidence that's close to fact, like
No,
patterns of things along the Exodus, like things that we're talking about right now, geography. I believe in prophecy. So prophecy of people migrating to these certain lands, whether it be by captivity or whether it be by escape of
can I stop
captivity.
you for a second? Can I stop you?
Go ahead, Jose.
While we're on the topic of indigenous people, right? We have more than just looks. They only had looks back then. And when they do genetic testing of people, there's no one anywhere that comes back as the tribe of Judah or Issachar. No, it doesn't. No.
Is it
They,
a place called Issachar?
that don't exist. There's no, there
Is
no
it
such
is it a place called Issachar?
GD and Capone. There is no historical.
Is
The
it
12 tribes are
a
not historical.
historical city
It
called
don't exist
Issachar?
nowhere. It don't exist anywhere. I'm
I'm
not gonna
asking
play.
you. I'm asking you. Is it a
Is it
historical city called
a
Issachar?
historical city? Is it a historical city called Judah? You really not gonna be able to get away from that because
I
that's the
don't
claim that
care.
you just tried to
There's no
make.
the 12 tribes don't exist according to
How can
genetic.
you go? So
No
now
one
you
can
Bro,
gonna say
prove
you
you,
that.
don't care?
how can y'all make
And it's
statements
No one
like
plenty.
this?
exists for those tribes. There's no genetic test that has any of those tribes on it. So they don't
Bro,
exist
they
according to
didn't
my
even have
understanding.
genetic tests in the time that we talking about.
We're
So
talking about
why is you
now. We're not
running
talking
to
about back
genetics?
then. We're not talking about back
Why
then.
is
We're
you
talking
running
about
to
now.
no. Why is you running to genetics when we had no such thing as genetics during the time of Columbus? We talking about indigenous people, right?
Bro,
Medieval times. Ain't no
bro.
genetics. We only got written accounts from these people. If
Right.
they said that they was Jews, they said that they was Hebrews,
And
they
I
said
wasn't born
that they
and
have
Capone,
lineage to the ancient
Capone,
Israelites.
Capone,
That's
I
what it
wasn't born in
was.
1492, bro. We
And
have
that
genetics now. So I don't have to just go
yeah, but
on some
genetics is
Bible
just
verse.
that's a inference of where you from.
No,
Right?
bro.
Genetics will tell you what? That you from somewhere in Africa. It won't tell you where. It won't tell
Are
you
you
what
crazy?
tribe you from, what lineage your people come
Are
from.
you
It don't
crazy?
tell you that. Because
You've
any
never seen
African
African
culture,
ancestry test
they
before?
distinguish their people
Hold on, Jose.
by
Let him
tribe
land his
and
plane.
culture.
Let him
Tribe
get it
and
out.
culture. And genealogies. The Africans in Benin are different from the Africans that was in Dahomey.
Are you done? You're absolutely wrong because if you take an African ancestry test, it can lead you back to an ethnic group in Africa. That is what it's designed for. They could tell you you're a Yoruba. They could tell you that based on genetics. And and
So
and and if you were not a Hebrew Israelite or religious minded, you would know that. They can take you back to a tribe or ethnic group because
so
the
your
tribe
DNA gonna tell you that you from Yoruba. No, it's
Yes.
not. No, it's
Are you
not.
crazy? Yes, they
No,
do
it's
tell you.
not. You gotta do
African
that work,
ancestry
bro.
tests
Your
tell you that.
DNA is not. Your DNA is gonna tell you that you from Southwest Africa, Northwest Africa, uh, Eastern
You're
Africa,
wrong. You are
and it's gonna
wrong.
tell you what country: Nigeria, Chad,
African
Ghana,
ancestry give you
Congo.
tribes.
It's
Look
not
it up
gonna
and you
tell
see
you
that.
no Yoruba in your
Yes, they
DNA.
do. They do. Yes, they do. They do. You don't know because you're a Hebrew Israelite. You don't believe in
Yoruba is a tribal thing. It's
it.
not a.
They
It's
have a
not a.
genetic origin, bro. They do. They can look at the
It's
genetics and
tribal
tell you.
though. It's genetic, but it's tribal. It's tribal.
What's your point? You can still do a test to tell me that I'm a
So
Yoruba
what's the difference
or
The
between
point
the
is,
Yoruba people and the Igbo people?
there's a genetic distinction. If you
No,
don't
it's
know that.
not. No, it's
Yes, there
not.
is.
No, it's not.
There is. Yes, there
It's
is.
tribal genealogy,
Something wrong with
marriages.
you.
Assimilation. That's the difference. Customs.
You should be quiet now because you don't know what you're
Because
saying.
you don't know what you're talking about, and you've been up here just
Look up
saying
African
stuff
ancestry. Tell me I'm
outrageously.
wrong. Look up African ancestry, and you
Right.
do.
And then when you look into their history at a certain point in time, which is why I was asking Brother Humble about it earlier, it's certain African tribes like the Yoruba and the Ashanti that have a history of migrating from the Levant. And
That's
you
foolishness.
wouldn't look at these people. Oh, okay.
That's foolishness.
I wouldn't agree with that.
That's absolute
The
I'm, I'm
foolishness.
finna
Yoruba?
I'm finna
You
give you
said
a
the
source,
Yoruba?
A1.
Africans, those people have always been on that landmass. They don't come from anywhere else.
What people? What people? What
All
people?
of those people who you're talking about have always been there.
That's a lie. That's another lie. Because the Igbo people said that they came from afar. They say they came from the time of King David, from the cross the river Jordan in their spiritual
Do
songs.
know,
What are you talking about? Even in our
do,
African spiritual songs, we don't even talk about nothing in Africa. In our African spiritual songs, we talk about crossing the river Jordan,
Capone,
the
Capone,
land of Israel, Zion. What are you talking
Capone,
about, bro?
Capone, you do know they have found out
Why
that
we
a lot.
why ain't none in our African spiritual
Can I
songs
answer you?
we
No,
talk
hold on.
about African kings
Let me
and African lands? Why
let me
we
answer.
don't do that?
Can I answer your question? You do
Go
know
ahead.
that they have found out that some of those stories are not true. People in some of these African countries add this Islamic nonsense into their history because they're Muslims, and it does not go back to the original history. Some of that is pure modern nonsense.
What is you talking about, bro?
Do you understand English? I said they have people in Africa who are talking about coming from Mecca because they're Muslim. Some of that is modern
I'm not
nonsense.
talking about. I said the Igbo people. The
Some
Igbo
of that is
people.
nonsense. It does
The
not go
Igbo
back.
people is nonsense.
Some of that could be nonsense, bro. Some of that could possibly be nonsense. Some of those,
Bro,
some
that's
of those
you.
A1.
That's your
are
rhetoric.
original.
That's, I
It could
can't believe the
possibly.
I hear
statements
you,
that you're
Emmanuel.
saying, bro. Hey, put in
I'm finna drop it to
what's
you.
call it? What's your name? A1. Go
Yeah.
on YouTube and put in the Ethiopian. What they put? Let
YouTube.
me find this video. Let me find this
Soldier
video,
Boy
bro.
voice. YouTube.
Capone, Igbos do say that. A Igbo man
Bro,
told me that.
I done talked to Igbo. They tell us
He
we
told me that.
Hebrews.
Somebody, no, no,
They'll
no.
tell you straight up.
He didn't say, no, he didn't say Hebrew. He said Jewish. He didn't say Hebrew.
Where
That's
you
not what he
drop it
told
to,
me.
Emmanuel?
Who is you
Private chat
talking
or
about? Who is he? I'm talking about
Someone,
Igbo
I
people. I'm talking
can't.
about the Igbo
he
people.
is an Igbo. He told
His,
me
his
that.
name is Oduduwa.
I'm not talking
I'm
about
dropping
him.
it in the private chat.
I know about him. I'm not
Nah,
talking about him. I'm
Gotcha.
talking about people. I'm talking
I'm
about
telling
actual
A1.
Igbo people that has a culture that
You are
say their
correct,
culture are
Capone.
different
You are correct. They do say that. You are correct. They do say that.
from other Nigerians. That
They
the other
do say
people that's
that.
in Nigeria.
Argument. One of my friend is married to one, and he said that to me. He said he did say that to me. He didn't use the word Hebrew. He said Jewish or Israelite, something along those lines. They do say that. But I am making
I just
the
dropped it in the
argument
private,
that will
A1.
not be part of the original oral history. It's possible that it's not. It may not be.
It may not be, or you just don't want it to be. Which one
I
is
said
it?
it may not be. I
What's
don't
the
know.
may not be part?
That may be
What
something
proof that you
added
have
in.
that it ain't?
I didn't say that. I said I think that may have been something added later. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just being
It's not.
skeptical.
When they have some, listen, bro. They have spiritual songs that goes back to an ancient time, and they telling you in their song that they're not from where they're at right now. They saying we came from afar, we crossed the river Jordan, we remember this. They are telling this in their spiritual songs. They're not saying it for no reason.
Pull up the song. Pull up the song and show me.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up right now,
All right. I want you to do that.
and then I'm gonna show you, and I got another thing to show too.
So y'all had to stop. Y'all had to stop trying to stop trying to make indigenous people Hebrews and make other
So
people
you
Hebrews.
got to stop trying to erase indigenous people.
That doesn't work.
These
Sorry.
This is the stuff that they said out of their mouth. Ain't nobody putting these words in their mouth.
This what you wanted, Emmanuel?
I doubt he wants that. But let's read it and see.
Y'all getting so blinded by this Egyptomania stuff, bro. This is crazy because with your fascination with Egypt, you want to erase the rest of Africa. You want to erase the rest of the people that migrated into Africa that that's responsible for all of the
I
intellect
know.
in the schools in the medieval times. You want to erase all of that.
Let A1 read the source, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
That's what you
yeah.
wanted.
Don't not. Yeah, don't listen to Jose. Yes, sir. That's what I wanted. It's just about. I've told plenty of people this. When you look into what practices are called versus reading the Bible, you can't try and say because these people had certain practices and it was called something other than being Jewish or being a Christian that it's not talking about
Can you
anybody of
read the
these
source, Emmanuel?
supposedly 12 tribes of Israel, which I believe in. You said
Can we
what?
read the source? Are we going to read the source? Because somebody
Yeah,
Hey,
but
put.
I asked him if he could. I asked him if he could keep scrolling, but yeah,
Oh, I'll keep
I
scrolling.
mean, if he wants to read from the top, I wanted to see if it was going to say something about
Let me read the source.
migration that he
It says
caused.
Oduduwa, as the founder of the Yoruba people in Yoruba oral tradition, Oduduwa is described as the ancestor from whom the Yoruba kings and many Yoruba lineages descend. According to the tradition, Oduduwa came to Ile Ifa, which became the spiritual center of the Yoruba world. From Ile Ifa, Oduduwa's children and descendants went out and founded other Yoruba kingdoms. Many Yoruba royal families claim descendants from Oduduwa. Source: Samuel Johnson, The History of the Yoruba. Go down for me, A1.
So, so if you, I think you on Chat GPT. Okay, I can see it now.
The Yoruba creation
Um,
story. In Yoruba cosmology, Oduduwa is also connected to the creation of the earth. The
Hold on,
story.
Jose. I don't want to waste too much time. It's the information that I'm trying to get to is basically uh you should be able to find something on him leading a migration from the east that would have dealt with some what they were
Can I read
calling
it to see if it
Canaanite
says that?
people
Emmanuel,
and
can I read it to see if
and
it says that?
Arab
Can I read it? In
for
Yoruba cosmology.
sure. But I'm the one who's asking for the source. So if I'm asking
Can
for
I
something
read it?
specific, then
Can I read it to see if it's in there?
yes. But you gonna let me say what I need to say to the moderator first, and then finish reading it.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm done now. If you heard what I said and what I'm looking for
Say it
specifically,
again, cause I'm over here copying. I was typing this cash
I
app number
said,
for the chat.
I,
Go
s-
ahead, hit that
I
cash app.
said, I'm looking for some specific information on Oduduwa about him leading a migration from the east, dealing with what they were calling a Canaanite people and possibly some Arabs.
Okay, I got
But
you.
you could definitely finish reading, Jose. But I wouldn't want you to read and just keep reading and then you never read it, or read for 3 minutes and then finally get to it. But that's on you if you want to do that.
No, I want to read what it says. I don't want to skip anything. We're reading the source. Let's read the source.
Go
Okay, let's
ahead, do
go
your
Go
skip
thing,
ahead,
over.
Jose.
brother.
Do your thing, Jose.
Right.
We
It
might learn
says
something new today. Shit.
it says Oduduwa as a historical figure. Go down for me, A1. So let's look at the historical figure and see if it says anything about that. Scholars debate whether Oduduwa was a mythological deity, a deified historical king, a symbolic ancestor for multiple European groups. Many historians believe Oduduwa may represent an early political leader whose memory became sacred over time. And they give you the source there. Toyin can pronounce a history of Nigeria. Yoruba kingdoms said to descend from Oduduwa. Let's go down and see if we're going to find the information. It says A1. Go down there. Let me see what we see in there. It says Oya, Benin City, Kentu, Sabi. These rulers are often called the children of Odudu, a source, and they give you the source there. Right? Let's go down a little bit more and let's see if we're gonna find the migration. Right. Right. And it says nothing about him migrating from anywhere here. It doesn't say it in there. So you could ask it.
Ask about it.
So you could ask it and see if it will actually bring up that story.
What you
Because
want
it
me to
seems like
say?
it doesn't say it here.
What you want me to ask it?
Did Oduduwa was there a story about Oduduwa migrating from the east of where he was? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, some Yoruba traditions contain a story that Oduduwa migrated from the east before establishing rule in Ile Ifa, the sacred origin city of Yoruba. However, historians emphasize that this tradition exists alongside other religious tradition and is debated. So it says, so it's debated as whether it's true or not, based on it being dealing with other things. So according to them, it may or may not be true. So
No, it's not based on it dealing with other things. It's based on the time that they've been where they are, and certain history that's considered mainstream started to be documented. And by this time, you have a people that's practicing other things that are these same tribes or calling themselves the same tribe. Just like today, all Igbo people today don't practice the same thing.
Right.
who told you that?
So I know Igbo Christians. I know people that
Right.
from the Igbo, directly from Africa, that are Christian as hell.
Yep.
Okay,
They
all right.
Christians.
Okay,
Yep.
I agree with that.
That's
If you're
true.
talking about that, then I'm out. I'll go with that. Okay, I'm with you on that one. That's all right. Cool.
So what I'm saying is, period. There have been multiple practices amongst the same people, like I've been saying. Especially when you get to groups migrating, like we started talking about.
Now.
How can we drastically say that when these people are having practices that mirror these same people that are supposed to be these people, to come from the trail, to supposed to be descendants of the 12 tribes of Jacob, according to the by the language that we know?
Right.
How are we just to eliminate that? You see what I'm
Very
saying?
simple.
Like
Okay.
we're caught up on that. That's kind of what Banu was talking about earlier,
You know, it's a very
when
simple
he
answer
when he
to
was
that.
talking about tradition versus mainstream. That's
But there's
why it's like, okay, at a certain point, when you looking up history and it's going further, no matter which way no matter which way you getting the further history from, whether it be traditional or whether it be the mainstream, the further information is what Humble was trying to explain to him.
right. But you
So
do
if you
understand.
have oral traditions that go further than what mainstream is keeping up with, then why are we eliminating that? Which is what the sources is pretty much saying, that yeah, sure, it's traditional
Right. But
that
listen.
these people may have migrated from this place,
Right.
and people believe this, but we haven't been documenting from that.
But Emmanuel, listen to the problem that they're having. The problem that they're having is when you're outsider and you're reading these things, there's so much of other things outside of mainstream history. Can I speak, please, Capone? What I'm saying is the problem that they're having with this source is the source has a lot of things that are not mainstream history. There's a lot of traditional spirituality mixed up in the story. So they are confused as to what is actual history and what is their traditional history. They don't even know if the man was real because they talk about him in such great and unhuman terms. They don't even know if he's a real individual or not. So they're trying to make sense of the story to know if he was a real person who was mythologized, or if he was purely mythological. The people who are scholars, they just don't know. They don't know. So therein lies the problem with oral history. When you're outsider, you get confused sometimes. You don't know. There's some people you
Right.
can see what real people who are deified, and some people you just don't know. So that's the problem with oral history. When you're a European, you don't understand the tradition. You don't know where to go. That is why Kemet is so important, because Kemet was one of the first one of the first nations to have writing. So you could have a written history to show, whereas other cultures at the time, even cultures around them, were not writing. They were considered pre-literate. They had no formal writing system. And Kemet has an abundance of record keeping for them to be able to look into it and then connect that possibly to West Africa and other places outside of Kemet, at least the surrounding areas, because some of those people weren't even writing. Like they believe that the Hekakasu probably couldn't write, because when they see them imitating Kemetic imagery, they just imitated Kemetic imagery. They did not have any particular writing of their own that they might have seen at that time. They just badly scribbling hieroglyphics. So that is why people go to Kemet, because that is the flower of African civilization, where you can look at them and see other things outside being written. And you understand what I'm saying? Even in Europe during certain times, medieval times, a lot of Europeans couldn't even read. Even in Kemet, they say a lot of people were not literate. They couldn't read. They were they were still operating on tradition. And they know that because when they see some of the writings, they recognize that grammar was bad.
Yeah, Jose, the point that I'm making is if it's in these people's tradition, then how is anybody on an outsider gonna try and say how much value it's supposed to have?
Because scholars have a right to have their opinion on the value of it. That doesn't make it valid. But they
Yeah,
have a right to
exactly.
say,
That's the point that I'm making. They can make their opinion all they want, but if they're outsiders saying in so many words, yeah, this could be considered pseudo, you're an outsider saying that. So how you
okay,
just gonna give so much credit to the outsider's opinion?
I am not arguing your point, but what I'm saying is we deal with a
That's exactly
society.
what you did when you
No,
tried to
no, no,
put
no, no. I know,
emphasis on
no,
it
no.
being
That's not what I said.
tradition.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said I'm agreeing with you that when you take these things outside of the people, you get this confusion because outsiders don't understand the tradition as well as the other people do. That doesn't make it invalid, but it confuses people to know what is real and what is not real, because it's
So
not culture.
if it's
They
in
don't
the
know.
so let's just say it's in the Ashanti's tradition, if it's in the Yoruba's tradition, and if we did research, we could possibly find it in more specific uh African tribes traditions that they have a history of migrating from the east. Then what do we do with it when it's people that believe in a book that's older than their migrations that say these people will migrate in these areas, these people will live amongst these people, these
Emmanuel,
people will these people will end up not knowing who they are and end up being the only people that don't know who they are.
but the book that you're talking about does not extend past anyone's oral tradition. Definitely not African's oral tradition. It does not. It can't supersede that.
You missing what I'm saying, Jose. I never said that. I'm asking if it's been a people that have been keeping these same traditions and these same practices, who are outsiders to say anything else holds more weight than their traditions and practices?
Because when the outsiders look at written history, they don't see the Bible fitting in with written history. They don't see that. When you look at
Okay, so I
you
get what
don't
you're saying.
see
So what
you don't
me
see that
let's
evidence.
just say this what me and brother GD Capone is saying. If it's people who do see this and we're saying, well, hold on, how come we can see this and y'all are saying that y'all can't see this and it's pretty blatant?
It's
There's
not.
got to be some type of narrative.
It's not, because when you go to the people who were there, such as Kemet and other people, you don't see any in any 400-year enslavement. You see Hekakasu coming in, being welcomed in during the famine, probably as captives, and then taking over
Why
and
you say
becoming,
Kemet in 400 year slavery? Why you combine that?
because because Hebrews like to say that Hebrews were enslaved in ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet for 400 years. There's no record of that in any annals in ancient Kemet. It doesn't exist. What exists is a people called the Hyksos who were invited in, possibly as captives during a time of famine, and eventually took over and murdered one of the monarchs and his son, and were later driven out by the other son and his mother into Canaan, which was a Kemetic territory. There is no slavery. That didn't happen. They didn't build no pyramids. That didn't happen. They killed Sekenore Tao. He was brutally murdered. They have the evidence. They have his body to show he was brutally murdered. Then his son, Kamos, came behind and he eventually got murdered. And they have different studies talking about how he hated the Asiatics for brutally murdering his father. And he got killed. And then Amos came in and he was too young. And his mother, Ahotep, eventually picked up an axe and drove them into Canaan. That is the story. There is no, the biblical narrative don't exist nowhere in history. It does not exist. Simple as that. We're not going to argue that. You can't show me any biblical exodus nowhere. It don't
You,
exist.
you,
That's a Bible
you
story.
said you said that doesn't exist in their history. I can totally agree with you. I'm
But
not
then it doesn't
necessarily
exist nowhere else
saying.
either. Because these are the people in question who would be the primary source if it happened. Because they didn't make up stories about their history. They told you straight up what they were going to do when they did it. So if you don't see them writing it, then it didn't exist. No one else outside is qualified to tell the story other than the people who supposedly perpetrated, and they never said they did that to anyone. So it don't exist. You can throw that in a trash can. The Bible is not a historical book. It never has been and never will be. That's simple as that. You can't go past the people who are there. They don't tell that story. They tell a story about people who betrayed them and who they didn't like, who they wanted to get up out of their country. That is the story.
So was
About the history
Canaan
of
a
them.
real place? Was Canaan a real place, and were Canaanites a real people?
Yes.
Okay.
And I told you
So hold on,
what
hold on, hold on.
that happened to them.
So if it's not the history of the Israelites, which is what the Bible is supposed to be, then who's to say any history about the Canaanites can't be about the Israelites if these people were clearly in their land,
I don't have a
supposedly
problem with it.
according to the history of the Israelites?
That's not my problem.
You do got a problem with it if you saying
My
it's
problem, no, no,
impossible and
no.
throw it in the trash.
No, I never said Canaanites and Israelites didn't exist. I said the Bible narrative is not telling the real history of the Canaanites and the Israelites. That's what
Okay,
I'm telling you.
okay,
They did exist, but that
okay.
biblical story is not true. Even to the point where Brother Dubai was having a debate and he actually pulled out a source from Manethos, and Manethos said these people were savage rulers who made up a story in the holy book about being enslaved. He said that, and I'm gonna look back and find that quote for you. So they didn't mess with them people at all because they viewed them as dishonest, wretched people who they didn't like, and they said it all throughout their history. They had a blood feud with them for being dishonest people. And if you read the history in primary text, the primary text would tell you they hated these Hecacastle guts because of what they did and how they treated people in Kemet. They didn't like them. They didn't mess with them. But when you don't read primary text, you don't know that. So you're making a biblical argument that can't stand up nowhere. It just can't. That's your belief, and just say that, and we can move on. You're not going to prove that story no way. You can't prove it. You're just not going to prove it. Sorry to tell you that.
So do you realize that you believe you could prove certain stuff in Kemet because of their history?
I can, because they had thousands of
Right.
years
So
of
why wouldn't somebody feel like they can prove anything from the Israelite standpoint from what's supposed to be their history?
because, as I said, when you look at history, I believe scholars would say that even during the time that they were in Kemet, they don't think that the Hekakasu had any
But
right.
you already said when you talk about a scholar's opinion on the outside of somebody else's tradition, that shouldn't have more validity
But
because
this is
it's
not an
their
opinion.
outside opinion.
This is not an opinion. They're looking into the primary culture and they don't see the history,
How are these not opinions if
because they can show you texts that
the
explain.
history in their book says something contrary to what you're saying?
I'm saying when you look at primary texts talk about fights with the Hekakasu and explain where they come from. The scholars didn't make up the text. They didn't write the text. They
So,
translated the text.
all right,
Understand who the real people were and what the real fight was. They didn't make it up. They have writings that tell you that. Several different writings from the primary people, which are primary sources. The Bible is not a primary source of history. It's a religious book. It has no bearing
let
on
me
real history.
let me ask you something. Have you ever talked over me when I was
I
trying to
told
talk?
yes, and I apologize. Yes, I have.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just gonna make a quick analogy. And I've talked over you, and I feel like I've actually talked over you more than you've talked over me, just over all of our encounters, because I just naturally have that problem. Um, One of the things that you can compare that to is if I'm writing a book about myself, I may speak about Jose talking over me. You see what I'm saying? If I want to make Jose look a certain way, I may not talk about me talking over Jose as well, and vice versa. If you were to write a book about your history, you may put emphasis on me talking over you than you talking over me. That's the point that I'm making with these people's history. So how can you just automatically say which one you want to lean towards more? And one of my theories, which is, why I keep saying even amongst us, is that we can actually spiritually resonate with certain histories. There's a certain thing that there's a certain reason people uh say that we have memory in our DNA.
I'm
It
with you on I'm with you on that, Emmanuel. But as I told you, they found the remains of King Sekenore Tao, and he was brutally murdered with several weapons. So they know that the story is not a lie. They have evidence, if you look it up, how he was killed with several different weapons. So it's not a lie. He was brutally murdered, and they have his hastily buried corpse to show that he was attacked and killed. He didn't die of natural causes. So that is how they know the
ju-
story is true.
yeah, okay, yeah, and just
You can look it up.
FYI, I never said that the Israelites weren't a brutal people. Just FYI, I
They
was
weren't
just drawing. I'm drawing analogy to show when you're leaning one way, it's always going to be for a reason. You have some type of bias within there when you're looking at ancient texts and saying, no, I believe this a little bit more. Some
no.
some people find more proof in the text that they believe a little bit more. That's just like people that believe in the Bible, they feel like they found proof in substantiating the Bible.
Right. But the difference is I can show you historical texts that have nothing to do with
And
anybody.
that's what anybody that believes in the Bible is going to show you. The same exact thing.
No, they're not. They'll never show me any historical text that prove the Bible. They're going to show me something from the 18th dynasty that sounds like the Bible and then try and fit it into the Bible. But we know that the Hebrews didn't build no pyramids. We know that because they found records to tell you who did build pyramids.
No,
Wait, hold on.
nobody
Does
said
the
that the
Bible
Hebrews
say that
built
the Hebrew
pyramids.
built? Oh, yeah, exactly. I was just
It
about to
did,
say the same thing.
but
See,
history doesn't
this
say that.
y'all be putting they throw red herrings in there, like for instance, and I notice this a lot with y'all. Y'all throw these red herrings in there like nobody supposed to catch that. Like if we say, for instance, if I ask you, are the netters real? You probably say, no, it was not real people. Nobody said was they real people. We said was they real. Now, when we talking about the Hebrews being in antiquity, you say, oh, uh, they say that the Hebrews built the pyramid. Nobody said that.
Yes,
Josephus
they
don't
do.
even say that the Hebrews built pyramids. So
Capone, they do say that.
why would the
They
Bible,
do
or why
say
would
that.
we be saying that the Hebrews, that the Israelites built pyramids? That's stupid, bro.
The Bible said they built an entire city in
A
slavery.
city.
The city had pyramids in it, bro. What do you
What's
think they were talking about?
Pi Ramses? So you saying Pi Ramses got pyramids?
Bro, they're
No, I'm
talking
asking
about
you. You saying that
they're talking
do
about
Pi
temples,
Ramses
bro.
have pyramids?
They're talking about temples
Do
and
Pi Ramses
monuments.
have listen? And for one, it said they built their store cities, like a storage, like where you or treasure cities where you store your goods at. Those are the cities that they built. The cities that actually been
Pull up a
excavated.
primary source outside of the Bible and show me that.
We got we got excavations.
Pull up a
Tell
source
El
and show me
Daba.
that. Show me
Tell
now.
El
Show me.
Daba is the primary source. We have the
Show
whole
it.
kingdom
Show it. I want you to show
excavated
it.
already.
Show it.
Bro, I don't have to show it. I just referenced it.
No, I want you to show it.
Excavations by Mefford B. Tech in the delta of Egypt called Tel El Daba.
And what does that and what does that prove?
That shows that it was a city under the city of Ramses that predates the city of Ramses that
And
matched
who
what the
built
biblical
it?
narrative is talking about.
Who built
So,
it?
now, bro,
Who
you
built it?
have to read. You have to read. You have to go and read the research. You asking questions that, bro, you gotta go research. You gotta read the research.
Okay. If you
Read
say so.
Manford B. Tech's research. Who do he say that built it? Not Egyptian. It's not Egyptian. I'll tell you that.
Okay, if you say so, I didn't read it, so I don't know. I'm not gonna speak on something I didn't read. I didn't read it, so I don't know. But from what I have read, there is no historical validity to any of those biblical texts. I've never seen it.
I can't believe you said that with a straight face.
I'm not the only one who says that.
Crazy.
There is none. There is
Crazy.
none. There's
This is
none.
crazy.
There's
Okay,
none.
what about the conquest of Joshua?
The Bible's not a historical book, bro.
What
It
about
has
the
to,
conquest of Joshua? No, what about the conquest of Joshua?
you have to explain that to me. I may not be familiar with what
So
you're
the
talking about.
conquest of Joshua is when the Israelites come out of the 40 years in the wilderness and they go into Jericho and conquer the Levant. So you saying that the Bible is not historical, but it's talking about that same historical event that's
It's
in
not.
the Amarna letters.
Now let me explain this to you. I'm not saying there's
It's
not.
in the Amarna letters.
Hold on, Capone.
This
Hold
is
on,
the
Capone.
recording of
I'm gonna
this is
say. Hold
the
on.
historical recording
Hold
of
on.
Joshua conquest.
Let me let me
I
let
think
me
I know what he
hold
finna
on,
say
hold on.
next.
Let me phrase myself. There are certain things in the Bible, such as King Hezekiah,
I
that
knew it. I knew
are
it. I
historical.
knew it.
He finna say,
I
Yes,
"Oh, the
knew it.
Bible got historical
correct. But
things,
it's
but
not a
it's not
history.
a
It's not.
historical book."
It's not. It's not.
That
So
makes no sense.
It does
That
make
makes
sense.
no sense what you just said.
It does make sense because
so
No,
A
it
one.
doesn't.
history
Hold on,
books
hold
are
on. A
specifically about
one. Do
history.
you remember
Bible is
what
not
I
a
asked
Hold on.
earlier?
Let Jose land his plane, and then call
All
me.
right.
history
My
books
bad. My bad.
specific. History books specifically talk about history, and there's nothing in the history book other than history, proven history. The Bible is not full of proven history. It has one or two stories that we can trace back to something historical. That
What
doesn't make
about
it a history book.
so I'm
That
finna point to all the history. You said one or two. So I already mentioned the Joshua conquest and the Amarna letters, right? Sodom and Gomorrah.
you're mad. You can't prove Sodom and
Sodom and
Gomorrah.
Gomorrah is
You crazy.
historical.
Now
Even
that's
the
Yeah.
city, the last city that was saved,
Let me
is
jump
still
in.
there to this day, with
that's mad.
4 cities surrounding it that's burnt to crisp and haven't been inhabited since the Bronze Age.
And
Yeah.
guess what? And guess
Amazing.
what? When they talk about that, you know what they said? Scientists said they think there might have been some sort of natural disaster. It wasn't God.
No, they talking about somewhere. That's talking about somewhere else. You talking about the other theory of the northern site. Now the northern site, yes, the northern theory which came later, but the Bible describes the southern site on the southeast of the Dead Sea. That site is not no other explanation of it. Why? Because it's one city that survived, like the Bible says, like the
So
narrative
why?
says. Hold on, look. So if it was any other thing, why the grave sites was burnt, the whole town was burnt, right? It was uninhabited, like the Bible say, it will not be inhabited again, right? All the all these things are still there to this day. No people lived in those lands or none of that,
Can,
and it
can,
was
can,
burnt to crisp, the whole thing. And it was the in one city that's in the middle still stands. So if it was a volcano, if it was a earthquake or anything else, how does one city still stand and it's in between the other four cities?
okay, so let me.
That makes no sense, bro.
Okay, hold on. So let me ask you a question. You mentioned the Amarna letters. Have you read the
Oh,
Amarna
now
letters?
you want to run to it.
No,
Yes,
I'm asking you a question. You mentioned something. Have you read the Amarna letters?
yes, yes.
All right then. And you're still gonna maintain that that has something to do with the Amarna letters? I don't want to argue with you because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. So I don't want to just argue for no reason. I don't know what you're talking about. So maybe you could come on and present the source so I can examine the source and explain to me what you're talking about. Because I don't
What your
Emmanuel,
sources? What your
Emmanuel,
sources at? You've been
Emmanuel.
saying. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
What was you trying to
But
say, Emmanuel?
no, I was just finna say uh exactly what Jose said. I said earlier about in the Bible. I don't necessarily take the English version and just try and smash it and say, oh, when you read right here, it says Joshua, and then you go ask an African, hey, do you know about the conquest of Joshua? And he's supposed to know what you're talking about. Because Humble dropped the source earlier, pretty much referencing how the Igbo tribe don't have any
And,
ties to Davidic tribe. Basically, these
and
people wouldn't even know David by the name David, or even
right.
trying to just literally pronounce the transliteration of the Hebrew and say Dawad. You see what I'm
That's
saying? Like you can't go talk to these ancient people as a lot of these scholars think they can and just say, hey, do you know about any ties to your people of such and such, such, such? And when they do, they get close. And it's like I
yeah.
said, it's certain proximities and percentages where it's like, hold up, how can you get this close and you not giving this information this fact? And there's plenty of other shit that you don't have 100% uh
right. But
emphasis on all your parameters and you're considering it mainstream. So if these people have their own traditions saying these things, then who is any outsider to say, well,
I,
it doesn't fit these parameters, so we're not going to consider it mainstream.
I didn't disagree that Igbo do say that. I never disagreed with that. But what I'm saying
Now, I
is,
was just talking about how you said it is certain truths in the Bible, and what I specifically put emphasis on is I'm with the history and geography that lines up, with the truth of today. Not a lot of
how much of it
the
really does? That's
Yeah.
interpretation.
So
How much
no.
of
The
it really
question
does?
is how much. The question is how much doesn't. And you tell me what geography in the Bible doesn't match up with today's geography if you do believe in let's not even say the Israelite theory because
But
you
that is not
believe
my
in
issue.
Canaanites like you say,
so
Emmanuel, my
right?
issue
let,
is not
let me
that.
let me let me
My
ask you
issue,
this.
my
So
issue is not that Israelites never existed. I didn't say that. I said there's a biblical
So why
narrative.
would why would
Hold
why
on.
would their Torah not be correct?
But let me explain to you. To me, in my view, there's a biblical narrative and there's a historical narrative. And in my view, they are not the same. They are
How?
they are not the same.
How? How so?
because
Give
it
us an
doesn't line
example.
up with
Hold on.
the comedic.
Hold on.
I could
'Cause
give you I
you
could give
making
you
a
an
claim. How so?
because they have been looking for this
No,
mysterious
not because I said how so. How the biblical narrative doesn't match up with the historical narrative.
because they cannot tell you which particular pharaoh supposedly enslaved the Israelites. They can't find that history in Kemet at all.
Bro, it's easy. The
As a matter of
Pharaoh
fact,
who had a daughter that was all you gotta do is read into the details, bro. It's easy.
it doesn't give a name of the particular
So
pharaoh.
just because you can't find
It
the
doesn't say
Pharaoh,
that.
you have a problem with it.
The Bible does not name the
Can you read
particular pharaoh.
Hebrew? How you know
What
that it
is
don't name
named,
the Pharaoh? Can you read Hebrew?
bro? In English, there is no name for the pharaoh in English.
Right, that's in English because there's certain things that don't
Well, you show
translate
me
into
Hebrew.
English.
I don't read Hebrew, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't read
Yeah, so
Hebrew.
if you don't know the
What you
language,
talking
then
about?
you can't make these claims. You building a straw man argument every time you
No,
open
I'm
your
not.
mouth and say something, bro.
No,
You
I'm
building a
not.
straw man and you throwing red herrings
No,
in there, and then you
no.
trying to grandstand. So
They
you doing
can't
a
find.
in A1, y'all. That's the I don't know if y'all did a show on that. We need to talk about these straw mans and these red herrings, right? That people throw in these
Listen,
topics as
Yeah, Will
well.
Chess talked about that in his presentation.
if you go into
Man,
the academics are going to be pressed to find these particular that particular pharaoh that they're talking about. They have about 4 or 5 ones that they say could possibly be, possibly,
bro,
and they're being
do you know
generous.
what?
They can't pin it down to one particular ruler. If you
Who
Google it, you
what
wouldn't find it.
What pharaoh did African scholars say? What did Sheikh Anta Diop what pharaoh Sheikh Anta Diop said?
None of them
So
talk
he didn't
about
name a
any.
pharaoh.
I don't think any of them named any pharaohs. No.
Yeah, he named a pharaoh.
Which one was that?
I'm not gonna tell you because you're not familiar with his works.
If you say so. If you say
Yeah.
so.
So
If
I'm
you say
letting you know that he named a pharaoh.
All right, if you say so, do a presentation on it then.
See,
Come on.
and this is what I'm
No, no, no,
saying,
no,
bro.
no.
These people
Come on
don't.
and do a
You don't.
presentation.
You
Show
listen.
me.
You can't talk about science and you only know you only know English. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know. You don't know mathematics. You don't know nothing. So
Listen, I'm not
you speaking
arguing.
on a historical thing, and you don't even
I'm
know
not
the whole
arguing
aspect
based
of
upon you.
history.
I don't
You don't
speak
know
Hebrew.
the anthropology, which deals with culture and oral traditions and customs. You
That
don't.
has nothing to do with the argument. That has nothing
Yes,
to do with
it
What
the
does.
argument.
African
'Cause
culture we got over
It has
here?
nothing to
What
do with the
African
argument.
culture we got over here?
you
Hold on. And let me say what
you
has nothing.
annulling all of that. You
Listen,
annulling these
Hold on, we're gonna
people
Capone,
go to
culture,
OTK
Capone,
next.
Capone.
their
The culture,
traditions, and
Capone,
their oral traditions
Capone.
and their
Let me
customs.
speak.
You're ignoring all that and saying, "Oh, we don't have nothing. We don't have no historical
Hold
record.
on,
We don't
hold
have
on,
this, and we don't have that." You always talk about what we don't have. Talk about what we do have.
Capone. Can I answer what we
What we
do have?
do have, we
Hold
have people
on.
coming from
Let me
West
speak.
Africa
Let me speak.
that was
Let me
traded
speak.
as cargo, and their culture, their pre-existing culture, was taken from them. We do
That
have
doesn't
that.
prove your point. That doesn't prove your point. What
Yeah.
we do have, hold on, what we do have is writing going writing. What we do have is writing going back thousands of years to the culture in question, and we can't find those particular narratives in the culture. You're just not going to see it. You know that, and
What
if you
writing?
don't read it, then you'll find out.
What writing?
Ancient Kemet had writing for thousands of
You
years
study talking about why you study talking about ancient Kemet, bro? We talking
because
about the Igbo people, the Hebrews.
they didn't
Ain't
have
nobody said
writing.
nothing about Kemet.
Because Kemet is the one of the cultures in it's one of the main cultures in question that had writing, so we can look into the writing. That is why I'm saying,
Everybody else had writing too, though. That's what I'm saying.
bro,
You making
no, 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 no,
you
no, no,
man, bro. This
no,
you keep doing this,
no,
bro. What you're doing,
no,
that's called an argument from silence. Because it's not written in Kemet, then this stuff don't
listen,
exist. These people don't
listen to what
exist.
I said.
Like
Hold on.
Kemet is the responsible
Listen
for the
to what I
recorders of
said.
the history. No, the
Listen
fuck
to
they
what I
not.
said. I said Kemet is one of the cultures in question, and they have writing. They had writing at the time in question. So that is why you can use Kemet in academia because of their writing system.
What was Kemet by the time of the during medieval times? What was Kemet?
Kemet didn't exist then.
Kemet
It
didn't
became,
exist, right? So
it
why would
became
I go to Kemet to talk about things in medieval
because
times?
history doesn't start in medieval times.
Well, I
That's
don't
not
care
what
where it
history.
started. I'm talking about where it started. That's your problem. You
Something
can't
wrong
you
with
can't
you.
go you
Something
can't
is
go
wrong with
to the
you.
origin. You got to work your way back to that point. You
What am I
skipping
talking about?
everything. You
What am I
skipping
talking
all the transitions in the middle. You skipping all the assimilations into different cultures from the people traveling from the migrations, from the persecutions, from the assimilation, from the forced conversion. You skipping all that and you going to
about? No, I'm
Kemet and
not.
saying, "Oh, these people don't exist."
No, I'm
When they
not.
were slaves in fucking Kemet.
Do you know that
Language,
there's an
gentlemen,
actual
language.
My
academic
bad, bro.
debate on if you know there's an academic debate on if there's even a word for slavery in ancient Kemet? You know
It
that?
is. It is. And it is.
That's a
And
debate.
it is.
No, no, no.
Don't make me play what's it called?
That's a
What's his
debate.
name? What's that boy name?
That's a
One
debate.
of
You
them
know that, right?
Egyptian boys, he broke down, he told us all about the slavery in Kemet.
You do
We
know
got
there
him clipped up
is,
too.
bro. No, 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 no.
Shaka Atmos. In the real. Bro,
I'm gonna
stop
say.
it,
I'm
bro.
gonna say it again. There is a debate over whether there's an actual word for enslavement in ancient Kemet. If you look it up, they'll tell you there's a
Bro,
controversy.
if it ain't so
There's no debate.
what was Ramsey talking about
Hold
on
on.
his 400-year stele?
Hold on.
I'm going to say it again.
There's
There's debate over whether the word means servant or slave. They're not sure. They're in
What
there's
so
there's
what
no
was
debate. There's
So
no
when they
debate.
look at what and when they look
There.
at it, a lot of those things don't fit what we
can't
call
believe
slavery.
he said that,
It
bro. Cause
doesn't.
we got
It
on the
doesn't.
normal pilot, we got him conquering people. We
Hold
got
on.
That's not
not even
Okay,
long.
slavery.
Hold on.
There's
let him land his
no.
plane.
That's
Let him land
slavery,
his
bro.
plane. And then we're gonna go to OTK real quick because he was trying to hop in,
Okay.
and then we're gonna go to cut him up quick.
Yeah, I
Peace,
got y'all.
peace,
So
Jimmy.
look,
How you feeling?
we got on a normal pilot, we got him conquering people, right? We got almost we got almost no Comos, the Carnivore tablet. Comos comes back with hundreds of thousands of slaves, servants, right? Um, Ramses as well. Ramses 400-year stele, where he's giving praise to the I think it's to Set for thankful that he being thankful for the slaves, right? For the Asiatic slaves. So now I don't know why you keep saying that they don't have no word for slavery in Kemet. When we see them in
What
the
is the
Greek,
word?
we got reliefs
What is the
of the
word?
slavery of the harsh slavery
What
that was
is the
in
word
Kemet.
for slavery in ancient Kemet?
What is the word for slavery?
Yes.
Why does it don't have to be a word? It's the
Are you
people that they
silly?
capture. It's
Are
the
you
people
silly?
that they capture. It's the people that they capture. I'm a
Yes,
land. I'm a land.
bro.
Y'all let the brothers
Yes,
go. Cause I don't want to take over the
bro.
panel. I just wanted to
Those
mention that
people, those
those
people,
those
those
three
people
pharaohs,
are
Jose,
living
Narmer,
captive. They're
go
prisoners
ahead,
of war.
Jose.
Kamos,
They're
and
prisoners of
Ramses,
war. They're prisoners
and
of war.
also Thutmose the third.
Okay,
All
Yes,
let
they're
men.
let,
called.
let
Yes,
Jose
yes.
respond, and then we're gonna pass it around.
They're
G.
called Sakir Ankh, prisoners of captives, living captives. Yes, they are prisoners of war. Yes, and it's punishment. So yes, they do have some people who would have who probably spend their whole life in servitude as punishment. You can call that enslavement if you want to. I can argue that term, but they definitely had people who were living captives, who. But at the same time, although they were captives, there's records that they still had legal rights. They could still marry, and some of them could still own property. Some of them could be assimilated into ancient Kemetic society. So it's not the same thing that we know as slavery in the West. It would not be the same thing, and that's what I'm saying to you. It's not the same concept. That concept just didn't exist. And if you know anything about the language, you'll know that the same word that they use for slave, according to them, could also mean servant. And it's also used to describe the ruler as well. It's in husband, it's in wife, it's in plenty of other words that have nothing to do with enslavement directly. And when you know the language, you know that. So let me land my plane there. All right, that's it for me. So somebody else can talk.
OTK, it's on you.
Nah, I won't let the brother respond back to that, man, because they in a good conversation right now. I'm gonna fall back and let them finish their conversation. Then I come in, bro. Shout
Cut
out
him
to
up,
you,
Courtney.
A1.
Peace,
Yeah, this
OTK.
is definitely
Appreciate
good.
you. Appreciate the help today. Cut him up, Court. Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, a couple of things.
Go
The
ahead, sir.
brother made an interesting claim. We don't know the Pharaoh who was over the Israelites prior to the exit, had them enslaved. I mean, we have buildings in the text that the Israelites are assisting in building in cities. And one of them happens to be the name of a Pharaoh, P. Ramesses. Hmm. I mean, it's interesting how the narrative itself indirectly alludes to the ruling pharaoh. Now, there is a up and coming perspective that's against scholars like many of the old Egyptologists, all the way up to Kenneth Kitchens and David Falk, who hold a Ramsonite. Well, all of these scholars are holding a Ramsonite period Exodus, historically speaking, if there ever was one to happen. This is Kara Cooney. She just recently wrote one of a Ramsonite period Exodus underneath the pharaoh Merneptah, who was the successor of Ramses II, which is a name we find explicitly mentioned in Exodus 111 as it relates to and by yes, Ramses II or Merneptah. This is the mainstream scholarly opinion from Egyptologists. Maybe not biblicists or biblical scholars, but Egyptologists. That's the perspective. of Ramsonite period Exodus. Even Betok thinks there was a historical Moses, and Betok agrees in broad generalities with Kenneth Kitchen. And again, Kenneth Kitchen has a student out here who's also a student of Hoffmeyer. All of the people I'm naming so far are Egyptologists. Primarily, if they're not Egyptologists, they're also Orientalists, Kitchens. Um, but yeah, Ramses II's name is found by means of buildings in Exodus 111. So we do have a name for the Pharaoh over them regarding the Exodus.
So are you
And
saying that you think that the Bible is a historical book and you believe in the Bible as being historical? Is that what you're saying? So I could remember this?
I'm saying that according to mainstream scholarship, there's a lot of historical data that actually converges on the fact of an Exodus event.
Right, but what I'm saying to you is they have several possible pharaohs if it happened who could have been the pharaoh.
What's the consensus date for the Exodus according to scholarship?
Well, I don't. I can tell you offhand. I don't want to. I don't want to give
Sure,
no.
I'll tell the
I don't
audience
want to
that
lie.
there's a traditional date. The traditional date is basically in the 1400s, so 1400 or 1440 BCE. That's a traditional date, taking First Kings 6 literally and doing the math backwards from the date of the building of the temple with Solomon, because there's really no debate over the Solomonic period historically, critically, biblically, etc. So that's one major point of consideration. But again, this is the traditional date. This is the date that evangelicals and fundamentalists
All right,
will try to defend. And they normally would say Amenhotep II. But again, if they were consistent with the scholarship, they would recognize 1440 even It's too late for Amenhotep II to actually be the ruler according to the Egyptologists and the chronologists that have specialized in Egyptological chronology. Secondly, the mainstream, and this is just general reading, by the way. Y'all can read this two-scholar book, Israel Finkelstein and Silberman, The Bible on Earth. He makes this very clear. The second and consensus date, you can actually read about the consensus date in recent publications from Springer Publications on the Exodus and Transdisciplinary Studies. They have a particular chapter on this. And when they get to the consensus date for the Exodus, scholars are in broad agreement over how to converge the date information. Number one, you got Merneptah Stela, where it's the earliest Israelite attestation. I'm almost done. And number two, you have the early emergence of Israelite settlements throughout the Levant. And this is in territories where there used to be high pig consumption, where they just drop and also the population explodes.
Okay, so you do know there's still controversy on if that word in the Marian Potastela is actually Israel or if
it's no controversy amongst Egyptologists. Can you name 5 Egyptologists currently right now in the field that are debating the meaning of the term? You can go with the initial epigrapher over it, and that was Kenneth Kitchens.
Where is Israel?
It's not debated amongst mainstream Egyptologists.
Have you read the stela to know who they were fighting at the time?
Yes, sir. And I'm going off of the backs of mainstream Egyptologists.
And when you're
from Donald Redford to Kenneth Kitchens, the actual epigrapher.
And when you're reading that stela, it explains to you the people that they were fighting, correct? It talks about
multiple groups of people. It explains multiple groups of peoples in couplets. It's a poetry. It's poetry. It's propagandic poetry.
Whatever you say, but I'm telling you, nobody can tell you for sure that that word is Israel.
Kenneth Kitchens and BTOC do not doubt it's an attestation of Israel. Another biblical scholar who doesn't doubt this is Jacob Wright. I'm in agreement with their perspective, but Jacob Wright's not an Egyptologist.
But hold on. You do realize, Courtney, that consensus don't mean right. Consensus.
I'm glad I'm not just going with consensus. Right. I'm going with the mainstream reading, and in the mainstream scholarship, it's not really debated.
Because some people think because there's a consensus that makes it right. No,
I didn't say that was the case. So I'm glad you're making a statement, and I'm in acknowledgement of it. So the point you're about to make is something we are in agreement of.
Okay, but I wasn't talking. I'm talking to other people who don't understand. Consensus doesn't mean right. It just means a majority agreement among scholars. It doesn't mean they're right. It just means they agree on something. A majority.
I asked you to name 5 mainstream scholars right now in Egyptologists that are in disagreement over the reading. Are you a scholar of Egyptology? Do you have a PhD in the field?
So people need PhDs to be able to have a.
To be an Egyptologist, you do need a PhD in the field.
Who said I wasn't? And you don't need. And you don't.
I'm glad. I'm gonna put. I'm glad that's the case. I'm glad that's the case. But what I will do for you, sir, is put my rest on the shoulder of scholarship, people that are actually trained, that give people. What if they're wrong? Well, if they're wrong, they're wrong. But I don't have a problem with their. I don't have a problem if they're wrong. It's funny. Like, I'm answering why if they're wrong, they're wrong. I'm answering that.
Okay.
If they're wrong, they're wrong. Cool. Right. But pay attention to this. You still have to explain. You're not trying. So I gave an accumulative case.
Okay.
You're trying to say, oh, Merneptah Stela, irrelevant. Cool. If it's irrelevant, sure. I know you said it's possible misreading. It's a possible misreading going on.
Why not?
Why not? Well, according to the arguments used by many scholars, I think that's a good reason why not. Many scholars make linguistic arguments as to the usage and the translation of the term in question, transliteration even of the term in question. So there's a lot of.
Hey, cut him up.
Yo,
with one of the main facts coming from it being from Ramses the second son. That's one of the main things that even drives
Enough,
it
enough to start.
to
as it
being
relates to
Israel.
Merneptah, we once the Israelite narrative enters into the land of Canaan, you begin to see throne names of Merneptah at particular places. Kadesh Barnea. This is one of the throne names of Merneptah. Not to mention, about 2 kilometers outside of Jerusalem, you'll read in Judges 5 and Judges 8, I want to say,
Mm-hmm.
you'll read
Mm-hmm.
2 instances where in Hebrew, you actually
Mm-hmm.
find the name Merneptah mentioned.
Mm.
You know, Courtney, I would love to see you do a presentation on this.
Okay, you can go back and watch my debates where I've actually outlined this and I've showed the academic resources on this.
You saying Manasseh
Especially
name is in Hebrew
Merneptah,
in
yes,
Judges?
it
That's what you
definitely
just said.
is.
That's
I'm
what
gonna have
Merneptah's
to check
name is
that
in
out.
Merneptah's name is in the book of Joshua. You're absolutely correct, multiple times.
I'm
And
gonna have to
guess
check. I'm gonna
the
have to
the
check
ne-
that out.
it's in the standard. This is according to the standard Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. That's literally what the name of it, minus the word standard. The Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. That's what it's in. It's the Hebrew term there is neptoa. And in the definition for neptoa in the halot or
Mm.
halot, it literally says Pharaoh Merneptah.
Mm. That's deep. I'm gonna check that out. I wanted to ask you about the consensus date. From my understanding, there's a high chronology and low chronology. So you and
You're
there's two dates. There's a
That's incorrect.
1446 date BC, 1446 BC, and then there's a 1200. I forgot what it is. It's
1260s, 1250s.
1250. Yeah,
Yeah,
BC.
which is during the reign of Ramses II.
Right, Ram Ramses II. I myself, I gravitate to the older date, the 1446 date, because of the passage that's in the narrative, right? In
First Kings 6:8.
First Kings
Yeah,
6:1, it says 400 years
yeah,
after
but
Solomon built his
so
kingdom.
so my rebuttal to that is quite interesting, especially because you were the one that mentioned the 400-year stella from Ramses II.
Right.
Um, you didn't tell everybody what that stella actually
That's
reads,
why I was asking him to do it.
just as it relates to that date, because that text says it's the 400th year, 4th month, and 4th day removed from the initial convocation of that temple, the initial ceremony for that temple, because they're rededicating the temple. I would argue First Kings 6 reads in this same literary genre, a temple dedication literary genre. As such, the 400 and by the way, the temple of Amun, the 400-year stela is about. It probably was erected there, and they've excavated it. And the foundations are not 400 years, 4 months, and 4 days removed. It's it's off in by two different numbers, depending upon which direction you're counting from. So it's off by about 100 and some odd years in one direction, and about 60 years in another direction. So it's not 400. It's not an exact number. Number one. And likewise, we could go to uh, other temple inscriptions of the ancient Near East. Like if we were to go to Mesopotamia, the temple Ishakar, with Telegafizer the second, and I'm definitely butchering his name, but nonetheless, we have his temple dedication, and it says 720 years removed from the initial temple dedication. Any archaeology doesn't confirm that date. So scholars recognize that these numbers might have been referencing some type of idiomatic, idealized, or uh, symbolic usage. So when we come to First Kings 6, we don't read those numbers literally. They weren't Westerners.
Wow.
They weren't Westerners, and as such, it's quite interesting the math
Well,
equation. 12 years and 40. It's also a textual variant in First Kings right there. It's either
well,
for 100 years or 480 years, for 40
yeah,
or
yeah, I
40.
know from the Septuagint. Yeah. So, but what about when Josephus records the same telling, the same account? Josephus, in his telling, he said he's going to say this along the same amount of time. What do you
I,
say to that?
yeah, so if you want to mention Josephus, you're talking about somebody else who's very far removed from the actual events
Well,
accounted
he's
for.
more closer than we are.
The thing that not a problem. We have access to more information, direct information, and cultural. Like, for example, where was P. Ramses during the days of Josephus? It wasn't in the location where the Bible says the Israelites were.
What? Why
Not even
wouldn't he
during the.
be?
Haven't you read the Psalms? Tanis, running through
Tanis,
the fields
Tanis.
of
I know what
Zohar.
Tanis is. Modern day.
Grab your map, and look up if
Tanis is
Tanis is
modern
Tel El
day.
Adaba. Grab your
Zoan. I
modern map.
mean, Tanis is Zoan in the Bible,
Zohar. Yeah,
not
sure.
Zohar. Zoan.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Okay.
grab a modern map. Look up
Mm-hmm.
Tel El Daba.
Tel El Daba is in the Delta.
Okay. This might be a good point for you to do, A1. You can look up Tel El Daba to Tanis in Egypt. You can do that distance. You're
Drop
going to
it.
notice that
Drop it in
it,
the private chat for me.
Th- Fellas, I have to go to work just now, so I'm gonna take my leave. I'll see you guys next time, right?
Appreciate you pulling up today, Jose.
I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna have to do some
Don't,
research
don't
and
run.
maybe.
Don't run. Next
Hold
time
on,
I'll be.
no, Jose, don't run. I think I'm A1. I
Peace,
think I'm
fellas.
gonna have A1. I think I'm gonna have to do some research, and you might get a presentation out of me on this topic at some point.
Hey, let's go. Let's get
I
it.
think I might have to do that. So,
We ready.
gentlemen, have a good
I think
night.
you're gonna have to get into it in a debate.
I don't debate. I don't
He
debate.
don't debate. He don't debate. He just
You guys have a good night. I'll talk to you guys later.
peace.
help. All right, peace. He helped keep the panels going, you know.
I think I shared it in the private messages. But yeah, you can put those two locations in a modern map. You're going to notice they're not in the same physical location. They're not the same territory. They're separated by plenty of kilometers. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but they're not the same location.
But
And
okay.
matter of
Go
fact,
ahead.
I should tell you to do Contir. Cantir. Contir, technically. Not Tel El Radaba, but Tel Contir, or just Contir, Egypt. Because Contir is a currently occupied city, so they can't do as much excavations as we wish to do because it's too disruptive to their economy locally. Nonetheless, Contir is the place where P. Ramses originally was, okay, which was just outside of Avaris. Avaris is the tail named El Daba, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they're separated by 2 kilometers, Tel El Rataba, I'm sorry, Tel El Daba and Tel El Contir. They're separated by 2 kilometers. They're different cities. They're not the same site. B-Talk never dug at Contir. He never dug at P. Ramses. Okay. Now, it was literally across the Nile from Tel El Daba or Avaris, ancient Avaris, where P. Ramses was. From the time of Ramses III, that was when P. Ramses was already abandoned and they began to relocate the city. And this is nothing new to ancient Egypt. They were known for recycling cities. So P. Ramses actually gets broke down and moved about to multiple locations. Bombastis is one of them.
Boomba. Okay.
Tanis is another one of them. And those are just the 2 major sites
Yeah, but
where
that's all in the
Palantir
same
is moved
area.
to. They're not in the same area. They're in
They in the
two
Delta
completely different.
region.
Delta region, cool, but that's like saying, oh, well, because I'm in the Appalachian Mountains means I'm in Tennessee. No, you
But
could be
I'm
in the
saying,
north
but
portion of Georgia.
it's not a exact. It said they was in the land of Goshen, right? Which is like the good land. So they're referencing a fertile land, like the Delta. And then it says it names the cities, Pi Ramses and Succoth, I think is the other one.
P. Ramses and Pithom.
Pithom. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Atum, the house of Atum, the Per Atum in Egyptian, the house of Amun, the house of Atum, for the 400-year stela. That's where that stele was most likely erected at initially. They didn't find the stela erected in front of that temple. They did find the stele, but they didn't find it where it most likely originally sat.
Yeah, but you saying that wasn't your initial argument was talking about how the cities are slightly misplaced or they not
Yeah,
in the
I'm
same.
saying Tanis is not in the same location as Kantir. P. Ramses moved during the reign of Ramses III. It moved, was broke. The city, the physical city, was broke down, rocked up, and sent about ship in different areas, namely Tanis and Bombastis.
All right, that's the next. Okay, tennis. Okay, that's north and south. Okay.
So by the time of Josephus, he's talking about the Egyptians, and he might have an understanding of P. Ramses. I don't know why my sound breaking up, but
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Hold
Yo,
on.
we got somebody new to the panel.
Shout out,
Shout out Issa Queen.
shout out,
Hey,
Issa
shout out
Queen.
to the sister.
And I'm posting that link
Peace,
on
peace
OTK's
to
page
y'all.
later on. Can you mute out Courtney until you talking? Thank you. How you feeling, sis? How's your day going?
I'm I'm good. Just got home from work. Been listening in. Great conversation. Deep cut to the brother talking those facts. Good job. And also A1, you have some people on the YouTube asking for the link. Just
Oh,
putting that
okay,
out there.
that's on OTK's page. OTK, can you make me a moderator so I can post the link in your chat? And I'm heading over there now.
I'm
Appreciate
about
it.
to
Any
mic check real
questions?
quick.
Any
Mic check.
questions?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Mic
Mic
sounds
check. My
sound
mic good now.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
It's when you're not talking. I still
I'm
can't hear.
hearing. Yeah, I'm still hearing the echo. I'm about to leave and come back
Hold on.
in.
No, it's
No, no,
kind
no,
of
no, no. I think
it's
that's
a bit of
Emmanuel.
feedback.
Yeah, that's Emmanuel.
I got an echo.
Yeah, that wasn't you, Courtney. That was Emmanuel. That time.
There we go.
Bad.
I don't know. Have you read Josephus' works? Oh, he left.
I'm back.
Some of it, but I got Josephus works over here. It's man, I
Yeah,
got
so
1,200
the
pages.
So
It's
problem,
bigger than the
Josephus.
Bible.
So
hold on, real quick. The
go
issue
ahead.
with Josephus here is the same issue with church fathers here. When the church fathers and Josephus retell the story of the Exodus and put it in history, they're doing it from the same source. Why don't they all have the same Pharaoh if they're using the same source?
Well, who says that they don't?
If you read the church fathers
Which ones?
and Joseph, then nobody gives the same name
You
as
talking about the
Josephus for the
anti-Nicene
Pharaoh.
fathers or which church fathers you talking about?
Eusebius,
Eusebius. Okay.
he's one of them. Like
Okay.
again, and you find this out. You find this out in the
Eusebius
critical
quote
edition.
Josephus though.
No, he's not. He's quoting. He says he's using Manetho. So you find this
He's
out.
using Manetho out of Josephus' writings. Josephus is the one
If
that
he's
records
using
Manetho.
Josephus, so pay attention to what you're saying. He's using Josephus and coming up with a different Pharaoh than what Josephus says.
No, he's because that's what Manetho has in his thing. So
Interesting. So Manetho has three different pharaohs that were over the Israelites before the Exodus.
if he does it, he have a list in Josephus writing, Josephus pointed out that Manito is lying and he made up a fictitious king.
You do understand that this section of Manito is not even present in our available form of
Yeah,
Manito.
we only have it in Josephus writings.
So you only have speculation to go by when the critical edition of
But
Manito's the
you just
critical
mentioned
edition
Eusebius quoting Josephus. Like, this is what I'm
he's
saying.
not
I get
quoting
what you're saying. It
Josephus,
only
he's quoting
survives.
Manito.
He's quoting Manito, and then he has his comments, his commentary towards
This
what
would be
Manito
like
is saying, and he
this would
sourced
be
why.
like yeah, this would be like the four gospel authors saying Mark says, "Oh, Jesus was crucified." Luke says, "No, Jesus was walking around. He never was put on a cross." Matthew says, "Like, do you see what I'm saying?" They're all they,
But this is not what's going on. Josephus, when he says what he says, he sourced why he said it. He don't just source Manito, he sourced other people that made the head the Egyptian kings list, or a telling of what happened to these people that was in Egypt and suddenly left. And he showed that
you don't.
they was telling this narrative.
I got you. You
Now,
don't gotta accept what I'm saying. I'm saying consider the critical edition of Manito's works, the Libo, which is the critical edition of Manito's works himself. You'll find this very same criticism in their critical edition of Manito's works concerning Josephus and the church fathers on who's the Pharaoh of the Exodus.
yeah, I'm not. That's not Joseph. That's not the point, though. The point is, when he cites Manito's work, he quote him verbatim, and then he has his commentary. Eusebius then quotes Josephus, quoting Manito, so he do the same thing. So now you're drawing a conclusion saying, where does Eusebius says that it was a different pharaoh than other when was Josephus state? Because he quotes Josephus. So what pharaoh did you saying that Eusebius says it is? Because I got Eusebius works right here.
Yeah, he does not think it's Amenhotep II, as Josephus thinks. They have different pharaohs as the Pharaoh of the Exodus.
Josephus don't name that it's Amenhotep II.
He actually mentions it's Amenhotep II.
He mentioned those pharaohs, but he don't mention
Okay,
that
you're
one
right.
of them was the pharaoh of
Maybe the
the
critical
Exodus.
edition of Manito's work is wrong when it comes to its own account of Manito, according to Josephus and the early church fathers. There's 4 different church father and Josephine accounts to the Pharaoh of the Exodus. 4 different records, 4 different accounts, all allegedly coming from Manito, according to the Manito critical edition.
Yeah, I got Manito actually writing
Do
with
you
the
have the
king.
critical edition of Manito's work?
Yeah, you talking about the one with Seleucus and Eusebius?
The critical edition is going to have the academic scholarly works concerning the critical transmission, the assessment of the transmission of the work throughout history, and also the reconstruction of the work in question.
So I got this one. Let me tell you. It's a Manito. Hold on. It's a translation. Hold on. Pull it up. I don't know if it's the critical way, but I know it got different people. It showed them writing and it got it in like Greek, and I got the one that everybody got. Here you go, right here.
When you brothers is finished, I would like to add something as well.
Go ahead.
No, it's kind of off from what y'all are saying right now, so I want to wait until y'all are finished.
So I
get
got
the point out.
So this is Manito with the English translation by W.G. Weldon, Harvard
Walden.
University Press.
That's it. Yes.
That's the one I have.
Okay, well, when you go in there and you look up the account from Josephus and the church fathers, that's where, and it's in the footnote. Like you can't escape it. It's tightly there in the footnote. They don't have the same pharaoh, and then he goes on to say Manito likely didn't mention this event in his work. That's what the critical edition says. Sweetheart, you can go ahead and I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I call you sweetheart. I just heard a female voice, so you can go
No
ahead.
problem. Yeah, I'm not that nitpicky. Just don't call me sweetheart if we arguing. That's it. But I wanted to add to the conversation. I can't speak to Manitos and all of this stuff, but more so on the theology standpoint, right? What the Exodus story does, it follows a specific story archetype, and that includes the national origin story, where a people is founding a place where they're calling home. You see that again in the Romulus and Remus story, the story of how Rome came to be, and it's this mythical story about two brothers, you know, being raised by a wolf and founding Rome, and one kills the other, and that's how we get the name. Like, in all reality, that we know that's not how Rome came to be, but that's their mythical story of how it came to be. Same thing with Israel. You also have a liberation myth, and liberation myth is stories about freedom. You have these stories all over. Again, migration epic, like they follow all of the story beats, and the biggest one is follows is a hero's story arc, where a hero starts off naive, has to leave home, finds who he is, comes back, becomes a hero, and becomes the ruler of whatever place he's founding. So for me, because it has all of these classifications of theology, is why it kind of falls in the line of theology for me. Like, beyond the Meneptah Stele, beyond all of the actual history that we have to prove that it didn't happen, we also have how mythology is written and how it passes along that also proves that it didn't happen. I land.
Hmm. Yeah, I would just say that yeah, you do have those motifs, those stories, but that don't have. I don't think that it have anything to do with this narrative. Those narratives come. Well, I wouldn't say that it don't have nothing to do with it. I would say those narratives are influenced by this narrative and by the Egyptian narratives and by the Mesopotamian narratives. So even in Josephus' writing, he mentioned how some of the Greeks, like Pythagoras, was studying the laws of Moses, but made their own doctrine. So it's a lot of stuff that when we talk about Greek culture, early Greek culture, early Roman culture, and their mythology, where this stuff actually comes from. That's why you see the motifs in around that culture during later on in the turn of the first century and stuff. You see the same tellings of the mythology, right? So I advise y'all to actually read Josephus' works and actually read what we have of the Manito works. And I'm reading here, and it don't say what you're saying. I have to the brother. It don't say that. I see one thing it says that there's two variants of Manito's actual Egyptica, meaning Egyptian history, that he wrote, that they had available during that time. He said it's two and it's possibly a third one. And then all the other ones I just see, he's just citing, it just say they citing Josephus, citing Josephus. So when we actually read the work, because everybody like to say, oh, Josephus mistranslated Manito, or he got it wrong, but y'all don't read the writing. So how can, or Josephus didn't have knowledge of this stuff, or he didn't have knowledge of that. When you don't know what he had, because you didn't read the work, you didn't read his writings, you read what somebody else is saying, what he wrote. If you actually go into his writings and get a quote from him, you will see that he was privy to all of the Greek writings and all of the Egyptians' writings. Basically, and the Egyptian writings come from Manito, because Manito wrote 2 volumes or 2 books on Egyptian history. So as I say, just read his works, man. We don't have to speculate. We can just read it. He was talking
I think
about
that's a
stuff.
little disingenuous to say to the brother. and a little disrespectful because the brother told you what book to pull out and then told you what was
Well,
in there. So
well, I
it's
got
kind of
It's
some.
like
all good.
I don't think
It's
this speech is for him.
it's all good,
It
sister.
may be me, right?
It's all
Maybe
good,
me.
sister. It's all good. It's perfectly fine with me. To answer your question though, sister, I think that number one, I do see some of those literary motifs, but part of that's just gonna flower up the narrative to make it memorable. And I
Hmm.
also see that theology is important in the ancient Near East because that's kind of what it functioned to do.
Hmm.
I do not see the ethnogenesis tradition in the Exodus narrative as being one that's mythology. I agree with non believing skeptical Egyptologist Donald Redford. Um, in his assessment, he says that the Exodus tradition doesn't seem to be mythology, at least not in the sense of eternal situation with the gods. So it does seem to be fixated in history, the narrative itself, which, not to beat a dead horse, I trust when it comes to the Exodus narrative and investigating it, I would trust as a primary source the Exodus tradition, not Josephus. Josephus is a commentator concerning the Exodus. You could say the same thing regarding modern day historians. Cool. They're commentators regarding the primary source material. And the primary source material is found in the Exodus narrative. Whatever Manetho is alleged to have said, according to Josephus, cool, not a problem with me. Because one thing Josephus was ignorant about was the actual land. Why am I saying it like this? T. Ramses. There was no city in ancient Egypt named after the king P. Ramses, city or house of Ramses, until a Ramses reigned on the throne. That automatically pushes the date later, no matter how you want to understand whatever Josephus is saying or the church fathers are saying. If the text, the primary source concerning their exit, states that they were in Egypt building P. Ramses, storage cities for P. Ramses, that site has been excavated. We know some about when those foundations were laid. And we also know when those foundations were taken up and relocated. And if that's the case, and we also know the actual king by whom the city is named after. This has historical precedence. As such, we don't have to go to a church father, an ante-Nicene, or post-ante-Nicene father. We don't even got to go to Josephus. We can stick with the text and be critical
Right.
scholars as it relates to the narrative itself.
But that's
That's
the
crazy
thing.
work,
From
bro.
the narrative, it's not just the fact that it follows
Go
these
ahead.
theological motifs, it's also the fact that archaeologically it doesn't fan out, right? The story of Exodus, the roaming the desert for 40 years or however many years that they were in the desert, that archaeology hasn't been found. For that many people to be in the desert for that many years, there will be something left from these people,
I mean,
right?
that's an
There's a
interesting
massive grave
claim, but
site. There-
we have
There's a
Egyptian
massive
records.
grave site in the desert, in the desert near the across the Suez Canal. They
Oh
found
no.
pottery. They found other materials there as well. So I don't know. The
But what
stuff
is
that
it?
y'all are
But that's
saying
the
is just
thing. You can
crazy.
find a thing,
So
but if we're only
this is
having
why critical scholars are in general agreement that the consensus date for the Exodus would be the transitional phase of the late Bronze, early Iron Age. Why? Because archaeology suggests you have this novel community, this new community, beginning in Mount Ebal and then expanding in population and in their settlement production and in their pottery types. They have very succinct architecture as well. And
right, and
not
I'm not
last but
arguing
not
that.
least, their food habits. According to Finkelstein, you can't identify the Israelites by means of the houses, structures, or their pottery. You can identify the Israelites according to the eating habits. And according to Finkelstein, the eating habits of the no pig taboo appears in the Levant in
What
a
about
territory where they were
Right,
heavy
but
pig eaters.
What about
at a
the
particular
destruction
But
time
of
in
that's
history.
not
Jericho?
what I'm arguing, though, right? And that's not necessarily what I'm saying. Like, yes, there is evidence of a people showing up. Yes, there is evidence of them being there. But where there is no evidence is the journey to how they got there,
Well,
or
that's fine.
the
I was
exact journey from from Quebec to the Levant for where they were founded, and we see these things. And that's why I brought up the whole origin story motif that happens where you create a story to explain how these group of people get to where they are.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Not
make historical sense for these people to be describing 19th dynasty Egypt and 19th dynasty, 20th dynasty Levant in a cultural context where they're, according to these liberal scholars that have the perspective you're articulating and stand on it very strongly, it wouldn't make sense for them to have that, not that archaeological knowledge, that historical knowledge, the place name knowledge in the 9th century BCE, in the 8th century BCE. So if, depending on how far, and that's another thing, that we don't find the same type of evidence we have for the origin of the Israelites that we do for the origin of the Romans. Like, yes, we don't have evidence of people in the Sinai, but we don't even have evidence of the 100,000 people that were brought back and forth throughout the Sinai, throughout all of Egyptian history. Hundreds of thousands. The brother mentioned earlier Kamos, because Kamos does record an instance where Amos brings back over 100,000 Shashu from the Levant into Egypt. We don't have a footprint. We don't have stopping stations. We don't have nothing like that for their safe means of transportation or transportation
but we
back and
have
forth
a
in the
first take
archaeology record.
primary evidence of the person saying what he did.
Well,
No?
we don't have, what we don't also have is non-Egyptian records of this event. So this all could just be Egyptian propaganda. And we know the Egyptians were known for propagandizing their literature.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. But then I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't agree that what you're saying proves that the Exodus happened. That's what I'm going with.
All I'm saying as it relates to the Exodus, and I didn't mention this little two aspects earlier, right? These two aspects that I could have mentioned earlier. One of them is to sort of ask the redundant question to the scholars who are saying, "Oh, well, this population explosion in the Levant in the early Iron Age. Oh, well, this is from people that are already there." That's the way a lot of scholars think about it, not people coming in from outside, whether it's from the south or from the east. Um, as the biblical record says, they're coming in from the east, from the Transjordan. Nonetheless, um, we don't have a full record to consider. So, for example, what we know is that the people of the Levant had a language, they had literature. They were able to produce literature because a few centuries, a little bit before, during the 18th dynasty, what were they doing? They were writing letters back and forth to the Egyptian kings to ask for assistance against the mercenaries, namely the Arabu. So we know that they had the ability to write. We just don't have any of their correspondences. So that's one problem as well. Not only with the biblical record, we don't have Egyptian correspondence unless you interpret, say, the Merneptah Stela as some type of necessary conquering of these
What
runaways.
about Amenhotep II?
Yeah, is there a P. Ramses during his lifetime as a city? No. So we have to look somewhere elsewhere because the Israelites say
No,
they were
that
in
no,
Egypt
no,
building
that
P.
ain't. That's not
Ramses.
necessarily true. That's not
Uh,
necessarily true. Just
so
because it say P.
what is
Ramses,
the
that don't
city?
mean that
What
you
is the
have to look
city the
because
Israelites were assisting in building?
because there's something called textual updates. So certain people would textual scribes would update the location of a specific area as it relates to the people,
Yeah,
the
that's
audience
why.
of that time that
That's
he's
right. That's
updating
why
the
we
text.
do not, right. But pay attention to this. Why don't we see the word tennis throughout the Torah? Why don't we
Tanis
find
is
the
the
fields of
city. Zoan is the city.
Zoan?
No,
Why don't
not
we find?
Zoar. No,
Oh,
Zoar is the surviving city of Sodom and Gomorrah. That
mm.
destruction. It's the fifth. It's the fifth city, which is in the. It's in the middle of the
So
five city
again,
of
if
the
they
four city.
textually updated
So
the book of
hold on,
Exodus as it
hold on,
relates to their
hold on. Let me finish.
itinerary and the place
Let me
names,
finish.
why don't we find
Zoan, the city of
Tanis?
Tanis, that the archaeologist has identified as Tanis is Zoan. It's Zoan. Sometimes it's spelled Soan.
Beautiful.
In Hebrew,
So why doesn't the
it's the
Torah
T it
identify
makes the TS
Pithom and
sound.
Ramses
That's
as
why they
these
say it's
cities?
Tanis Zoan Zoan. It has a linguistic match.
Just for the audience to pay attention, he said the text frequently updates itself for the new reader to understand what's going on. And yet he can't demonstrate a point of textual updating as it relates to these toponyms, these place names that Israelites traveled through, or even were physically at building according to their narrative itself. That's interesting. Especially when you get the critical scholars that do the dating, the proposed dates for the literature, maybe not the manuscript, but the content. Scholars usually date the Y and the E sources back to the 12th, 11th, and 10th century BCE.
That's false. That's a false
That's
narrative.
not during the
That's
time period you're suggesting.
just because it says Ramses. That's why they does that. Now, this is the one thing. Okay,
If that's
say,
why it does
hold on,
that,
give me
you're
one second.
telling us it should
Let me
read
flesh this
Tanis.
out. Let me flesh this out. Say Ramses is the pharaoh of the Exodus, right? In Exodus, from the time Moses is born to the time of the Exodus, how many pharaohs go past?
The text is
That's over.
unclear.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it
No, it ain't.
is.
No, it ain't. Because he encounters a pharaoh when Moses is born. There's a pharaoh. Because you have Pharaoh's daughter. Moses stayed with that family for 40 years,
Mm-hmm.
right? So either this Pharaoh was still reigning or he isn't. So Moses is 40 years. He leaves for 40 years, and he comes back. So
Yeah,
another
the
it's
text
two.
doesn't
That's
say
80 years.
a
Now
pharaoh
hold on. Let me
died.
flesh
It
it out.
says
Now
the men
Egyptians
that
don't
were
reign that
after him.
long.
I'm
Hold on.
telling you, I know where your question is coming from. The text that says
Let him
somebody
land his
died.
plane, though, Courtney. Let him land his plane, though.
Okay, go ahead.
No, look, what I'm saying is the
Yo,
Egyptian
let him land his
pharaohs, it's not many Egyptian pharaohs that reign for a long period of time. They usually only reign about 10, 20 years. So, but when Moses come back, there's a new pharaoh on the throne. Because why we know, because Thutmose the first, I think he reigned for 67 years. And then when Moses come back, it's another pharaoh because it's 80 years in exact. And then then the Exodus happened shortly after he returned. So just through that span of 80 years, three pharaohs is sitting on the throne, three different pharaohs. So now if it's Ramses, is you putting Ramses at the end of the Exodus or when Moses or when the Israelites built the city of Pithom? Because if you go to the
Yeah,
part where
Ramses
they say, hold on,
was
let me
the ruler.
finish. Because if you go to the part where they say where they first mention Ramses, that's over hundreds of years. I just narrowed it down to 80, and it's still three pharaohs in between.
I'm
So which
glad you
one is
did that,
Ramses?
sir. I can answer. So the text you're thinking about where somebody dies, the Pharaoh dies after the 40 years Moses left, and then he returns 40 years later. In that
An
verse, I
Egyptian
dare
guy,
you to
not a
read the
pharaoh.
verse because the verse does not say the Pharaoh died. It says that many
Right.
men that were after you that didn't like you died. The men died. It doesn't necessitate
No,
that it was the
Moses killed that
Pharaoh.
man. I
Oh
ain't
my
say the
goodness,
pharaoh
I have
died. I
a
said
full
Moses.
Hold
answer
on,
for
Didi.
you, sir.
Let him land his plane.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, so the text doesn't actually say the Pharaoh died. And I'm glad you mentioned the long life or the long period that you believe is the succession of time happening here, because Ramses II rules for about 70 years. 70, 70. So that's a very long time period of
Ramsey, is
rule.
that a
He
fact?
also ruled, I'm almost done. He also ruled till the completion of his building projects, unlike most of his predecessors. So P. Ramses and Pithom were constructed, were built, and completed during his life. Now, do we have much administrative records concerning his life? No. And all of the records that we got commemorating his military feats are all commemorating feats of his that happened within the first 10 years of his rule. So it is interesting. There's kind of like an epigraphic silence concerning this 70-year ruler in ancient Egypt.
What's the
That's
silence?
interesting.
So it say Ramses ruled for what's that?
70 years,
63, 66. Yeah,
about
about
70
7. Yeah,
years.
about 7. That's still high chronology, low chronology. You know they don't have no exact
So I can
dates.
address your high and low chronology issue because apparently you're not well read on
Are
this
you wait, before you
chronological
do that? Are
point.
you a
The
minimalist?
chronological
You a
point has been
minimalist?
settled
Are you a
decades ago.
minimalist?
About 80 years ago, the
Wait,
chronological point has been settled.
Yeah,
If anybody on this channel has ever heard the argument from patterns of evidence, they
yeah, like David
masqueraded.
Rowe. Yeah, David Rowe, pattern evidence.
Yeah, somebody who you should never take advice from concerning chronology or Egyptology. He's not an Egyptologist. He's not a chronographer.
Why he's not an Egyptologist?
Oh, he doesn't have his PhD in the field, which is the sole requirement for an Egyptologist.
What he got his PhD in?
He doesn't have a PhD.
He do.
He does not.
Oh man.
He actually wanted to get his PhD in chronology of ancient Egypt, but believe it or not, when he was studying to get his ancient Near Eastern certificates, the scholar he was studying under said, "Yo, this will never pass peer review. Your chronological thesis." What is David Rowe? He's technically a rock star, and I mean that with no pejorative connotations. He's an actual rock star. He's a musician, and he has chart-topping songs through his rock band.
He said he's a rock star.
He actually is. You want to like
Well, I
similar
wasn't
to
going off
Dan
of his
Barker.
chronology anyway, but he
He
do
is
study
not an
Egyptology.
Egyptologist. He is not an Egyptologist. You have been persuaded from somebody claiming stuff that is actually incorrect when it comes to the technicality and specialty required of the field he's claiming. To be an
So
Egyptologist, you need a PhD in Egyptology from an accredited institution.
so what part is wrong? He don't have the
Oh
degree, or
yeah,
it's
he
not from
doesn't
an
have a
accredited
PhD from
institution.
accredited institution in
Which
Egyptology.
one? So
Ergo,
he
he's
don't
not
have
an
a
Egyptologist.
degree from a he has a
He
degree, but it's
does
not
not
from
have a
accredited.
PhD, a philosophical terminal degree, research
Mm-hmm.
degree, excuse me. He doesn't have a research degree in the field of Egyptology.
Mm-hmm. So all right, that we'll have to research that. That
You don't, I mean, go
I
ahead and
never brought
Google it.
him up.
Just
You brought
Google
him
it.
up.
I
I,
didn't, I actually didn't,
I did.
you
I
mentioned him.
didn't. I did not mention David Rose. I mentioned him after you brought him up.
I actually didn't bring up David Rowe.
Yes, you did. You said patterns of evidence.
That's not me mentioning David Rowe.
He's the Egyptologist. He's the
So
main.
if anybody's ever seen that video or that series, that video series, you know that they emphasize, I think in the second part of the series, the whole chronology problem. They say, oh, there's a problem
New
in ancient
chronology.
Egyptian
Yeah,
chronology. This is
yeah.
what they say. And
Yes.
then what is not made clear for you is the fact that the issue has been settled academically. They had symposiums 80 years ago, 50, 80 years ago in Europe concerning the ancient Egyptian chronology. Those symposiums came out with a resolution. The resolution is what's ruling the academic situation, especially in Europe, less so in America, but it's prevalent in America as well as certain institutions. You won't find it at, you will find it at Penn State. You will find it at Harvard. You will find it at Cal Berkeley. You'll find it at all over certain but it's more of a European situation and a European dogma that's been settled nowadays. Americans still sort of dabble back and forth in the chronology issue, but arguably it's no need to do that either. You can look up the Groundhog Machine, which is a PhD um, dissertation on ancient Near Eastern chronology, where you can actually plug in particular dates for particular artifacts, and you can actually test David Rowe's chronology. You could test Douglas Petrovich's chronology. You could test all of these scholarly chronologies out here concerning all of this, and you can actually see how consistent they are according to this man's David
Okay, you
Falk,
say he
who
got
is
a
an
BA.
Egyptologist.
Say he has a BA in Egyptology.
Yay! So is that a
So he do have a
PhD?
degree.
He
I
does
never
not
said
have
he
a
had
PhD
PhD.
in Egyptology. A degree does not make you an Egyptologist.
Hold on.
The type of degree
It
would
say he
make one
didn't
an
complete. He
Egyptologist.
say he began a PhD on Egyptology chronology, but did not complete it. Did not
Mm-hmm.
complete the doctorate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's
Mm-mm.
good enough, bro. That ain't.
It's not good
It could be
enough.
other, like
It's
how
not
you
good
said
enough to be
about the
identified
whole.
as it. It's not good enough to be called an Egyptologist proper. You
No,
can call him an
that's not true because it
Egyptologist
says he's the
enthusiast.
British.
You can call him an
Hold on.
enthusiast, but you can't call him an Egyptologist.
No, that's not necessarily true because it says right here. It says David Rowe's credential. David Rowe is a British Egyptologist, historian, and author.
I'm glad you keep reading his own website
No,
instead
this
of
is from
taking
ChatGPT.
ChatGTP, which is going off of what is the resources for his credentials. I guarantee you they're using as a primary reference point his website. Because when you compare his actual credentials, his actual letters, with what constitutes, what classifies an Egyptologist, you will pay attention and notice he don't make the mark.
Say formal degree in
I
Egyptology
could put
and
in
American
ChatGTP
ancient
right
history.
now. I could put in
No
ChatGTP right now, make Lindsey Hunter the best basketball player of his era. And it will provide stats, arguments, and things of this sort that would suggest Lindsey Hunter, formerly of the Detroit Pistons, was a was a
I remember
fantastic
Lindsey
NBA
Hunter.
player. I'm giving you the qualifications of what makes an Egyptologist. A PhD in the field of Egyptology. Does he have a PhD? You just read off his degree. You said he has a bachelor's in Egyptology. Great. Bachelor's is not a PhD. That's 2 degree levels underneath the PhD, at least in America. If that's the case, guess what? He's not an Egyptologist.
Well, he's not an Egyptologist with a PhD.
Look up if he has if he's a member of a rock band, a successful rock band.
What people does for in their hobby time, that don't have nothing to do with it.
I mean, when you're writing
So look,
books
so
and you're
this
hold on,
says
hold on,
not
hold on, hold
having a
on.
P.
Let me tell you
Hold on, real
something
quick.
else about
Hold
David
on, look,
Rowe.
real quick. Let me read this. This say not having a PhD does not automatically mean someone is not an Egyptologist, but it does affect how they are viewed in academia.
Okay,
So it
and
don't mean that he's not
Egyptologist
an
is an
Egyptologist.
academic.
It says an Egyptologist is someone who studied ancient Egypt professionally.
With the PhD. I understand that, sir. I'm sorry you're not acquainted with the field of study.
Man, look, it say a degree or that. Listen, whatever, man. Right here, it say it don't necessarily mean that he's not an
You can
Egyptologist.
go to YouTube. It's a brief video on YouTube about what makes an Egyptologist from an Egyptologist by the name of David Falk. His YouTube page is called Egypt in the Bible.
Yeah, I know David Falk. I know
Oh,
David Falk.
okay. And you know that he says, as an Egyptologist, someone practicing in the field of Egyptology, publishing, he's done archaeological digs in Egypt, in the Sinai Peninsula, in fact. He's an Egyptologist.
All right. Now, like I said, I don't know
I'll
why I
take his
did all
word
this.
over yours.
I don't know why I did all this. Anyway, I only mentioned him because you brought up patterns of the evidence, and
I
that's why I
wasn't bringing up
recognize him
patterns of
from.
evidence to mention David Falk. I was
You brought
bringing
it
up
up to
patterns of evidence because a lot of people have been influenced, believers and non-believers have been influenced over this false conundrum of ancient Egyptian study, namely a high and low chronology debate. It's not really a debate anymore in academia as it relates to Egyptologists.
So you saying there's no more high chronology and low chronology? Because
Debate in
I just did a
Egyptology.
debate about
So I
ancient
mean, I
Egypt.
wish you finished the statement. It's funny. I'm pretty sure you sound like somebody who's been outside your whole life and your room been dirty. But when you was 3, it sounds like you asked your parents, "Hey, can I go outside?" And they said yes. After you clean up your room, and you just sprinted outside. Like you gotta listen to everything stated before you begin to just shoot off at the hip. Another thing a lot of people aren't familiar with regarding David Roll in particular is he's not even a believer. He's an atheist. His content, literature, if you want to call it scholarship, cool. Everything he's
Bro,
produced has been
I
for
don't care
economic
about him
gain.
being I don't
Everything he's
care
produced
about
has been
none of
for
that. I
economic
never
gain.
mentioned his work.
Everything he's produced has been solely on the basis of economic gain.
Yeah, I never. So okay, so back to the high chronology, low chronology. Are you saying that this is not an argument anymore in mainstream Egyptology?
Yes, sir. There's been symposiums concerning this almost 100 years ago in academia. Week long symposiums were held, and Egyptologists discussed this stuff. When it got updated a little bit, when the Amarna letters were found, because the Amarna letters functioned as a point for historical syncretisms as it relates to doing chronology. And historical syncretisms are the primary means by which modern chronographers do chronology. So
No,
with
I'm
the
looking it up.
Armana letters, we have gained even more insight and even more historical approximation and dates with the 10-year period. It's only about 15-year period worth of contact between the Levantine city states and Egypt. And it's only incoming. It's not the Egyptian responses. It's only the incoming request letters. This is the most significant aspect of Egyptian and the longest period of Egyptian administrative records we have today. 3,000 years worth of history, and we barely got a little more than a decade worth of administrative records purely succinctly. This is
So
phenomenal.
they say this is debated still, but
It's
it's just
not.
more. It's narrowed down. It say yes, mainstream Egyptologists still debate high and low chronology, although
Okay,
the
that's
debate
cool. I mean, I
today
know
is
you're reading
much
ChatGTP. I
narrower
can pull
than
up the
it used to be.
symposiums. I can pull up the literal symposiums. I can pull up the resolutions at these symposiums. The
Yeah, so
resolutions
what
at
they
the
did,
symposiums.
they just narrowed the chronology, but it's still debate. They still have this a higher chronology and a lower chronology.
Yes, and I'm saying that debate is one that has been marketed to Christians in order to shoehorn a perspective that is not academic into the conversation.
Yeah, so I wasn't using it. If that's what he does, I'm not saying that. That ain't what I was talking about in Egyptology. They are a little bit confused about the dates. They're not. It's not agreed upon. What's
Yeah,
agreed upon.
I disagree strongly, sir. Like, there's
But
been a lot of
I'm not
recent.
saying that, but I'm not saying that to say like, oh, this ain't happening this time, it happened in that time. No, I'm saying like when they have these years, like for Ramses, 1279 to 1213, and when I said that was 66 years that he reigned, about 66 years or circa 66 years, right? So that's what I mean by that. Like it's in that range. It's a high chronology and it's a low chronology. Some might say it probably say 80. And the other one, the low chronology probably say uh he reigned at 1260. It's the time frame is just narrower. It's not like hundreds of years. It's a narrow thing. It's either you got a low date or a high date.
Yeah, so the symposium was actually called the Symposium. I'm sorry, the synchronization of civilizations in the Eastern Mediterranean in the second millennium BC one. Proceedings of an international symposium at schools Hannedorf, and 15th through 17th of November in 1996. So it was actually more recent than what I remembered. And at the Austin Academy, Vienna, and the 11th through 12th of May in 98. Contributions to the chronology of Eastern Mediterranean, one, wine, and then it gives a German rendering of the publication.
Yeah, so that's cool. I'll look up into the supposing, but I'm saying that doesn't have anything to do with what we was talking. We just went way off the map talking about David Roll and patterns. We
I'll
never
I'll
went to stuff.
address I'll address Scott Stripling's usage of this chronology as well from James Hoffmeyer.
Okay.
He says, and this is in the Exodus book, the 4 or 5 views, I don't know, but anyway, it's in the Exodus book, the most recent 4 or 5 views book on the Exodus. Nonetheless, he says the following regarding Scott Stripling, James Hoffmeyer. Moreover,
Yes,
Stripling
Baltimore. Okay.
clings to high chronology in which Tutmosis III reigned from 1504 through 1450 BCE, and Amenhotep from 1452 through 1425 BCE. During 1980s through 1990s, a series of conferences on an absolute chronology led most Egyptologists to favor the lower chronology dates for the New Kingdom.
Yeah.
So it's not really a debate amongst Egyptologists. They tend to favor the lower chronology, the lower dates for the New Kingdom period. And again, this has been vindicated not only in the initial assessments from Kenneth Kitchens, who was an Egyptologist, Orientalist,
Hmm.
and a chronographer, and an epigrapher. He
Yeah,
actually
I agree with
did.
Kenneth Fisher.
You agree with Kitchens?
Yeah, a lot of people don't. Yeah, his research. Yeah, Kenneth A. Kitchens. Yeah.
Well, if you agree with Kenneth Kitchens, he calls the people that follow the early date incompetent, dumb, stupid. Like he uses jargon of that sort in peer-reviewed publications to speak about the other side.
Right. So the early date is the no. Kenneth Kitchen says. Oh, let me see.
He
Hold
says
on.
1260s, 1250s BCE.
Oh no, that was the one thing that I disagree with him in is the Ramses thing.
Oh well, I mean his Ramses thing is a
I
lot
don't have
more
to
than
agree
just
with
Ramses.
everything that he said. I agree with all his. It's just that Ramses date because they basing that on because the name that's in the text. They're not basing that on in the Merneptah Stele. That's it.
Yes, it is completely compatible with Merneptah Stela, and he actually mentions the Neptoa situation in Joshua,
Right.
suggesting Mernet, like once Joshua and the Israelites get into Jerusalem, 2 kilometers outside of Jerusalem, in a location believed to be ancient Lifta, possibly. It was a location called the Waters or the Oasis of Neptoa, the Oasis of Merneptah. And again, the place where
Oh yeah,
Moses
I need to look
initially,
that up.
so the this is a what you call an ancient Egyptian toponym or place name. The
Toponym.
pl-
Okay.
yeah, the place name has historical significance because it wouldn't have the name concerning Merneptah until at least the time of Merneptah. And this is the successor of Ramses II. And they were there building storage cities named after a town named after Ramses II. So, I mean, the biblical chronology as it relates to toponyms is quite succinct. And the historical chronology also is quite succinct. Merneptah mentions the Israelites first. If it's not Merneptah, some scholars think you got to wait until Ramses III, but that's still the Ramsonite period Exodus. But I think waiting till
But okay, but
Ramses
if the
III, now you have the Israelite settlements popping up without the Israelites.
right, and that's the problem. All the archaeological evidence fits with the early period,
No,
the
none of the
14th.
archaeological data fits with the early period.
It don't fit with the later
It only fits
because
with the later
this is the
period.
thing. This is the thing. So you have the conquest. You have the conquest of Canaan in the Amarna letters. Not only that, we can say you take that out, right? The
But the
walls of
conquest is not
Jericho.
mentioned in the Armana letters. They're not
Yes,
fighting Israelites in the
yes, it
Armana
is.
letters.
They're fighting Habiru, which is a
Beautiful.
linguistic match to Hebrew.
No, it's
So
not.
yes, it is.
No, no, no,
Yes, it is, bro. I
sir.
already did the research on it.
Well,
You can't
maybe you
tell
need to
me it
update
because
your
I know I
research.
read Hebrew. So when they
You need to
call
update your
Abraham,
research. Haribu is not the
when
same spelling as Hebrew in Hebrew.
it doesn't listen, Hebrew is
Arithmetic.
English. Hebrew is English. That's what y'all gotta understand.
I don't
The
have a
word
problem with
Hebrew is
that
an
being the
English
English
word.
transliteration, sir.
Okay, so you will say avari mean ha abari, right? And that
Abari.
e that yod at the end is synonymous with the u, and the it's interchangeable with a u. That's why you have people say Yahuwah and all this other stuff. Those are the yod and the y was placeholders for certain vowel sounds. So, bro, miss me with all that. I got scholarly papers on that about the linguistic match and everything. So,
I
miss
do
me. Plus,
too,
it
sir.
says Abraham the Hebrew, right? So when you read it in Hebrew, it's I'm gonna tell you the modern way that how the Jewish people say it's Ha Avari, right? But they change they make the B the a V sound when the letter is a B. So it's really Ha Abari. So this is how people get mixed up with the translation because of the modern Hebrew and because of modern English. But when you go to the Phoenician, when you go to what the script is actually written in, and you make those sounds, you see the linguistic match. And how do I know that it's not a V instead? It's a B instead of a V because you have Abraham, but they say Abraham because they can't pronounce the B sound. They pronounce it with a V. It says you go into the Hebrew why they changed the letters and stuff like that. That's what they did. That's what the Masoretes and they did with the whole vowel system thing. But I already got papers on that. They was basically calling them Habaru. Not only that, you have Joshua's. I mean, not Joshua's. You have the Jericho, the walls of Jericho falling. They fell outward, and they date back to I think 1500 BC. But the destruction of the city is in 1300. So that's the city was destroyed. In the evidence that they have, it all fits the biblical narrative that the city, the walls was pushed outward, not pushed inward. And how the walls fell, it was like a ramp, and you can just walk straight up into the city. And that's explained in the Bible. Not only that, we have Joshua witness stone as well, which the Israelites began to worship because there was a massive stone and it was going to be a witness against them. So we also have that, and we have archaeologists trying to sabotage that actual site. So we have the exhortations for that as well. This is
Archaeologists trying
all
to
in
sabotage the site. When were they
W.B.
trying to sabotage the
Albright's
site?
book. What you say?
When were they trying to sabotage the site of Jericho?
It's 19. It's in the early 19. I want to say because it was a German. It was a German archaeologist. This is in the I think this is in Wilbur's Albright book. It is it the Wilbur Albright or is it
William Albright, F.
yeah?
Albright.
Who was the one he known as the father of archaeology, biblical
He's
archaeology or something?
yeah, that's Albright.
Yeah, it's in his book. So he has the actual him and a few others because there was a few other people that was there. He has the actual the argument scene by these two Egyptologists. One of them was an atheist. Another one, I don't know if he was a believer or not, but when they found this site in Jericho where they had Joshua witnessed on. They found it, and he was they it's a it was out of place. Well, I ain't gonna say they found this massive stone, but also they found these like sediments that look like the stone fit in the sediment, right? So they took like about took multiple men to pick it up. And so they picked it up and fed it in the sediment. And when the head archaeologist came back and saw that, he got they got into a big old thing. He fired the dude that told them to do that, and he pushed the thing off the mountain. He pushed it off the cliff, and it was off the cliff. He pushed it right off, and we got more than three, probably four different, no, probably five different accounts, different people stating this same scene happened at this archaeological site by these two same archaeologists.
Mm-hmm.
Now, over the years, like early, like in the 1960s or 80s or whatever, the archaeologists had went and re-excavated that site, and they found this massive stone over the site, and it was broken because it was pushed over the thing. It was still there, so they picked it up and they placed it back. They placed it back in their original spot.
Okay.
I
I
used to
don't
know the guy name by heart. Let me see if I wrote it
Garstink.
down. It's a German dude.
So the German Austrian team that first investigated Jericho, they were the first team to dig over there. When you say they tried to, like the language you use is entertaining. Um, I don't know how familiar you are with the field of archaeology in and of itself, the methods, the tools, the means of analysis that they utilize, but like they weren't doing stratigraphy in their initial excavation,
Yeah,
but they
they
did find
go ahead.
a lot of pottery, and they found occupational evidence from pottery and later on from Garstank and Kenyon's excavation. They found occupational evidence from the late Bronze Age, which would put the 1440s date in question as it relates to the late Bronze Age occupation. The site maintained
Okay.
its site occupation because the destruction layers seemed to have either eroded away from wind and water erosion at the site, or they were scraped off from later site leveling at the site. So the time period in question that we both are looking for is probably not going to be found on that
Well,
tail at the tail in the location we are looking for anymore
right.
due to site leveling.
Well,
Last
so
but
you
not
can,
least,
mhm.
last but not least, Joshua in the book at least says that when he goes into Jericho, they have this conversation where they got to be pulled up and down from the wall. The girl lived in Rebecca, I think her name was. She lived in a casemate wall, meaning she lived within the mud brick style enclosure on top of the Colopian rock wall. So they have that wall, and according to somebody who taught me archaeology, who's the lead excavator at the site, he dates the wall to the late period. He actually has an article two articles suggesting that Jericho existed from 1550 until around 1200 BCE. Um, his name is Lorenzo Nigro. And I learned about this way before Inspiring Philosophy and David Falk talked about it and made videos about it. Because I had a class with the guy and he was changing his perspective while the class was going before the publications came out. And yeah, you say you're familiar with Kitchens. Kitchens records all of this as well. The middle building has later building topology. So it's built at a later time period on top of an earlier destroyed administrative complex that was much larger than itself. But the middle building existed up and until 1200 BCE, from 1550 to 1200 BCE. And the destruction layer that was allegedly found at Jericho was properly dated to around 1550 BCE. Again, you should take a good reading. Inspired Philosophy has the article online. He goes through much of it line by line. On the Jericho publications from the current lead excavator at the site. You should take a good reading on that material. 1440s, the site was destroyed or it was being reoccupied. We have evidence of reoccupation, slow, gradual reoccupation, and smaller site occupation at Jericho from 1450 until, well, from 1550 until 1200 BCE. So that time period, we have site occupation attested. And at multiple different stages, we have literature, we have graves, we have pottery shards from the late period, and then it stops from that late bronze, early Iron Age period, and then it stops at Jericho. But yeah, you can't have the mud brick wall, for example. That's one of the more, oh, he left. But the mud brick wall is interesting because it actually demonstrates something contrary to what he was suggesting. And that's a later site occupation after 1440s, or even, yeah, after 1440s, because the wall was likely put up there right before a couple of, like within a couple of 100 years, 100 years before Joshua's conquest. And yes, there is some, not absolute, but there is some um, archaeological data for two of the three sites the Israelites conquered as it relates to the conquest, namely Hatzor and Jericho. Those are the two sites where we do have some archaeological evidence for conquest narrative to be justified in the archaeology of the Israelites. So yeah, by the way, when he's talking about in the 1400s, there's no evidence of site destruction at Hatzor. It has continuous site occupation during that time period. There's no evidence of the Israelites destroying the city or that being evidenced in the archaeological record from his own time period and his own chronology. He's just mistaken there. Lastly, A1, you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to read something from David Falk real quick, and it's going to put some of that Haribo stuff into context, because this is a modern misconception a lot of people have, Christians, non-Christians, Israelites, concerning the Haribo. Okay. Now, this publication is called Behind the Scenes of the Old Testament. Let me just pull it up all the way. Yeah, Behind the Scenes of the Old Testament, Cultural, Social, and Historical Context. It's a academic publication from Baker Academic, and the article I'm reading is from somebody we mentioned, an Egyptologist, David Falk, who's your resident YouTube Egyptologist if you ever wanted to ask him a question. Nonetheless, this is what he says. He says, in an attempt to establish the historicity of the Israelites, and this is beginning on page 195 of the book. In an attempt to establish the historicity of the Israelites, other groups of Semites have been identified with the ancient Israelites, but are no longer generally seen as viable options. One early proposal was the Hyksos, who inhabited the Nile Delta from the early 12th dynasty and filled the power vacuum when it was no longer a clear ruler in Egypt, seizing control over the wealth of Egypt and Avaris, Egypt's largest city at the time. Josephus identified the Israelites with the Hyksos, which is another conundrum of Josephus, by the way. But that identification usually is no longer considered viable since the Hyksos were chased out of Egypt at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, much earlier than most modern authorities are comfortable with affirming the Israelite exodus. A few, such as Donald Redford, still accept that the Hyksos exit out of Egypt became a type of cultural memory, while at the same time recognizing no direct link existed between the Hyksos and the Israelites of later periods. Although such theories depend largely on a date for the writing of the biblical text and the demytholization of vaguely similar Exodus traditions scattered throughout the Levant. Furthermore, Josephus's against Apion was driven not so much by history as by an ideological debate in Hellenistic discourse over whose culture was superior by virtue of its antiquity. All
That's
right,
not what
now
Josephus. That's not
you're
what
right.
it's about.
That wasn't what Josephus said. This is a modern critical scholars assessment over the purpose of against Apion.
About his debate against Apion, not Manit. He had a debate against
Yeah, yeah,
Apion.
it's relevant because the whole purpose of Manito's book was to show the Egyptian superiority as it relates to their antiquity. So
Hmm.
this was just common polemic of the day. Now I'm almost done. Another problematic identification. This is going back to the book, still page 195. Another problematic identification with the Israelites is the Haribu Aribu, which was proposed to be the corruption of the ethnonym Hebrew. This was in 2012, according to Fitz. Um, the Haribu occur in in a variety of ancient sources dating from 1800 BCE until 1100 BCE, and appear in regions scattering from Egypt to Mesopotamia contemporaneously with the Egyptian sojourn. Their activities earned them a reputation as nomadic raiders more than sojourners. So they were not sojourners, as the Israelites were, they were raiders. The Hittite king Hattusili the first re, recurred. Well, he mentioned bands of Haribu. Oh, he recruited bands of Haribu to help him in the raid important trade centers in Syria. This is according to Hoffner in his 2009 publication. And they assisted the Amorite king Abdi Ashatura and his sons in their conquest of Byblos. So Haribu are in Byblos. Israelites never make it to Byblos. That's according to Armana letter. Donald Wiseman
Hey,
noted the
hold on, real
Haribu.
quick. Let me ask you a question. If Abraham crossed over, because the word, they say the word Hebrew means to cross over, right? So if Abraham came into Canaan, what would the Canaanites call Abraham?
If he identified with his initial
No,
ethnicity,
no,
they would call him whatever his ethnicity was.
no, they
If they
wouldn't. No,
identified
they
him with
wouldn't.
a social, I'm almost at the most important part of this conversation, sir. You got to let me try to land the plane real quickly. I know I've been reading a lot, but I'm almost done with this citation because what I'm about to read is very
Go ahead,
important.
bro. I'm eating food.
Thank you. All right. Donald Wiseman says that the Haribu appears to be more of a social class designation
Hold on,
than
real
a.
quick, Courtney.
Okay.
Nah, man. Can you hear me? What's up with your picture, bro?
What you say?
I got him off of there before you can do anything weird. Wow.
It was coming.
It was
I'm
coming.
glad you just said that last part, the social class part. Let me know when you
Yeah, because
finish.
a social class is not an ethnicity.
Well, it's not he when Abraham is
Hebrew functions
described as
as an
a Hebrew,
ethnicity
it's
throughout the
not. Hold
Bible.
on, listen. When Joseph and Abraham is described as a Hebrew, it's not describing their ethnic group.
Oh, yes, it is in the Bible.
No, it's not.
That's incorrect. Can I finish reading? The
Go
next
ahead.
couple sentences is going to be
This is
very
what I'm saying.
important.
Y'all got a misinterpretation of the whole
I
boat of the
understand.
whole
I'm
book.
just reading the most recent scholarship on some of these issues, sir. So Donald Wiseman noted that Haribo appears to be more of a social class designation than a term of ethnicity, as Hebrew is used in the biblical text. That's the quote. So notice the contrast. Haribo in the non-biblical text functions as a social class. Hebrew in the biblical text functions as an ethnonym. He continues, Paul continues, any connection between the Levantine Haribu or Hebrews and the Haribu may then hearken to a common Semitic ancestry, but the two groups appear to be isolated by geography and history. So they're not the same. They're not in the same locations. These groups are separated by means of their locations in history and their
But they call the
geography.
same thing.
They're
But they
not
call
called
the
the
same
same
thing.
thing. Nevertheless, William Deaver includes Haribu among many diverse groups that included the early cultural memories of the Israelites. The Israelites then appear to have originated as one of the sojourning groups of Semites that emerged possibly out of the Amorite people groups, an ethnic origin suggested by Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 45. So even later books of the Bible don't call the Israelites Haribu. They say that they were of the ethnic stock of Amorites. Um,
When?
to
Oh, that's a
Ezekiel chapter
misinterpretation of
16,
that scripture. Because in
Ezekiel
Ezekiel,
sixteen
hold
forty
on, hold on,
five
hold on,
says
bro.
Amorite.
Let me clear that up. Let me clear that up because everybody keep going to that. In Ezekiel, I think that's Ezekiel 16. Maybe it's 13. I don't know. It's
Verse
Ezekiel 16 or
45.
one.
Yes,
So
16, verse 45.
right, verse no, not yeah, it's the whole chapter. So it says your father was an Amorite, your mother was a Hittite. That's what you're talking about, correct?
That's
That's talking
correct.
about the land of Jerusalem. Because it says, "Oh Jerusalem." It's
So why
not
doesn't
talking
it say
about the
your father
Israelites.
was a Haribu or a Hebrew?
Because that's a social class. It's always been a social
And
designation.
okay, so right now, Titan Bagley, would you say that's an ethnic group or a social class?
Now it evolves into an ethnic group, but it
You're
always
saying
been.
Titan Debate
Hold on,
League is
listen.
an
Let
ethnic
me
group.
explain. Let me explain to you. Not right now. Right now, Titan it's social, but you have people as long as if they the longer they are interacting with this social makeup of the Titan debate league, they're going to start calling themselves Titans, and
Have
it's
you
going to
seen?
become a sense
Have
of
you
hold on, it's
seen?
going to become a sense of association with these
Who?
people.
Have you seen? Have you seen David Falk
Hold on, watch
argue
this.
that
Let
we
me
have direct?
let's point this
Okay,
out. Hey, what your day ones are called? A1. What your day
Uh,
one debaters are called?
Titans.
Titans. But Titan Debate League, you made that up, right?
Yep.
As a nomenclature, as a name for your platform.
Well, really, I did start with the Titans first, and then I was like, okay, Titans Debate League, and then I came up with Coliseum last, like in that order.
Right, but you got
Everybody,
people,
go ahead though. I don't
right,
mean to
but
mess up your point though.
no, you got people that been on your platform that call themselves they identify as Titans now, don't they?
Yeah, Titans, Titan family.
It's the same way. But the only thing about the Haberu situation is that was the word that was used by other people to describe these people, right? And
I'm
over
trying to.
time, these people started to identify themselves as such because they've been called that for so long. It's the
So
same way how,
the
hold on, let
problem
me
with
finish.
this.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. It's the same way how blacks was called niggers or negroes in a derogatory fashion. And even today in 2026, we now use it as a term of endearment and identity. Was calling ourselves black, which is the English version of the word negro. So it's the same way. And even in Jeremiah 30, chapter 34, I believe it's verse 8, it uses the word Jew and Hebrew synonymous, but it's talking about uh early on in Exodus. It's talking when it says Hebrew servant. This is always, it always has something to do with social class. You have in Exodus 21 where it talks about the Hebrew servant. We know the Hibiru was servant, so it's identifying these people as such. Then
Yeah,
when
I
you get to
can't find.
Jeremiah,
I can't.
500 years later, when you get to Jeremiah 34, it says Hebrew servant, a Hebrew, a man servant or a maid servant or a Jew. It uses it like synonymously. So they you see the evolvement of the word Hebrew become synonymous with a Jew. And then when people resurrect the language and the culture, now they identify themselves as Hebrews and Jews. So this is the evolvement of the language. It's the same thing. So a lot of people, a lot of stuff you said is not all the way wrong, but we have to be politically correct, right? So you talking about critical. The sister that you talked about that excavated Jericho, she was
Catherine Kenyon,
most
yes.
of her stuff was right, but she was wrong about one thing, and it was because she dated it the date that she gave, because she said the destruction happened at, I think it was an
Catherine
older
Kenyon
date,
has done
and
the
it was
most
only because,
extensive
hold
excavation at
on
the
brother, let me
site.
talk for a minute. It was only because she didn't find a Pacific pottery. If y'all don't know, when
She
they do
found
these
pottery. You're misrepresenting the archaeology.
how it's already stated in
There hasn't been
archaeology.
an excavator. There
Hold
hasn't been
on,
an
brother.
excavator at Jericho that didn't find pottery or late Bronze Age occupational evidence.
All right,
Every excavator at the
brother. I
site
didn't
found
interrupt
that
you
type
when
of
you went
data.
through. You went. I'm just addressing everything that you said. The girl, the sister, Karen, whatever her name is, I forgot the Kenyon, whatever
Catherine
I forgot
Kenyon,
the
yes.
Catherine. Yeah, Catherine Kenyon. Thank you. So what it is she gave it. I think she gave the wrong date, and that's only because she didn't find Pacific pottery. I think she was looking for Cyprus, some pottery from Cyprus or something like that. Some type of pottery. She didn't find it, so she said that she dated the excavation further back. So in archaeology back then in 1900, they dated by certain pottery that they found around. That if they had like Bronze
That's
Age, Iron
not
Age pottery,
correct.
they know that it's dated to the Bronze Age. Or if they got any writing, right,
So,
they
have
know
you
that
ever
dated.
taken an intro to archaeology for the ancient Near East or Mesopotamia?
How about taking? Say the first part again. How about taking what?
An intro to archaeology of the ancient Near
No,
East.
no. But I
Okay,
heard from
well,
other
what you're saying is
archaeologists how
misrepresenting
these
the
things
field.
is done. But I,
What
but
you're saying
I
is misrepresenting the field and
no, no,
misrepresenting the
no.
way
So
they
the
understand the
sister. So
data.
let me get back to the sister. So how I know is that, damn, I forgot the guy name that came after her that actually found the pottery that she was looking for.
She,
And the
before
reason why they
my
didn't, hold on, the
teacher,
reason why they didn't discredit her things is, I think the sister, she was elderly and then she ended up dying. So they still respected her words because they didn't want to tarnish her name because she was a woman. That's the whole
okay,
thing.
they
This
didn't
is,
want to tarnish her. I'll tell you the truth, guys.
but she was
The reason
wrong
why they
about the
didn't want to
date.
tarnish, okay, the reason why they didn't want to tarnish her name was because she did the most extensive. By the way, Guard Stank, the guy who first, well, he was the third most recent excavator at Jericho, prominent excavator at Jericho that did somewhat extensive excavations at Jericho. He's the one that requested Catherine Kenyon to come in to do excavations at Jericho. He wanted some of his works to be critiqued by one of his peers. And he
Mhm.
wanted her to do more in-depth studies. And to this day, Catherine Kenyon has done the most, and keyword the most. I don't know why he keeps acting like she did some bad. The most. And by the
I
way,
just said that was the only thing. That's one thing.
her methodology of doing stratigraphy is what's currently being practiced in the field of archaeology, Egyptian, Near Eastern, ancient. Archaeology is using her means of stratigraphy analysis. So the reason why it took so long for her to do her dig was because of the meticulous amount of scrupulous studies that she did at every layer of excavation. And she, unlike the people that were excavate again, the early excavators were just looking for buildings primarily. They weren't buildings and large monumental type structures. So when they first went in, the German Australian excavators that you mentioned earlier, when they first went in, they went in with cranes and just dug up the dirt. They weren't doing stratigraphy. They definitely weren't doing stratigraphy analysis as we're doing it today. When by the time Garstang got there, he got the digging in trenches. And his trench after trench after trench was disruptive to the way we understand how to do archaeology today. The one who modernized archaeology at that site, and again, most archaeologists are using her method of stratigraphy analysis, was Catherine Kenyon. You can't talk bad about someone who did and was so prevalent in her field at her time. Like
Bro,
she was one of the deans of archaeology during her day with Yagel Yadin, and all of these people. The
did she
first black
misdate the site though?
archaeologists?
Did she misdate the site?
No.
What?
Garstang misdated the site. She confirmed her dates with through multiple means of confirmation. She didn't just use the one like what you're saying. Oh, they found pottery. Pottery can be found in a sealed stratigraphy or in a broken stratigraphy uh, paradigm. So, for example, I'm going to use another location and another archaeological artifact to do this example. A couple of years ago, um, Stripling and a couple of scholars said, "Oh, Eureka! We found a manuscript. We found a amulet that was written on, possibly by the early Israelites, and it was what they called the curse amulet. Curse, 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 curse be the God Yahweh. Curse, 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 curse be the God Yahweh. Something like that is what they said. The document originally reads like that particular artifact. Yes, it was found at Mount Ebal, but no, it was not found in the sealed stratigraphy. Therefore, we do not, it's an unprovidence archaeological find because it wasn't found in the dirt, sealed in the dirt at a certain layer in the dirt. We cannot date that artifact according to the way Stripling and them want to date it. And by the way, Stripling got Gershon Galil, who is also a chronographer, and he's also a late dater, to assess that artifact for one reason, to try to give a broader assessment to the alleged wording in the document. Because Gershon Galil is a late dater and they're early daters. So, oh, well, if we get a broad perspective to analyze this artifact, we might be able to get this artifact to be seen as important in the field. And it didn't work. So, I mean, when you're familiar with the jargon, the technical means of analyzing the artifacts, the means by which the artifacts are found, when you are able to dissect the actual field report, sir, then we might be able to have a conversation. But so far, you're spouting off at the mouth. Common content that we find on evangelical websites that, according to their statements of faith, are really framed in order to correct mainstream scholarship. So pay attention who's probably using biased source material and who's not. Okay, and last but not least, when it comes to the whole Haribo thing, Falk has a video on his YouTube page concerning archaeological evidence for the father of Abraham. And in that archaeological evidence for the father of Abraham, he looks at 3 records where this king of a territory leaves his position and disassociates himself with his own ethnicity to become a Haribu, an outcast, an outsider.
And who is
So
calling them that?
he calls himself this.
You know what I'm saying? Who is calling the people the outsiders and outcasts?
Oh,
Who,
whenever we find, all of the ancient Near Eastern sources that mention Haribu, they
you know what
talk
I'm saying?
about how they're outcasts or mercenaries. They're raiders.
What people calling them that?
This will be everybody from the Akkadian witnesses to the Egyptian witnesses to the
Okay, yeah.
Mesopotamian witnesses.
Hold on, gentlemen, real quick. I want to make sure, Jill or OTK, do you have any
Yeah, they can
comments that
get
you want
in.
to
They
make?
can get in. I can wait.
No, no, I don't. I'm just listening.
Okay, yeah, y'all good. Y'all can chill. OTK, you good? He's good. Okay, yeah, OTK will jump in. He's a wild Indian. He know how to jump in.
You said he's
Go
wild.
ahead.
Um,
Jump in anytime, Jill. You don't got to wait on me. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Back to
but there's
yeah.
really no debate over scholarship. All scholars sort of agree the way Hebrew functions in the Hebrew Bible, especially early on, is as an ethnonym or an ethnicon. So it's
So
some
who's the first
means of
person that?
identifying an ethnicity.
So when we see the word Hebrew, who is they referring to? Who is saying it? Is the person that they referring to saying I'm a Hebrew, or is someone? Is the
Yeah, the
narrative
word
of
Hebrew
someone
isn't in
else
the
calling
text.
them a
Aribu,
Hebrew?
the word Hebrew isn't in the text. Haribu is. Excuse me. Sagas might be in the text. I forget the actual language of the text. But
Saga.
the term that's usually understood to be representative of Haribu, that term is in the text. And the king of a land, of a territory with an ethnicity, he says, I'm leaving my people to become a Haripu. He recognizes that this is a step into a social outcasted class group, not a step into an alternative religious or ethnic identity.
But why you keep misrepresenting it? The word I'm telling you, in the biblical narrative, when the word Hebrew is first being used, Hebrew, not Hebrew, when Hebrew is being first used, it's used by people calling someone else a Hebrew, not the person calling themselves a Hebrew. So it's not used as an ethnic term, it's
Yes,
used as a
it's
social term.
actually it's actually consistently used throughout the Old Testament as an ethnic term, an ethnonym.
That's much later. That's a different time. That's much later. That's hundreds of
No,
thousand
sir.
years later.
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh my God, bro.
Hi-
So the
Hebrew
first
in the
usage,
Hebrew
the first
Bible
usage
is
of the
primarily
word.
functioning as an ethnonym
So
or an
okay, so
ethnocon.
hold on, let me show you the
Ethnicon.
linguistic. Let me show you how it matches. So you have the definite article of the hey in the Hebrew. It's the fifth letter in the alphabet, right? And it transliterates to English as the, right? And then so you have the hey, and then you have the ayin, right? And then that's the seventh letter, and then you have the bait, which is the second letter, and then you have the yod. So you put those letters together, and you got hi abari, right? Or it could the yod could be interchanged with a u early on. You can look at the Metrics Lexiconians for a reference to that. So it could be hi, it could be habaru, habaru, right? It doesn't matter. So anyway, so hi abari, Abraham ha abari, and it's not the Abraham is not calling himself that. The Canaanites who Abraham is coming into their land are calling him that. Even with Joseph, the Egyptians is calling the Egyptian woman is calling Joseph the Hebrew, that Hebrew, and Joseph was a captive. So this is a social term in both
Boom.
senses. Abraham being an outcast from Mesopotamia, Joseph from being a servant in Egypt.
Boom.
It's social. It was never ethnic. The only time it became ethnic by the descendants of Abraham. Abraham, and then later on Joseph. Then it becomes identity because that's what they fathers was. They identify with what they fathers was called.
Capone.
Now it becomes ethnic.
Capone.
But it was
All right.
always in the Bible is always identified as uh, a social term.
Capone. Are Hittites Hebrews?
Hittites,
Yeah.
no.
Are Nubians Hebrews?
Nubians could be. Well,
All right. Okay. You just kind of like ruined your whole point because
how?
that is what a Haribo is. That's why it is
A
denoted
Hittite is
as
an
such.
ethnic group.
It doesn't share the same type of relationship with Hebrew because Haribu can be a Hittite. Haribu can be Nubian. It doesn't matter because this is just a term that is used.
Oh my
But
God,
in
bro.
in
Why
the
y'all keep
text,
doing
in the
this?
text, is a Hebrew. You can't be a Hebrew if you're a certain if you're of a certain nation or of a certain people. That is the separation. You're conflating these terms, trying to make them similar because
I'm
they sound the
conflating.
same, and it just doesn't work like that.
I'm conflating. So watch this. I got a scholarly paper on it, right? Stuart A. West. You can check his
You
writings
can
out.
name. There's no scholar that will support this idea that you're trying to share to everyone.
Hold
Well,
on.
And you keep
Ben,
running off with this
Hold on, hold
point, and
on,
it's
hold
a
on,
mute
hold
point.
um,
on, hold on, cut him up.
when was this
Let me read this.
publication? When was
Let
this
me read
publication published?
when?
It
Yes.
was it was probably like 1940.
Probably 19. No. Stuart A. West is more is recent. It's 2020, what, 2022? His is recent. I'll get the date for you. Let me pull this up real quick.
And remember, I just read a publication from 2022 that's citing 2022 and 2018 sources. And I got other publications. I could literally
But a
just
lot
go
of your
to
stuff, a lot of that stuff, even the interpretation. They said Ezekiel is talking about the land of Jerusalem. It's
What's your
not
source?
talking about the Israelites.
What's your source in the Bible? Just tell us what's your source. It's just about to tell us.
Oh, I got it. I'm trying to pull it up right now. All right, here you go, right here. Damn, why? All right, let me just pull it up this way. Hold on. My screen keep crashing when I'm pulling up the slide. I want to send it to A1, but I'm just gonna read what I got here, right? Give me 1 second. Just had this debate. I keep telling y'all.
Yeah, I seen that
Oh,
debate. It was horrible.
no, you didn't. You didn't see this one.
I seen the debate you did with Humble. It was absolutely horrible. Yes.
My debate with Humble was horrible. All right, that's your
Yes,
opinion, bro.
it was horrible.
That's your opinion.
Because you and Yara keep running off
So
at this
so
argument.
Jabari was lying.
I don't really care
I
what
played.
Jabari said.
If you seen my video, if you seen my debate, I played Jabari saying the same thing that I said throughout the whole debate.
Jabari will be pseudo too. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Jabari doesn't even need to be talking about
I
that.
ain't pointing at him. I'm just saying, was he lying? Was Dr. Henry Clark lying?
Okay, you just spouting
Was,
off things.
Now
Just
I'm
show
just
the
spouting
source.
off. Yeah,
Show
I'm
the
showing
source
you
because
evidence.
you
I'm showing you that it ain't just coming from me. Other scholarly people
listen. Do
has
you know?
came
Do
to
you
the
know
same
why the
conclusion
majority of scholars agree with that point? Do you know why? Do you know why the
because it's the
majority of
truth.
scholars agree that this is not an ethnonym? This is a social class. One, because this isn't one. This is just one of many different ones. By the way, I don't think I
No,
already know
look,
that.
I said I agree that it's a social. I never said that it was an ethnonym. Early on, it's a social.
But
It's a
hey
Hebrew is
social
Ben.
an
term.
ethnonym.
Hey,
You can't.
Eber
that's
is
that's the
not
that's the
high.
conflation.
Not the Ebri. Not that. No. It'll say
You're
Eberite.
conflating
If it
Hebrew
was a
in a biblical text with this,
The
no,
AB.
and
no,
it just
no,
doesn't work. You're trying to mix the
no,
two because they sound the same. That's all y'all do.
no. I'm not.
It sound the
No, I'm not.
same, so you're gonna correlate the
No, I'm not.
two, and y'all don't and
No,
y'all
I'm
don't
not.
do nothing else.
And you lying. You're
Y'all
lying
don't do
on me.
nothing else, and y'all hate every time we say it's not the same. And you're like, no, no, because it sounds the same and it's in history and you want it to be so bad.
Bro, that's
Gotta
not
stop
true.
that.
Even modern day scholarship says that the
So
Hebrew,
show it.
I just
Show
read
that
it.
the
modern day
Israelite, it says that
scholarship.
the Israelites came out of the social class of the Habiru. So what are you
So
talking about?
show
And it says
one.
not all Israelites
Show
is
one.
Habiru, and not all
Yeah,
Habiru
that
are
would be a
Israelites.
conflation. If a scholar said that, that scholar conflated.
Exactly. Just
How is he
show one.
conflating when he's telling you that not all of them is? That's not conflation.
Capone,
Yeah,
Capone,
it's
show the
this
scholar.
simple. It's this simple. You can live right next. You might even be of Amorite stock, but because you are not living and self-identifying as an Amorite, you're living on the outskirts of society. You're a Haribu, and it just so happens to be the primary territories the Israelites fought against in their conquest of Canaan was Amorite territories. What does that mean? Haribu likely got grafted into the people of Israel by means of proximity. That does not mean the Haribu that were simultaneously living in, I don't know,
All
Tyre
right, this from John Henry
were
Clark. Bro. This is
Israelites or
this
Hari
John.
or
John,
Hebrew.
why are you quoting John? Okay, go ahead, man.
Why I can't quote John Henry Clark?
On Haribu being correlated with Hebrew, it just doesn't seem like the person you will go to. But I mean, I ain't gonna disrespect. I ain't gonna go ahead, brother. It sounds like you stretch it.
Just to not have dead air. Yeah, John Henry Clark doesn't seem like a reasonable resource to seek after for this conversation.
I mean, it's no disrespect to John, Doctor Clark. Absolutely no disrespect. But come on,
At, at least for the sake of argument, it's no disrespect for the sake of argument, but yeah, he's not he. What direct linguistic or archaeological or historical studies did he do on the Haribu, ancient Canaanites, Amorites, or the Levantine peoples? Like, if you could show me that he actually did, I think he left, but if he did any relevant research on those people groups or on those peoples in the time period in question, I'm willing to accept the 1400s all the way up to the 1200s because that's within 1800 BCE to 1100 BCE. So if you can show me when he dug into these issues as it relates to this time period, sure, but then we have to be in consideration. Oh, John Henry Clark, he's from what era of academia? Oh
man.
boy, what is his resource? Have there been more updated resources on these same issues?
Exactly.
And that's when the conversation's going to get tilted because of the more recent scholarship, opinion, ideas, rebuttals, and suggestions as it relates to more recent scholarship on these issues.
Yeah, but no, just keep up the good show, Court. I just want to. I just cannot stand just keep repeating this point. But I'm gonna finish eating my food, man. I'm listening to.
Oh, I appreciate you, Ben. Hey, what I tell you, that boy is a real Nori fan. You hear me? It took me a minute to realize his name, but then I peeped it.
Brother.
Who is that? JL. Peace. What's going on with you? This is not my show, by the way.
Yeah, man.
Oh, peace and respect.
I ain't even got to quote
Evening.
the John Henry Clark stuff. So John Henry Clark. See, this is the thing.
Yeah.
Whenever we show evidence and scholarship, y'all always say, "Oh, that's outdated. Oh, it's a recent scholarship. Oh, that's not true." But y'all ain't doing none of the work. You reading, bro. It don't matter whatever, how much evidence I show you. You're convinced already.
Well,
It
I'm
don't
willing
matter.
to
I
be
told you
convinced.
about Catherine. Hold on. I told you about Catherine misdating the place. And now you saying, oh yeah, everybody. She still respected, but she had an error. She made an error. And that's what the academics they didn't want to tarnish her name. So they still they still they still acknowledge her
Yeah.
as such for her great work that she did, but she misdated the site because she didn't have the Pacific pottery,
So
which it
how
was
did she?
already there. She was looking for.
What part of the site are you suggesting she misdated?
She misdated the destruction of Jericho.
Okay, how many destructions did she realize were at Jericho?
I gotta read back. I gotta read back in the excavation paper. I know the summary of it, everything. I have it. I had the notes. Let me just pull it up on notes that I got. I have to go back and read all that stuff. But I think Brian Wood is the one that argued against it, and it's still debated to today. It was a whole. This was the whole thing. They was trying to. It was a big controversy that she was elderly then, and they didn't want to. They didn't want to erase her name or some mess like that. But whatever. That's the politics. Get back to. I told you the paper. Stuart A. West. I told you that's the scholar. He says he talks about the term being social and how it relates to the scriptures. Not only that, the term is not used. This is the mistake that people are making. Just because they see Eber. When they see Eber, they automatically think Hebrew. But it says Eber for a reason. This is crazy, bro. That says Eber and it says Habari, right? When it's talking about Abraham and Joseph as well. Joseph and Abraham, they say no, Abraham is first. They say Habari. And um and I already explained the linguistic match with that. And scholars early on made the same conclusion that this is the Hebrew. These are the Hebrews, the Habari. Even in today's scholarship, they understand that the Hebrew, the Israelites emerged from out of a Habari class, social class. So they saying that the Israelites was Habari, but it's just not all of them. And I don't see why you don't. I'm not conflating anything. We not saying that all of everybody that was called Habiru is it? No, just just certain ones. When the conquest of Jericho, when they talk about it in the Amarna letters, yes, because when they talk about it in the Amarna letters, the destruction of those cities in the Levant, that's the Canaanites responding to the correspondence to the Egyptians, telling them that these Habaru are attacking them and they need help. Now, the Bible say that when the Israelites left Egypt, they left in a mixed multitude. So of course they're gonna say, of course the scholarship is gonna say, well, the Habari just wasn't no one ethnic group. It's different. Yeah, there was a mixed multitude of people. And no, I'm not saying that the Hyksos Exodus is the same thing as the biblical Exodus, even though the Hyksos Exodus is in the biblical narrative. And it's in Exodus 1 and 8, where they say, get them up out of the land. That's 200 years before the actual Exodus. Which matched the historical record of the Hyksos. The Hyksos is 200 years before the date that I'm saying that the Exodus is, which is in 150 years for the 1446 date. You take 40 years from that, you got 1406, right? The destruction of Jericho happened shortly after that, like in 13 something. But the sister dated it to the late Bronze Age, but we have artifacts that says otherwise. We got they excavated Shechem. Not only that, they found the temple where I told you where Joshua witness stone was set up at. They had a witness stone. and so it's, and they got other art. It's other artifacts too, but bro, I'm not just saying this stuff just because just because I think I'm an Israelite or I identify as an Israelite. I'm saying this stuff because this is the research that you come across when you look into when you study, and you just don't study biasly or just to try to say something ain't something not real. No, you got to do linguistic math. You got to do anthropology. You got to read the archaeological papers. Have you did this? I did hours of this stuff. Yeah, I might forget a few names, but I best believe if I go, if I have to cite anybody, I know exactly where to go to. I know exactly where to get the name. That's why when y'all say stuff about Josephus, I know you lying because you ain't read Josephus' work. When you say stuff about Manito, I know you lying because you ain't read it. Because it's in Josephus. You read somebody else saying this is what they read, what they wrote. Because if you did, you would know that Josephus says that Joseph married into the Hyksos family. Y'all wouldn't be keep saying that stuff that y'all keep saying, bro. And this is and that's the part that I hate because y'all being disingenuous with the information. And then you want to sit up here and speak all intellectually and intelligently like you know what you're talking about when you really don't. But then want to say, oh, your sources is outdated. But the scholars use the same sources that I'm using. The modern day scholars. Modern day scholarship uses Josephus' works. It's only our own people that say, Josephus was this, Josephus was that. The only controversy they have about Josephus' writing is the Testament, the Flavian test, the Testament
So
Flavian
incorrect.
when it mentioned Jesus' name. That's the only thing. Other than that, ain't no problem with Josephus' works. And every scholar, you whoever you read, they gonna cite Josephus, bro. So stop it.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
All right. Did
Josephus
she
ain't
got to
even the
be out?
first person to talk about Jerusalem.
Did she got to D say something about Josephus? Did he say? No, not she got. Did John Henry Clark do it? Did she got to D do it? Do modern scholarship cite Josephus? Finkelstein, Devers, B-Tech? Yes, they
Um,
do.
I'm glad. Like the fact people citing these people don't mean everything they say is facts. It means that they're relevant to an extent. And when it comes to Josephus's relevancy, as it relates to ancient Egypt, he's not a major contender
So was
according
he
to
wrong about
modern.
So let me ask you this, because this is the
Go
part
ahead.
I hear a lot of self-taught Egyptologists, well, not Egyptologists, self-taught people that study Egypt say when he talks about the actual phonetics in the linguistic of the word Hyksos, right? When he break the word down and he says that it's basically that it's a
Shepherd
Greek word,
King.
and he say that it means shepherd kings, and then he says Manito, he's my bad, he's quoting Manito. Manito say that it means shepherd king, and then he says that it's Manito said that it also is Josephus say that Manito say in his second book that it means captive shepherds as well. I mean, or is it captive kings or captive shepherds? Captive shepherds, shepherd kings, and captive shepherds, right? Or captive kings. I forget which one. I'm getting tongue tied. But anyway, when he brought out and he broke the word down, he said Hicks, which is Hecca in Metal Netter, right? It's the shepherd staff. And he said it denotes a shepherd. Why he saying that? Because it's a shepherd staff. And then he said in the word sos denotes a king. Why is he saying that? Because it's modern day Egyptology say that that's three hillsides. But I'd rather go into what Josephus said. Josephus was said, and it looks like a crown, but they say that's three hills. So he said it denotes a king. When he say it denotes a king, he's talking about how it's depicted. It's depicted as a crown. So he's talking about the shepherd staff and the crown, which is in the word Hakakasus, if you didn't know. Those two things are there. It's a shepherd staff, a
Do you
small bread
think
loaf, and
you
the in
think
the in the hill
Josephus
in the hill determinative.
you think Josephus could read the hieroglyphs?
No, he's reading what Manetho wrote. Manetho wrote it in Greek.
Okay. Do we have in Manetho's works that we have access to today? Do we have him using the term shepherd kings?
Do we have? We don't have Manetho. We only have Manetho work in Josephus' writings.
Okay.
I can pull up
Okay.
the Britannica that says his works only survive in Josephus' writings, which will be in Greek. But we have
Yeah,
English
and its
translation.
original language was most likely Greek as well. Yeah.
No, he was an Egyptian. He Manetho was the Egyptian who the Greek became the lingua franca. That's why Josephus say in the common tongue, but he say in their sacred language. The sacred language is the metal netta. So you got to understand these terms when you reading Josephus when he says that he says when he's breaking down the word and he says that in there he's quoting Manetho and he's saying what Manetho wrote and he's saying in their sacred language is the heck denotes it's a shepherd staff in the hill glyph. Well, it looks like a crown, and he's telling you how it looks, how it denotes, right? That's what he's telling you, and that's all that's being written in Greek. And he said this is the shepherd. He say this is in a sacred language, and then he tells you what it means in the common language. The common language was the Greek. It was I don't know if it was Koine Greek, but it was whatever Greek they were speaking during that time. It was called that's the common language. It was the lingua franca. And these things people miss. A lot of people miss these things. And Josephus makes it clear. He makes it clear with what he agree with Manetho. He makes it clear what he don't agree with Manetho. And that's the only thing. That's I don't know,
Okay,
man.
real quickly, because I faded out, Google stop.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, because I faded out earlier. How many destruction layers are you saying were found at Jericho?
So to tell how many layers, I don't know. I know they went as far as the Bronze Age, which would be the second intermediate period in Egypt. But the sister dated the destruction she dated the destruction to 1600, 1500, I think, BC,
1550.
1550. Right.
Yeah, and what is the evidence of the destruction layer she dated to that time period?
Well, when they did more excavations later, and I think she was an elderly woman at this time, they found pottery. They found the pottery that she was looking for, basically. But she did find but with her work, she did everything else right. She found the burnt layers. They said the city was burnt and all that. It
Yeah,
was
the
just she
burn
just
layer
didn't
wasn't
find the
found by
pottery that she
her.
was looking for.
The burn layer wasn't found by her.
Oh, the burnt layer wasn't found by her.
No.
I could have sworn I seen a picture where she's right
Yeah,
there
that's what
with
that's what Garstank identified as the streak. And that streak was on the middle building, according to Garstank. So the middle building again has later built, according to the most recent excavations, it has later building topology dated to the end of the late Bronze Age. Well, from 1550 to the 1200s. So it's LB2, late Bronze Age 2B, in particular. Now, real briefly, I'm going to read what is this? Dictionary of the Ancient Near East from the British Museum.
hmm
And it's insert very briefly on Jericho. Um, it says here that Jericho had at minimum 16 layers of destruction, according to the archaeology. So 16 different layers of destruction at the site. Um, just something to take in consideration. If you have 16 layers of destruction and you're saying, oh, she misdated one layer, what layer are you saying she misdated? Because again, the streak is on the middle building. The middle building wasn't, and even according to Garstank, well, really according to Kenyon, she said that the evidence of Jericho just might not be here anymore. From Joshua's Jericho might not be here anymore. But there is evidence of occupation at the site, according to Kenyon, for the late date. So I mean, her, and again, if there's evidence of site occupation after the site destruction, when it comes to the burn layer, the destruction layer, that's completely compatible with a later period of destruction by the Israelites. And that's actually the assessment from Ami Mazar. Ami Mazar says unequivocally, there's nothing at Jericho that contradicts its testimony to the biblical account of the conquest. And he's referring to a late date. He's not referring to the early date.
Who's that?
Ami Mazar. So Ami Mazar is basically he's basically the same. He has as much, if not more, respect by his peers compared to Finkelstein. Him and Finkelstein were like dueling brothers, dueling dragons when they was coming out of school. Finkelstein got a lot of credit because he came to University of Chicago. So as an Israeli archaeologist going against the Bible in a Western institution, it sort of blew up. Ami Mazar disagrees with a lot of the things suggested and argued for by Finkelstein. So he's actually had more sway of scholars, arguably, historically and consistently, compared to Finkelstein. But yeah, his work, he has a peer-reviewed work on archaeology of ancient Israel. And he doesn't address the Exodus or nothing like that, but he does suggest that Jericho, there's nothing in the archaeological record for Jericho that disrupts the biblical account. And this is primarily, again, according to a late date perspective.
See, this is the thing. So look, watch this. So this says about the one thing they use to disprove the later date is that the scarabs, the Egyptian scarabs, they say excavators found scarab seals in the tombs around Jericho, and they say scholars argue that the later scarabs date to 1550 BC. If the city had survived to 1400 BC, which is the later date, later scarabs would appear. Why would they appear if if these Hyksos seals, the Hyksos was expelled and then brought captive back into Egypt? So why would you have later Hyksos scarab? See, this is what I'm saying. Like the things that they're looking for. This is an argument. This is a fallacy, bro. It's an argument from side.
What?
They saying if this one thing is not here, then none of this stuff is real. When it could be reasons why it's not there. Maybe you're not looking in the right place. Maybe it's not there because what you're looking for it been removed or whatever the case. Like it's crazy work, bro.
Right, it is crazy work because I haven't said none of the artifacts from these sites are fake. I haven't said none of the artifacts demonstrate that it didn't happen. I've actually suggested the artifacts suggest later site occupation after 1550 BCE until 1200 BCE. And I've pointed out that mud brick construction on top of the Colopian wall or the rock wall
Hmm.
outside of surrounding Jericho. That mud brick wall construction is later. One of the ways you can tell it's late is because it's
Oh, that's the
closer.
new. That was the new sort. That was the new findings. Yeah, the
It's
outer.
not a
You
new
talking about the outer
finding.
wall,
Hold
right?
on, sir. Sir, this is not a new find.
But I'm saying that was the later found after Kenyan.
Kenyon, Kenyon and Garstink are recognized these mud brick structures were at the site.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
I'm arguing that they misdated those mud brick structures. That's because they've done more research on the mud brick and they found out that, hey, these mud brick structures seem to go back to a time period after the 1550s period destruction. And so if that's the case, now you actually have a historical context by which the narrative of Rahab actually makes sense. They can actually go into a casemate wall because now they have casemate walls.
Right. So you just changed your whole stand. That's what I was
This was
telling
my
you.
initial argument earlier. The casemate walls are an aspect of archaeology that are after the
No,
1550
but I've been saying
period
that
of
she misdated
occupation.
the site for the longest, and you've been arguing me up and down that her work is credible, and I'm like, yeah, it's credible, but this one thing she misdated, and now you just agree with me that she did misdate it, and it's a later time.
Yeah, you're talking about something that you disagree with when it comes to my conclusion and my assessment of the data per my teacher, which is funny. So, my teacher has recently published articles concerning the mud brick enclosure on top of the Colopian wall. Those
Hmm.
articles suggest the site was occupied. Guess what? When Kenyon says there's evidence of occupation at the site, and that's after 1550. That means that her destruction layer date, I'm in agreement with when it comes to the dating of the destruction layer evidence that you're referring to. We are in disagreement when it comes to site occupation after 1550. Why? Because Garstink dated the destruction layer to 1440s. That's
That's
why.
after. That's
And
after
what you're not
1550.
okay, so let's consider this. The Bible says
Hang
the
on.
Israelites, the Bible says that the Israelites go into Canaan and enter into both Jericho, Ai, and Hatzor through force.
Yeah, in Shechem. Yeah.
So as it relates to
I
Hatzor,
think
is there
Jericho. I think
as it relates
Jericho
to
directly
Hatzor, as it
established
relates to Hatzor, sir, do we have evidence of Hatzor being destroyed in the 1440s?
it wouldn't be destroyed that same. I gotta read the. I have to read the biblical text, but I believe they excavated that site as well.
Yes, Hatzor has been excavated, and there's only one major point of disruption at Hatzor. And
Okay.
it's not in the 1400s, it's not in the 15th century BCE.
When is it?
It's in the 13th century BCE, around 1200 BCE.
Right. That
You
make
say
that
right,
that
but
that
you
makes
disagree
sense.
with the late date. But you disagree with the late date.
No, no, because the so no. This is a period. These are wars that's happening from. You
Right, and
go from
Hatzor
40
remains
years
a
in the.
city
They 40 years
from
in the wilderness. So you got 40 years from. That's what I say, 46.
right. They're not in Canaan yet.
So that you at the turn of the century, you going from 1406, and then you have all these other destructions in the
Right.
1300s.
Well,
Also,
then
you
that's
have
a
in the
200-year
1300s,
period.
you
That's a
have the
200-year period that you're claiming Joshua reigned from and through. Joshua was their ruler and their military leader during the time, biblically
oh
speaking,
no
during the
no no
time
no
of
no.
the
I'm talking about the descendants
Torah.
of Joshua. I'm talking about the period of the judges as
Okay,
well.
because I'm talking about Hatzor, because in Joshua they destroy Hatzor.
Okay.
Amana letters, Hatzor is still an active city, ruled by the Canaanite rulers. It was the largest city of Canaanites until the Israelites come and destroy them. We don't find destruction layers at Hatzor during the 1440s or the 1400s. No destruction layer there.
Well,
There
have to
is a very thick
research
layer of
that.
destruction. And Hatzor is interesting because unlike all these most of the other tales in the ancient Levant, but let alone the Levant and ancient Near East period, unlike most of these other tales, Hatzor has a very clean destruction layer. Most other tales have disruptions within the destruction layers, site occupations, all types of things happening where a site was destroyed and then they rebuilt on top of it with the destruction layer present. So the we don't see that going on at Hatzor, and they've dug up quite a bit of Hatzor, even though it was the largest city in the Levant at that time. It was bigger than, if not as big as Avaris and P. Ramses together. It's about 600 hectares in size. So it was a very large site, and Hatzor does not have two major layers of it only has one layer of destruction layer during the relevant time periods of the possible biblical exodus. But that
Mm.
again, that destruction layer period is not during the 1400s. You only possibly have contemporaneous destruction layers in the Levant at one of these sites the Israelites enter into with Hatzor
Is
and
Hasor in the
Jericho.
Amarna letters?
Yes, and a very active,
So
well constructed city in the midst of the Armana letters. They don't fall during the Armana letters. They're still active.
what? So if Hasor is in the
You're saying
Amarna
right,
letters,
but if right means anything, then that means that they fall in this period.
no.
If
Well,
you're saying right and the city didn't fall and there's no archaeological evidence at the site of destruction, the Bible says they burnt the city. There's no evidence of being burnt at Hatzor during this time period. So now what's wrong with the interpretation?
you know what? I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna say, but as for the cities that stood still in their strength, Israel burned none of them, save Hasor only that did Joshua burn. Right. So, all right, I'm gonna have to look into the archaeological findings at Haxor
Yeah,
because
because you're going
I
to
ain't
see.
researched that.
Yeah, because when you start reading the excavators, you're going to see Yagel Yadin. He excavated at most of these sites as well, many of these sites as well. But he spent a lot of time at Hatzor. When he first dug at Hatzor, he found a destruction layer that he dated to the
I thought
13th, 12th century BCE. And
13
so the
what?
1300s,
1300 what?
thir- 13 to 1200 BCE, that transitional period.
So the later 1300s.
Yes,
So at the time,
the
so a century later.
transitional period of the late
So,
Bronze, early Iron Age.
but it's an argument that the iron.
The argument is if you read First
The
Kings
Iron Age
6
is the
literally, you
15th
get
century, I thought. I mean, not the 15th century is Iron Age, right?
no. 15th century would be the 1400s BCE.
Yeah, that's Iron Age.
That's not the Iron Age. The Iron Age begins in 1200s.
I mean, that's the New Kingdom. That's the time of the New Kingdom, ain't it?
Yes, it's a New Kingdom period. We're not the
But it's not
so
Iron
that's
Age.
a
That's what
point.
I
That's a
get what you're
point of
saying. So,
agreement.
so
Hold
Iron
on,
Age is
hear me out.
1200.
Hear me out, please. The point of agreement is the Exodus happened sometime in the New Kingdom period. That's a point of agreement. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it tells you that at the beginning of Exodus. It says a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph. That's describing this new kingdom. Hey man, I don't know. It's all that. But I think I do have some on Huckstar, the excavation paper, but I just gotta go. I just gotta look. I gotta look in my
You
I
know,
gotta research it. I
Hathor,
probably gotta go back, but I probably did have something on that because I know
uh,
they excavated Shechem, and right
mhm,
across from Shechem is Jericho,
mhm.
and then from Jericho you have Ab, about some with Ashdod, Ashkodod, and it's another one.
Ashkelon.
Ashkelon. Yeah, yeah. You had those cities. They like all around each other and stuff. So I know they did excavations at all of them, and even the mountains that Balaam's supposed to have been on top of, where he had to move. He moved from different. It's like these three peaks, mountains. So they call them mountains, but they like peaks. And he was on each one of them. The first one, when the Israelites was in, I think this is when they came into Shechem. So on the first one, you only can see a little bit of Shechem. So the narrative go that Jericho, that Balaam, he only saw, he couldn't see the whole camp of Israel. Then he went on the other peak. Then he was able to see a little bit of. He can see like a glimpse of them. And then on the last peak he went to, because they right next to each other. But you got to actually drive to them though. But on the last peak, he was able to see the whole camp of Israel. And that same geological reference, those three peaks is right outside of Shechem. And it's the same thing. It's the how you will be able to view the city of Shechem. You won't be able to see the whole city until you go into the last peak. So that's pretty accurate.
When do you think Mountie Ball was first occupied?
I don't know. What's Matty Ball? I don't know what that is.
The curse amulet was found there.
Oh, the curse. Um, I don't know. Like I said, I ain't diving into all of the research. This is just where my research then brought me to. Where I went through the whole Exodus thing, with reading Josephus, and then looking at the archaeological findings in between that time period. Because that's what the problem is at. The problem is from the Israelites being in Egypt and them leaving out, which Josephus in the first century was saying that didn't the Egyptians and the Greeks are lying about the existence of the Jews being in. He said they didn't tell the truth about them coming into Egypt or leaving out, and that was the whole point of him writing the Antiquity of the Jews. And I mean that was his whole point of quoting Manetho and everything, and against Apion. So that's what he said. He was like, they didn't give the true statement about them coming in or leaving out. And that's the same problem we have to this day. We have a problem with the archaeological record of the Israelites ever being in Egypt in their exodus out, just like Israel Finkelstein had he quoted in his book.
Yeah, I think we can make more of an issue out of what we wish did exist than just
But
dealing with what we do got existing. Like,
you
for
don't find it.
example,
That's a mean coincidence though, right? The same thing that Josephus was arguing is the same argument that we have today.
not
The
at
same
all.
thing that he was addressing.
It's not at all. Josephus was addressing polemics, what community is superior due to their ancient antiquity. That's what he was addressing. That was what everybody else in his day was addressing. Notice, we're not having that same conversation today in scholarship or as it relates to assessing any of these
Yeah,
sources.
y'all
What
trying to
the
erase
problem
Jews.
today is in academia is quite interesting. It's more or less a reluctance of being consistent because the Bible is an actively religious book. I think if the Bible was not an active religious book, it would probably have more sway in academia because then theological bias doesn't really affect the people interrogating and being critical of the information as much. And now you have less of an issue concerning, oh, they're being apologists, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that with the reading or with their interpretation of the data. But I think it's primarily because the Bible is a living religious text. It's convoluted the academic world to some extent. And as it relates to the Exodus, the best evidence I have for this claim, I mean, if we're looking at any other ancient group, and then we see that they have a record of their own ethnogenesis, they have a record of their own extended stay in foreign territories, and then when they finally get back to their town, we see new evidence of foreign occupation, like, or foreign habits in these territories. Again, the Israelites didn't eat pig. Everybody else in Canaan was eating pig. When the
Mhm.
Israelites appear, no pig also appears with them. Where does this come from?
Wait, you
To the
said no
south.
pig?
Yeah, they had a pig taboo. They didn't eat pigs.
Right. So you're
So
saying that.
where does this no pig taboo seem to originate from?
Hmm.
Probably the largest economic power that had a pig taboo as well, Egypt. And their pig taboo was very, very prominent throughout their culture for a very long time before you find the Israelites splitting off,
How when
building
the
housing
Egyptians
constructions.
they got a goddess that's Hathor is well it's not a pig but it's a cat. Well, no, no.
Yeah, they don't eat a lot of pig. The main reason why they probably didn't eat a lot of pig,
Well, they
they're
said the Egyptians didn't really eat meat. They said
so the
they
main
were
reason
supposed
why
to
they didn't eat
lean,
a
but
lot of pig. That's
they didn't
you're right. You're right,
they
but they
didn't.
also have a very long history of being anti-pig eaters. And when you find this cultural possibly
Cultural continuity.
this cultural continuity entering into the Levant, changing the territory with the expansion of people groups in these environments. That's interesting to me. The housing structures they happen to live in. We
Hmm.
first find them, the four-room house, in Egypt. It was a common means of housing for the Semites
But
out
they
of
was in
ours.
Egypt, bro. They was in. You talking about the people that was claiming they was in Egypt? They was in Egypt for 400 years.
I'm glad you're picking up where the Bible lays it down. Yes,
So
the
if they
Bible
was in
says they were
Egypt for
there for a
400
long
years,
time.
they would have been left. They would have left out knowing the Egyptian culture.
Yes, and I think this is some of the best. It's indirect, but I think it's some of the best evidence we can have. Being we're 2,300 years, 1,300, 20, almost 3,000 years removed from this time period.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
know, I think it's some of the best evidence we can have as it relates to cultural continuity, uh, ethnogenesis of a particular people group, and all of this good stuff. We don't have the bones of the people. We have some evidence of their houses, but we definitely don't get the bones.
Well, some of they don't even let you. Well, it's reasons for that. Majority of that land mass is occupied by religious fractions. Um,
No, the
and
reason why we don't have the
some of
bones is because bones, like much of the other ancient things people use to write or even preserve, much of those they're a biodegradable material. So I mean, bones in a tomb, in a cave, in a box, in the dirt for long enough will degrade. Now you're going to have problems trying to identify bones.
right,
You
because
know,
because they only the Egyptians practiced the mummification, and the Jews they put their people in boxes and sepulchers and stuff like. Well, they buried them in a sepulcher, and then after they'll take they'll remove them from the sepulcher and put them in a oxerary. Put their bones in an oxerary.
yeah, that seems to be a later traditional aspect of their practice of death. Yeah. I mean, we also know at least by the time of the first century, they wrapped corpses up like mummies until the flesh and the bones deteriorated. Well, till the flesh and muscles deteriorated until it's just bones, and then they would collect the bones and continue with the process, putting it in a bone box.
You know what? You know what I was looking for in the archaeological finding. I didn't come across it yet. I probably got sidetracked a couple times, but it mentioned in the Bible when Jacob died, and it says when Jacob when he died, Joseph he carried his body to the land of Canaan. And the Canaanites, like this was so like how they describe it is like this is a major event. And even the Canaanites understood, but they called, but it was one thing that they said specific. They was like, this is a sad day for the Egyptians because they acknowledged them as being Egyptians. So uh, that's one thing that I found very interesting. You know what I'm talking about? When I think it's in Genesis 49. I mean 40
No,
Genesis
no, I'm
48.
not familiar. Another thing that I found very interesting personally in my own research is why do the Levites have Egyptian names?
Oh yeah, I got the paper on that. Because they was in Egypt. Why do we got why we are
There's only one
we
tribe with
technically
Egyptian names.
majority of us is from West Africa, right? This is
Yeah,
true.
I ain't got no West
We
African
don't
name. My
have West
brother don't
African
either.
names. We got American English names.
Yeah, but again, why would Moses, Aaron, these are sons of Levi. Why would the sons of Levi have Egyptian names?
Because they was the priests.
Okay, were they
Even
disassociated from their ancestor by that much?
Aaron is described as a priest before the Exodus. It say Aaron gonna be a priest to Moses, hinting at Aaron being a
Think
priest already in Egypt.
think this is hinting at more than just an ethnic cultural assimilation. I think this is hinting at possibly an ethnic identity of many of the stock from Jacob, from Israel.
Hmm.
Many of them assimilated into Egyptian members
Yeah,
of cultural identity,
yeah.
not merely their ethnic. There you are what your pappy is. I'm saying like these individuals would have looked, functioned, and lived more or less like Egyptians, and they would have been the governing staff over the tribes, the rest of the tribes, when it
Bro,
comes to their religious cult.
they was there for 400 years. Look, We here in America, we our descendants were was slaves. You know what I'm saying? Was captives and stuff like that. Was doing China slavery. Now today we got our people. We got people descendants of them that what they work in the upper echelon, the middle class. You know what I'm saying? You go downtown, you're gonna see um people working at the courtrooms and stuff. So yes, yes, we gonna be they gonna be working in the what's the word? They gonna be in the higher social class fashion. Yeah, because they the majority. So you're gonna see them as the lawgivers, the teachers, the priests. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna see them all over having these titles. That's the same thing that in Timbuktu as well. You had different these people had different titles, different skill sets. Same thing with the Habaru. Like you were saying, they was mercenaries. These people they had a skill for war or whatever. So what they do, they'll hire they'll offer their service, but not for payment for like money, but for food, because they was wanderers and stuff. So that was just the trick of the trade, you know. And you see this same thing going on. I'm telling you, with our people, like it's crazy. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much of a connection to just say, oh, that's just a coincidence. It's too many coincidences. It's too many. Too many. Then even when you go into archaeological find, then you find out, oh, some people called them Egyptians. Well, we know who the Egyptians was. We know how the Egyptians look. Hmm. Well, then you go later on down the line and you find out that it's community of Jews all through North Africa, and that they are like they are they look like the indigenous when the Europeans come to preserve to survey the land. They say that the Jews they look just like the indigenous. They are indigenous Africans, and there's no difference in between the two, other than their practice and their genealogy. Their genealogy dating going back to David. That's the only distinction. Culture, customs in our traditional writings, and even when you go into those writings in Timbuktu, they're in Arabic because a lot of them was forced to convert to Islam, but they still kept certain Torah practices, but they did it in secret because it was either Islam or the sword. They
Well,
gave them an
what
ultimatum.
practices are in Torah that are not obvious and also included in Islam?
Circumcision on the eighth. I don't know if they do circumcision on the eighth day.
Muslims do circumcision. I mean, you want to be able to tell just because you're circumcised the day
No, they
one
don't
was
do it on the eighth
circumcised.
day.
All I'm
Because
saying is if we
Ishmael
find
was
circumcised
13 years old
bodies,
when he got circumcised.
so in the
So,
ancient Levant, how do you identify somebody that just was culturally assimilated into ancient Egypt and distinguish them from a Hebrew
mhm. This is all in
as it
Josephus' work. So
relates
Josephus,
as it
he
relates
quotes
to
Herodotus.
circumcision?
Josephus quote, I think he quotes Herodotus in Philo, and he talks about that when they say where circumcision comes from, and they say it's among the Jews and the Egyptians and the Kochians and the Ethiopians, right? And then Josephus makes the claim that the Kochians are really Jews.
I don't
So
think you heard my question.
no, I go ahead.
I was asking, is there a way to identify and distinguish Muslim from Jew just as it relates to them being circumcised archaeologically?
Um, not probably not about through the circum. It'd be more than just circumcision. So it's never just one thing. It's
What
never just
about
one
what
thing.
about kosher food laws? Would that demonstrate They're Jews or Israelites.
Certain the holy days that they celebrate. The days that the Jews celebrate are different from the days that the Muslims celebrate.
Asked about
Also,
kosher food laws.
yeah, they both have yeah, they both have what they call it, kosher, yeah.
What
So
about
no, you
praying
wouldn't be
in
able to distinguish them from
praying
that.
the direction of the east?
It depends on where you at.
Hmm.
Because they don't they face east, but they face opposite. They face towards Petra. So if you was in
And Gibson. Okay.
I mean they face I said Petra, I mean Mecca, which is opposite of Jerusalem.
Yes, it is. But I'm just saying, like, if we were to, I'm a wait. I feel like I'm gonna talk. I've been talking too much. I'm not gonna hold you up, bro. It was a pleasure talking to you tonight. Who is this? This is GD Capone, right?
Yeah.
All right, all right. I ain't gonna hold you up. Shouts out to A1. Shouts out to the panel.
Peace,
Yeah,
Shouts
peace.
I'm
out
gonna
to
look
the
into that.
audience.
Yeah, I'm
Mm-hmm.
about to shut it down, man. I'm about to lay it down
Yeah.
for a second myself.
I'm gonna look into that what you say, Hazor?
Yeah, Hasor.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. That's one thing that you did enlighten me on. I'm gonna look into that research. Probably gonna find the same thing, but I'm definitely gonna look into it. You got my word on that.
Okie dokie. Yeah, and I don't know. I wish I had some time. I might in the next couple of days, A1. I'm gonna have to show you how to log in to my Logos Bible software
Oh yeah,
and
so I can
pull
pull
up
it.
certain books.
Gotcha. Yep, we can do that.
Hmm.
Let's get it. Appreciate everybody who pulled up tonight. Closing remarks. I want to start with you, Courtney. Who's the first one ready?
Love, peace, and soul to the audience and Mr. King Naga. I mean, I'm sorry, I said that wrong.
King Mac. Shout out King Mac.
Shouts out to you too, GD Capone. Yeah, shouts out to the bar. Tighten up. Everybody like, comment, share, and subscribe. I'm out of here.
Please. Closing remarks, GD and Capone.
Um, yeah, man. Appreciate it once again. A1. Once again, I know I dominated the panel. It's a lot of information, bro. But I just advise everyone to keep studying. You can't come up with a conclusion if you only study one layer of the information. Anthropology is when we are going into anthropology, there's different layers: culture, language, art, archaeology, so and migration. So you have to be well versed in all of those things. I had to learn that. I thought if you just go by the narrative and that's what it is. No, you actually have to go into these different levels, and you have to be a student in your research and know when someone is not being genuine. It being know when someone is being disingenuine in their research, right? So be able to spot these little mishaps. The sister misdated the site. That for a long time was the what's the word I'm looking for? That was what was agreed upon. Once they found out that she misdated the site, they didn't want to take it out. They didn't want to erase it because she did some great work. And then she was elderly, so now she got children and stuff. They ain't want to tarnish. Then the lady ended up dying. They ain't want to tarnish her name, so they kept it going. But I was just saying, man, just look into the work, man. Actually read the papers, read the book that y'all be citing. Stop giving us your conjecture, your rhetoric, all this no, no, no. Start giving us with the stuff that we do have. I'm tired of hearing the stuff that we don't have. What do we have? Right? Do we let's take all the names off of? Do we have slaves in Egypt at a certain period of time, or do those slaves in Egypt disappear for a certain period at one point in time? I don't care if they went to the turquoise mines or wherever. They disappeared. They're not in Egypt anymore. Did it deplete did the Egyptian society deplete at one point in time? Do we like these? The questions we need to ask and stop, because you got to understand they've been trying to cover things up. Whenever it comes to the Egyptians being black or the Hebrews being black, it's always a shush shush. But one thing about it, we don't know who we are, and the Hebrews supposed to have an identity crisis. And you can't make this stuff up, bro. Study, study, study. And it say my people are, because our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, and that's Hosea 4:6. And you wonder why they call us niggas. You wonder why. But you know what? That's it. That's it. Study, man. Y'all gotta study, show yourself approved, man.
Gotta study, man. Gotta hit the books, man. I was reading today. I spent a couple hours studying this morning. Trying to get back into the studying every day.
Hey, bro, I saw you break out the annotated Bible. I say, what?
Oh, wait, where was I? I was on another platform. What?
Yeah, I was like, this man, he bringing out the books, man.
Oh yeah, I got the whole little library, but yeah, I spent a lot of money on books. I like books. I like to read. I just fell off for like the last couple months, putting everybody else on. So I'm about to start trying to bring out some presentations. I just don't really know what I want to cover yet.
Oh, shout out to Humble Mystic, Easter Queen, the brother cut him up, Ben Eden. I know he stopped by shortly. We're gonna have to talk about this Habiru thing. We definitely gonna have to do that. I'm gonna bring up some more information about that as well. But yeah, man.
Yeah, and everybody
and tighten up.
With Capone coming up soon, we got him on the roster. Man, I almost just want to fast track this next tournament, man. But I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna figure out how to do this, how we can make this speed along. We're in the final stages of the last tournament anyway, so I'm unmuted. Okay, definitely appreciate you pulling up, Capone. You already know. And we're going to end with the song by Connie's Son, Family All Around Me. I'll usually listen to him on Spotify, but you can check him out on any platform. Head on over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. Remember my motto, treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. Peace.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live. Family all around me. Hey, 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 hey. family all around me. He my family, she my family, he my family, she my family, he my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Hey, 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 family all around me. He my family, she my family, he my family, she my family, he my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. Family all around me.